Hasan町ビデオを見ながら解説を一緒にしてよみむなストリームでね何を待ってるのハサン町今日は何するのはしのを開けてみなキャンバでオールインね何を待ってるのハサン町前は政治のために来たけど下のはくしおいライブ中
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're alive and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Here in sunny California, Los Angeles, it's 83 degrees out here, and I'm having a great one. So far, dude's 24 hours late. Yeah, I am 24 hours late. These are not glasses that are new. These are very old glasses, as a matter of fact. I've had these for many, many years. Anyway. I'm live and alive. And, you know, I took a day off yesterday. That's right. I did that shit. And honestly, I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. I feel great. I'm glad that I did that. Took a whole ass day off. And normally when I take a whole ass day off, like I usually have some other stuff going on with friends. Didn't even play basketball. Didn't even set up anything with friends. I was like, this is a day I will shoot the podcast. Unfortunately, Will could not make it because he was filming. Okay. I will shoot the podcast with Ludwig and Austin. Austin is the co-host. And then after that, I'm just going to not do anything. And that's literally what I did. Nothing. I sat around. I didn't read. I didn't write. I didn't even post on Instagram or Twitter all that much, really. That's how you really know I took a fucking day off, you know what I mean? Because, like, normally when I take a day off, I want to fucking post. I'll usually be posting. Leaking Lud's earnings on the Mr. Beast vid? Yeah. A lot. And the new Fear End episode will be out soon, for the record. In any case, midlife crisis confirmed. Oh no, that's sad. Anyway, in any case, folks, I took a full fucking day off, and I'll tell you exactly how I feel about that. I feel great, and I'll tell you what I did. I went and I got ice cream. I had a homie be like, "Hey, can I come over with this girl and use your pool?" And I was like, "Yeah, do it. Come through." So we came over with this girl. And they went in the pool, and I went in with them because I was like, you know what? I'm going to go in the pool. I'm not doing anything. After that, we went to a store called Kith. Like how Mike Tyson says kiss. I don't know if you guys know that. And like originally, my friend was like, bro, let's go there. Because they have ice cream there too. They have like something called Kith Treats. Yeah. And for me, like when I heard ice cream, I was like, you know what? Holy shit, chat's so cringe. Yeah, I know. I mean, I wasn't around for one day, so chat's gonna be really fucking annoying today, I think. It's gonna be like the most parasocial. But yeah, Kith is like a super hype beast area, super hype beast fucking shop basically. And they sell like a bunch of overpriced streetwear, right? Anyway, regardless. I missed the 2019 chat. Man, the 2019 chat's still in here as we found out. They've just gotten more annoying. Probably like you. The funny thing about this community is that like the 2019 chat is like literally still in here, and they've become like the most annoying people, the most unapproachable people in the chat, and they're completely oblivious to it. But also on top of that, their behavior is probably like also encouraging all the other newcomers to behave in that same exact way. And then they complain about themselves all the time. That was great when you were checking chat or some old videos and they were all still here. Yeah, no, that was awesome. I've gotten less annoying. I'm just numb to this content. Anyway, regardless. So this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, right? So I went to Kith and I was like, you know what? I kind of want to buy something. And I need like new pants because I gained a lot of weight. I lost a lot of weight. And I haven't really like bought new clothes since 2019. And like I'm definitely in a significantly different income bracket. And I love clothes. You know that already. So I was like, let me just like get one thing that's like, you know, bougie. But of course the problem with bougie clothes, right, is that they're not made for motherfuckers that are built like me. All of those like hype beast fuckboys, all of those like TikTok kids, they're all like, you know, they're all built like a coat hanger. You know what I mean? So skinny. They're all twinks. So unfortunately, there wasn't really a lot of options for a big beefy boy like me. But I went and I tried on this outfit. I think it's like Maharashi or something. Anyway, it's weird though. Because it's like it's a Vietnamese store, right? Maharishi Camo. So it's a Vietnamese store. And at first I was like, damn, they got some cool ass shit. Like, wow, they're pretty chill. And then I looked into their background and I was like, oh my God, these guys are like pro-America. No, they're literally like, they're Vietnamese, but they're like pro-US military involvement in Vietnam Vietnamese. But anyway, I didn't know about that, but while I was like looking up these pants, I'm there with a homie and he's like, bro, you should get these pants. They're pretty sick. I'm like, all right, let's take a look. I'm gonna show you the pants real quick, okay? Let's see if I can find them. So they had these like tactical pants. They weren't loose, okay? But the problem is that the tactical pants had tassels on them. You know what I'm talking about? I wonder if I can find them. They had these like cargo pants, right? They were kind of cool, but they had fucking tassels on them. Like 2 tassels coming out of the side of the legs. And I thought to myself, like, what the fuck? Why like, what are these for? You know what I mean? Who the fuck would do that? What is this for? What kind of tactical reasoning is it? And he's like, oh, they're just like that, whatever. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, it's literally for fashion. It's for nothing else, okay? So I put these fucking pants on. I can't even find them now, but it was like this, but with tassels, okay? Like, imagine it has like 2 little tassels on here. So, I put the pants on. It doesn't fit, obviously. I'm like, fuck. If it was at the bottom, Hermit, so you can customize to fit the cuff? No. It wasn't at the bottom. Anyway, I love when people say, why is LA fashion like this? Dog, this isn't just LA fashion. You're just describing fashion, okay? This is all that it is. And it's dumb as fuck. I get it. Anyway, just shut the fuck up and listen to the fucking story. Jesus Christ. I get this goddamn these pants. Cause like, I'm really a big boy. Okay. So I'm asking this dude, his name is Ian. I'm like, bro, Ian, like, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm like a 38, but I feel as though here I might not be a 38. I might be a little bit bigger than that. And he's like, well, this is an XL. Like, I got you. I put this fucking thing on and it's way too short. I take it off. And as I'm taking it off, I hear a rip. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, guess what, dude? One of the tassels came off, okay? Immediately, I shove it into the pocket. Immediately, I shove it into the fucking pocket of it. I was like, it's out of my hands. Okay? I was like, hey, man, these are really small. I said, yo, these are really small, which they were. But oh, Jesus Christ. I was like, these are too small. They didn't fit. And then I ended up buying this other stuff anyway cuz I felt bad too. Like I felt I don't know if you guys feel the same way when you were like, if you ever make someone like in the service industry busy, like you have to give them something. You know what I mean? Like that at least that's just for me. Like that's why when I go to a restaurant, if I don't drink alcohol usually, except I did drink one night this weekend. But if I don't drink alcohol, if I'm just fucking slamming Diet Cokes, like I'm leaving a gigantic tip because like you're making that travel time. You know what I mean? And your assumption is like during that, if we're looking at it analytically, like if you're doing that travel time back and forth over and over and over again, like the expectation is if I was slamming fucking drinks, those are like $13, $14 a pop, $20 a pop, depending on what the fuck you're drinking, right? So like I have to factor that in. So I tip like I just had, 11 vodka sodas or whatever instead of just the 11 Diet Cokes that I drank. And it's like you can't go to a nice restaurant and be like, here, just give me the bottle of Coke. Okay? I just want. They probably think it's impressive though. Anyway, so I felt the exact same. I feel the exact same urge when I go to like a store that gives you clothes, especially because like I'm very hard to shop for. I'm very hard to shop with, as you guys already know. So I bought these fucking pants. Oh my god, no. These do have the tassels though, but it's not these. No, here, thank you for this chatter. They do have the weird fucking tassels on them. But it wasn't that. It wasn't these pants. Even though these pants are sick. Yeah, so I ended up buying the fucking Kith like what is it? The duo. Like the top and bottom. I'm wearing the shorts right now actually. I'll show you in a second. Where the fuck is it? Like one of the fucking new arrivals maybe? I don't know. It has a mountain on it. It has like a Japanese mountain side on the top and bottom. That's the one I got. I could just show it to you right now, but I don't know why I'm like literally going to their website to show it off their website. Didn't know Kiss still existed? Bro, it's the wackest shit. I'm gonna be honest. It is the wackest fucking shit. Okay. Even they literally sell like it is such their website is all of Kith, not just the LA store. Anyway, it's such like fuckboy shit that like they sell Kith branded like hand cream and shit. You know what I mean? 38 is kind of small for someone your height, right? Wait, 38 weighs? No. The Maharishi designer is British and anti-war but loves camo. Couldn't find the Vietnam mentions. He said that the name Maha unironically comes from the Vietnamese luxury garment providers that worked alongside the U.S. Forces in the Vietnam War to build the U.S. Forces, civilian wear and shit. I'm 38. I'm 6'7". You're fine, Hasan? No, 38 is big. This guy says, woof, 38. Most dudes are 32 to 34. Yeah, when I was at my skinniest, I was 34. But right now I'm definitely 38. Maharishi means great saint in Sanskrit. I'm just saying that's what they fucking said. That. Holy shit, dude. I know that Maharishi is also Indian, okay? I know that. Yikes. I know. Okay, here, I'll just fucking show you. I'll just show you. Don't know why we're having this conversation. Don't know why everything turns into a fucking debate, okay? I don't know why, but it has to happen, I guess. So if it has to happen here, like I'll just dive a little bit deeper so you fucking understand it, okay? Understand where I'm coming from. Maybe I misunderstood something about the designer and his background. I haven't looked into their interviews, but the way that they're presenting themselves, especially in the about section of certain things that they're selling, made it feel like they were, how do I describe it? Not exactly anti-war. Nice headband and rug, my guy. You're welcome. Why can't I find it? They had an Associated Press jacket, okay? And I clicked on it because I'm like, that's kind of cool. They had like an Associated Press Vietnam jacket. Like as though they said that this one was for the Associated Press, like, journalists that got lost in the war. Not that it matters. Like, if something fucking looks cool, like, you don't have to care about, like, the political underpinnings, right? I just thought it was fascinating. That's why I brought it up. Wait, why can't I find it now? What the fuck? Oh, here it is. Thank you, Prayden. Here it is. The Associated Press jungle jacket. Wash cotton poplin. Okay. Well, it's fucking savings are out of control. Jacket's kind of cool. I was going to buy it. And then I looked at the description of it. Wait, why can't I see the rest of the description? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, here it is. Here. Look. Stone embroidered name tape vintage stonewash. A reproduction news reporter jungle shirt features woven patches and name tapes made from lightweight cotton poplin. Shirt is the imagined uniform of a missing photojournalist. Often these unique press uniforms customized with the patches of the units they join on the front line are some of the most rare and sought after by collectors. 1960s era U.S. Army cotton poplin Wait, did they delete this? Oh, here it is. Maha Tailor Shop. Originally a standalone tailor shop, trade boomed when the U.S. Navy accepted the invitation to advise in the Vietnam War. And the Maharishi Fine Tailor Company emerged, providing modifications and customization for U.S. soldiers and the uniforms of the Civilian Irregular Defense Group. I've never heard someone describe America's invasion and war crimes of Vietnam as advice. Even the most like rugged pro-military hawks in the United States of America would not describe it that way. That was like, if we're in the fucking 50s and leading up to the Vietnam War in the 60s, like then maybe, okay? Because that was the original purpose as to why they were there, training and advice. And then, some of them got their shit blown up. You know what I mean? Maharishi explored its mythological roots in 1960s Vietnam, where the arrival of 400,000 U.S. soldiers resulted in a huge increase in demand for the services of tailors. Uniforms were not designed for the tropical local climate. So many soldiers sought modifications to make uniforms more appropriate. The original 60s spec cotton sateen has been reproduced with organic yarns. Like, man, dude, the thing is, I love fashion. Okay, you guys know this, even though because of that reason, sometimes I really, sometimes I swing and I miss, and that's fine. That's what happens, right? That's just, you're not always going to be batting 1,000, okay? Or whatever sport reference that I don't know. Hold on. I'm also going to blast off real quick. So, but the thing is, like, I still like it. Like, I still appreciate it. For most of my life, I've had a lot of issues. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. For most of my life, I've had a lot of issues with accessibility to fashion. One, because of how expensive shit is, and two, because of my size. And, now things aren't necessarily as expensive, obviously. Okay? To me. But my size has not changed. I'm still fucking big boy. It's still very, very hard to find like clothes that fit, because clothes are still made specifically for like skinny dudes, right? And to be fair, even your bat fits are still better than my mid fits. Yeah. Yeah, I did see the big cat in PFD Ether, Aaron Rodgers. I said I didn't look at any fucking news, but I did see this one at least. Yeah, shouts out to the boy, PFD commenter. I live in Japan and I'm a big guy. Accessibility is hard here. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard like Skara had a hard time finding clothes and shit. That made me so sad. Shouts out to Skara. Anyway, where'd you buy clothes before you were wealthy? It's impossible to find affordable clothing stores outside of the thrift store, motherfucker. I still go to thrift stores. I mean, I haven't really like updated my wardrobe since 2019 because I haven't really been outside that much. I've bought and every time I've bought shirts or whatever, it's gone, unfortunately, viral. But, yeah, thrift stores. I mean, dude, I'll tell you my progress, okay, through fashion. I was a Maxinista, which is really awful because like H&M and Zara and all those like fast fashion brands, they didn't necessarily have my sizes back then. That might have changed. Okay. But I was a Maxinista. I go to fucking Marshalls and TJ Maxx. Do not suggest Ross Dress for Less in here, okay? Don't even fucking mention that shit because god damn it, I have standards, okay? And so should you. Like, those places are really good if you need, like, home appliances or some shit, you know what I mean? If you need, like, a fucking pillow, and if you want, like a seven times sailed, like, a pillow that was, like, 11 seasons ago popping off as some, like, luxury designer brand or whatever, and you want to get it for, like, $1, those stores are great. Even Ross Dress for Less. But I wouldn't even walk into Ross Dress for Less for motherfucking pillows and shit, okay? Ross slander, get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm a Maxinista, baby. Anyway, but it also, you're attacking Hispanic moms everywhere. Man, Hispanic moms should know better, dude. What the fuck? I mean, TJ Maxx and Nordstrom Rack, if you want to go fancy with it. They even have like off Saks Fifth, whatever, however the fuck you say it. Anyway, Rossophobic, look out for Ross Twitter, bro. Why is Ross always dirty? Just shit thrown around the store. Ross Dress for Less is unironically it's like Burlington Coat Factory. Okay? Ross Dress for Less and Burlington Coat Factory are the like depths of hell for bargain bin fashionistas. Like, it's just so bad. It's so fucking bad. Like, the vibes are off, dude. You walk in there, the vibes are off. You walk into a Ross Dress for Less, the vibes are fucking off, okay? Especially a Ross Dress for Less. If I were to fucking tear them up, like, I've never walked in and been like, I'm going to find some shit in here that I would like to wear. It's always like the wonkiest patterns. I'm like, Adidas? Like, Adidas made these? You're like, there's no shot. These are like, there's no shot this is real Nike. You know what I mean? You look at it and you're like, I've never seen this before. That doesn't even look like Nike. Who made these? Ross has the vibe of depression and failure. Yeah. Can't shop here. The vibe's not on it. No. You know what I mean? If you've ever been to a Ross Dress for Less, you know what I mean. At least at like TJ Maxx, sometimes you go there, especially because I'm a big boy, right? They'll have like a triple XL that's like a nicer brand. You know what I mean? And you're like, holy shit, this is like $14 for something that's like otherwise like a $300 shirt or something, right? Ross, you are not finding that. That is not happening at Ross. That's never happening at Ross. At Ross, you go to Ross and you do dress for less, but you also, it takes a lot out of you. Okay? If you want to feel worse about yourself, Ross is like, you should just go to fucking Target instead. Like, go buy shit from Target. Listen, not to be a downer, but that's all some people can afford. Dude, why is it that like the leftier than thou types never listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? We're talking about bargain bin pricing regardless. We're having a conversation exclusively about shopping for cheaper garments, okay? Within that realm, Ross is the bottom of the fucking barrel. So shut the fuck up. Ross Dress for Less is my Vietnam. I'm purely Old Navy, Zulily, and Amazon. Ross feels like a JCPenney's or Sears. You go in and you feel like you're not supposed to be there. Like, I don't know, man. Ross ain't about the quality. It's about the quantity. We would buy shit from there and send shit back to Belize for family and friends. That's fucked up, dude. That is fucked up. How? You didn't give them TJ Maxx? You sent them Ross Dress for Less? They were like, God damn, bro, we could have just bought shit here. In Belize, they're like, fuck, man, this shit is rank. That's so fucked up. I would not do that to my family back in Turkey, okay? Yo, your privilege is showing? Come on, dude. I did that shit too. We did that shit too. But, you know, TJ Maxx or Marshalls. I can't believe you did that to your family back in Belize, dude. Every fucking fob / every foreigner in here that has had the luxury to be able to go to the United States of America knows exactly what I'm talking about. Where you go there and you go with a fucking empty suitcase, or you buy the suitcase at the TJ Maxx, like the biggest one, and then you fill it with shit for your family. Everyone does that. Like, but, you know, don't do it at Ross. You can at least get last season's Ralph Lauren from Marshalls and TJ. Exactly. So, anyway, back when I didn't have a lot of money, that's what I would do. Back when I would just go and try to like find something chill at TJ Maxx and stuff. And never at Ross. I have walked inside of Ross though. It's like really bad. Outlets are obviously fire too. Want like last season's shit, but anyway, but that's a higher price point. But thrift stores are the best, actually. Even though thrift stores have been inflated out the ass as well. You calling out every Mexican in the chat by disrespecting Ross? I'm just saying, man. There's definitely better. There's definitely better shops out there for the same price point. Yes, I have stepped foot inside of a Ross. I am not proud, okay? These were not one of my prouder moments. So, anyway, Let me blast off real quick because I forgot to do that, and then we'll continue talking about it for a moment. Okay. All right, let's pop off. There's a lot to talk about today too, news wise, because like I've been gone for a day. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we're hitting 1 million. Hitting 1 million subs on YouTube as well today, hopefully. That's right. But yeah, touching grass on the weekends is good, man. It's really good. This shit's on Ross. Exactly why I don't like Ross. Yeah. I'm also making jokes, by the way. You don't have to like fucking take it so seriously and be like, wow, you're being really classist for shitting on Ross. It's just like Ross is, out of all of the bargain places, it's the absolute fucking worst, like demonstrably. Which is why I'm shitting on it. Okay. Senate Dems finally pass a bill. And big mad. Talking about Israel's Gaza. More. Get in now. No notification today? Damn, bro. I don't go out for one fucking day. I don't stream for one day and Twitch forgets about me, dude. And then they're like, no notifications for you. How fucked up is that? Actually, I'm not going to put Israel Gaza in there because make jokes and shit. And I don't want to fucking mention that in the title where I'm making jokes. Okay. Okay, hitting 1 million subs on YouTube. I'm also going to check in with Ludwig as well. Checking in with Bud. About. We will talk about it, yes. Analytics. Here it is. Juice it up. Not everybody's getting my fucking noties because I wasn't live every day this week. So juice this up. Let the people know. I already put the blast off meme in there. Stealing some YouTube cloud from Lud. Classy Hasan. Who cares? Poor you, cry more. Stealing some YouTube cloud from Lud. See, this is what I don't understand. Like, am I more clouded than Lud, or am I stealing some clout from Lud? I love when people say, like, I'm stealing clout from my friends who I, you know, love hanging out with and appreciate. I am unsure, but I will get mad regardless. Well, the thing is, oh, also this week I'm going to have Chris Smalls on as well. Do you agree that Israel is bad? I feel like it's controversial to say in the West, but I hope that people will wake up to the truth. Do you think that the US and Europe will turn against Israel in your lifetime? The first answer is yes. I think that the Israeli state is an apartheid genocidal state. And it is absolutely unacceptable. The crimes against humanity that are a part of everyday existence for the lives of so many Palestinians. But will the United States of America or Europe ever criticize Israel? Absolutely not. They will definitely like politely say, hey, don't do that. But America will never personally say, shut off the funding tap to Israel or anything like that. We also have, Oibrov Union propaganda, which is cool. I also talked to the Oibrov Union lovers and supporters. Navarra Media, that interview came out as well. It's ironic to me that this chat loves to drown any promotion for you, but then gets upset with when their shared values don't have much traction online. What do you mean? I think that this, the attitude that we have here in this community is a lot more popular than what people would think it actually is. But unfortunately, because in the mainstream media there is a lot more broader pushback. There's a lot more broader pushback in mainstream media to leftist values. So it's like, it's basically... Aaron Bastani seemed a little low-key off-put by the amount of Oibrov roasting you do on stream. Yeah, he has no idea. Yeah, Bastani did not know how much I make fun of Oibrovs. Will the ag reduce inflation? I mean, marginally, certainly. Where is your Finnish-Finland flag? Where? It's behind me somewhere on the desk. If you want to see it, you can watch it. The lawyer who prosecuted Alex Jones is coming on today, right? Yeah, he went big time. He big leagued me. He's going on mainstream media this week, so he's like flying out to do like MSM appearances. So he's not going to be on until the weekend. However, we also have Chris Smalls of Amazon Labor Union coming on this week, hopefully. I'm shooting for Wednesday. I'm gonna hit him up again, and we will figure it out. Okay. New Jubilee for later. Do all trans teens think the same? Oh God, that will certainly be a lot of... You should get Knowledge Fight, guys. I know Jordan streams on Twitch. Okay, maybe. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? This is crazy. Someone wrote an article about me. Popular streamer has given up his intellectual property completely. One of the most popular streamers in the world, HasanAbi, has a surprise stance when it comes to one major gripe. What the fuck? Why did they post this photo? They make it seem like I got hella fucking cash up in here, dude. What does... Okay. What is this? It mentions daily dose of HasanAbi. That's crazy. News.com.au. Popular streamer has given up his intellectual property completely. Is AU Australia or Austria? Depending on which, I need to figure out which country I'm going to offend with my takes. Australia. All right, nice. Famous Twitch streamer HasanAbi recently spoke about a phenomenon that should not be unfamiliar to creative types. People stealing his work and republishing it for monetization purposes. Oftentimes, especially on digital platforms, creators who publish a completed work, be it art, video, music, and so on, or find it being shared around publicly, and if possible, without watermarks or references to the original creator. This type of plagiarism is common online, and Hasan is no different from the content creators in that regard. What does make him different, however, is his stance on the matter. He wants them to monetize his content. Speaking on stream, he said, "I fucking write for all my fan channels. YouTube took down a bunch of the fan channels, including Daily Dose of HasanAbi, and stopped monetizing them. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want. I don't mind their existence. I encourage it. I've basically given up my intellectual property completely. The only request he has of these fan channels is that they provide links to the channels such as his Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch." HasanAbi is one of the top streamers on Twitch, producing content that is more politics-oriented for average crowds of 30,000 daily, primarily focusing on American politics. HasanAbi's category as a just chatting streamer marks him as one of the most popular non-video game-related channels on Twitch. Twitch streamers often will issue takedown requests against channels that use their content without permission, especially if channels begin monetizing content that isn't theirs. HasanAbi is possibly the largest streamer to state publicly that anyone can use his content as they wish, as long as they provide links back to his channels. HasanAbi recently began criticizing the uprising of slots on Twitch, including the grimy practices of major cryptocurrency casinos, paying top streamers to stream their gambling habits. This exposes a large portion of the Twitch population, 40% of which aged 16 to 24, to gambling and other predatory practices. Crypto gambling is currently illegal in the United States, and Twitch has stated that they're investigating the category for potential regulation. That's right. Nice. All right, Aussies. You got a license for all that chat in there, mate? Not enough people give props for how good you've gotten with these accents. Thank you. What is this? Brandon said, the AK guy said, even though Hasan the Hun and I have very different political views on most things, I respect him for at least standing up for free speech for creators. Would love to have him out for a range day sometime and show him real gun culture, maybe with Clean and Donut Operator. For the record, I don't need fucking clout. I've made my money. I'm good. I just think it's neat to talk to people who acknowledge shooting guns is fun and want to try and explore it. Do a Bloodborne accent. Dude, I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little scared. These guys have a lot of guns, okay? I do like Clean though. Clean is the man. How do I request the Edinburgh accent? Dark Brain and cringe post by Senate Dems. The comment memes are also cringe. Okay, well, what? They did a fucking Dark Brandon post? No shot. Oh, no. It's done. It's over. The meme is dead. The meme was already pretty dead. Like, especially because, like, people who unironically like Brandon. Like, when people who like Brandon use the Dark Brandon meme, it's over. It's done. Why? Because the joke is that Dark Brandon is bullshit. He's not real. Like, the idea is like we're making up stuff that he has done as though he's like actually fucking a person with like serious interest in emancipating marginalized people, right? It's just like it doesn't work if you are a fucking major Democrat. It doesn't work if you yourself are literally a Democratic senator or a Democratic congressperson. I tweeted earlier about it being dead and buried as soon as people who work directly with them are posting the same meme being like hyuk hyuk while still droning kids. Yeah. No, it doesn't work that way. It just straight up doesn't work that way. Oh, dude, it is so dead. It's dead. It's dead. R.I.P. R.I.P. to Dark Brandon. Gone but not forgotten. Do you see people trying to tie it to 4chan culture? I mean, I think it is. Everything is 4chan culture, though, on the internet. It's just like, I think, you know how, like, I was thinking about this earlier today, actually, while I was working out. You know how there's like nice ways of saying certain things that you normally, like leftist ways of saying certain things that otherwise, if you said in a different way, would be considered inappropriate? Like queer coded. You could say queer coded and people are like, oh, this guy's a leftist. But like the right-wing version of that is just saying fruity, right? Or gay. Like, this guy's gay. Okay? It's just the same shit. You're saying, like, kind of the same thing, right? It's true. We can say it in this space. We're having an honest conversation about it. And I feel as though saying something is 4chan culture is just like a nicer way of saying, maybe not even a nicer, but like a more out of touch way of saying neurodivergent, which is also a nicer version of saying autism. One has a derogatory connotation though. No, I understand that. That's what I mean. I get it, and there's no problem with it. You know what I mean? Like, I just like it, especially because that's just how language works. You know what I mean? Like you are basically describing the same thing, but you're also saying I'm not against that thing when you say queer coded versus or neurodivergent. Versus, like, if you say it in the way that like a right winger would say it, then you're basically dropping any kind of like pretext that would actually be in support of said groups of people. Okay. You get it? Like verbal social sensitivity. Neurodivergent includes more than just autism though, right? Yes, it does. Anyway. Disenfranchised makes up new colloquial speak that normies steal. 4chan culture ranges from like incredibly right-wing, alt-right, like horrifyingly racist reactionary memes that are created specifically for the purpose of like marginalizing people, all the way to like concepts that have been completely taken over by even the left, like Pepe the Frog, you know what I mean? But to the out-of-touch boomer that looks at said realities, they will say, God damn, M-HUD with a 39-monther. God damn. Anyway, avoiding the ads at the top of the hour for 39 months. That's what M-HUD's been doing. It's 12/12. Make a wish, everybody. I'm running the fucking ad break right now. Maybe you wished to get a gifted sub by someone if you're a lucky boy or girl or MB. Maybe you have $5, which you can use to subscribe for $5, at which point you will be able to avoid the ads on your own. Or maybe you don't have $5 and you have a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks by using your Twitch Prime here. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Matt NLT, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. XX River Pig XX, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 10 people total to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. What are you drinking? A health potion from the apothecary. Shoe Hash, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Anyway. I aspire to be this big of a hater one day. Dude, what the fuck is that? Hold on. This is an insane fucking take. This guy says, car wouldn't start this morning, get to work late, and our internet is down. Lol, I love this shit. Unlike KD Trey 5, Kevin Durant, I actually enjoy taking the hardest road. It's basically just problem-solving practice. You enjoy having a shitty car and getting to work and not being able to connect to the internet? I love that. That's so funny. One thing that you get to have as like someone who is like Kevin Durant, who is completely removed from like the normies, is that you can make a fucking joke like this and then people will not. Old Katie Twitter was unhinged. Yeah, no, I know. Kevin Durant has always been blasting people. Okay? But one of the wonderful things is that you can just like quote tweet someone like this and people can understand that you're like being humorous and making jokes about it and dunking on someone without people being like, sweaty. That's a neurodivergent minor that you quote tweeted. Now he has to lock his account. You know what I mean? Durant is a big time shit poster. He loves Twitter, his burner accounts. I'm glad he leaned into it. Yeah. Anyway. Fun fact, Katie has more tweets than points scored. Lots of replies of him shitting on a poor person. Hey, guess what? You should have fucking grind harder, broke boy. You know what I'm saying? 8-figure Amazon seller. Anti-guru, 6 years of college, 32 credits. Weedicus 420, Manic Express is my best secret to make $1 million, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, guess what, dude? Broke boy, you should have grind fucking harder so you had a better car. Suck me. You know what I'm saying? Also, not everyone is a fucking annoying joy kill like some of the members in this community and also like the adjacent Twitter mob that we associate with, unfortunately. So it doesn't even fucking matter. When someone like Kevin Durant says this, like people understand exactly what's going on here without being like, well, this is a classist analysis. You know what I mean? Why do you hate us? I don't hate you guys. I love you guys. This is a community that I've like actually fucking whipped into shape many, many times over so that it's actually like not a incredibly hostile and awful place to be in. That's why this community keeps growing rather than constantly becoming more insular. You know what I mean? Oh, what the fuck? Alex Jones's text messages? Oh, the gift that keeps on giving, baby. First on CNN, Alex Jones's texts have been turned over to the January 6th committee. Oliver Darcy reports. Fuck me, dude. That is so good. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, God, I'm going to come. Oh, fuck. All right. Let's start off with a Dark Brandon meme that is now officially dead. But before that, hold on. Let me see this fucking Buddha clip you guys wanted me to watch.
Man, these fucking crackers are fucking pasty as hell, man. Whoa, that sounded really bad out of context. I was talking about the crackers that I'm eating. That sounded really bad.
Oh my. Okay, guys, don't do that. Don't send me videos like this. I don't want Buddha to get fucking banned, especially on his birthday. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. Okay, what is this? Shopping at Ross.
Where are the shirts at? This one looks pretty good.
Oh my god.
Yes!
Maybe this one looks pretty good.
No, yo sabía. Sí, yo sabía.
Oh, the material on this.
No seas mamón. No.
Everything, dude. Everything at Ross. Everything is exactly like this. Is perfect. This is perfect. I know a lot of the Flexicans ride for fucking Ross, but it's just the worst. Don't do it. You are not a Flexican if you shop at Ross, okay? You do not. You want to dress for less, and that's fine, okay? You want to dress for less, and that's fucking fine. But You have to literally think about what's being taken from you, okay? At what cost? Hit up a fucking TJ Maxx or a Marshalls instead. I'm telling you, dude. Hit up a fucking TJ Maxx or a Marshalls instead. Do not shop at Ross. The amount of the psychic damage that you will withstand as a consequence of fucking shopping at Ross is not worth it. Okay? At what cost? Yeah, what did it cost you? Everything. You don't have to do this to yourselves. Exactly. I'm grinding so I can TJ Maxx money. No, I mean, it's the same price point for the most part. And also, not only that, it used to be popping. It fell off high key. No, my friend, it never was popping, okay? Back when I actually used to have time to go shopping for clothes, I fucking loved, especially as like a foreigner that came to America, I loved going to these fucking low cost bargain bin stores, right? And you know, getting shit for my family back in Turkey. It's like the number one thing that like every fucking foreigner does if they're lucky enough to ever, you know, make it on US soil. Okay? I'm telling you. The gym wear is decent there. No, that's a trick. That trick is to get you through the door. You think it is, but then you look at it and you're like, there's no way this is real Adidas, okay? If your parents right now, if there are parents in here and you have fucking kids, let me tell you something. Do not buy their shit at Ross Dress for Less, okay? It's like Adidas. It's a busted ass Adidas. They're going to get fucking clowned on at school. They're going to think like, oh man, I got like these new Adidas shoes that I have, okay? It's sick. Like all my friends are going to think it's awesome. No, they're going to know it's fake. They're going to fucking rip them. Some fucking fuckboy Supreme, drop shipping. One of his fucking classmates that you know is like basically a professional at figuring out what's fucking fake is going to point to him and go, that's fake, bro. And then that kid is over. It's over. For the rest of the fucking year, he's done, okay? He will be known as the guy who's wearing the Adidas. They will be bullied mercilessly. Do not do this to your children. Do not do this to your children, okay? Do not get them from Ross Dress for Less. Are you advocating for parents to blow all their money on kids' clothes instead of investing in their futures? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. Not every kid goes to school in Hollywood. Man, shut the fuck up. Why is it that people are always like, I'm actually literally writing this from the inside of a prison cell that I've been put in because I'm too poor? Like, shut the fuck up. This is like normal human shit, okay? You don't have to, it's not Hollywood. This is like almost universal. I grew up in fucking Turkey. I went to public school in Turkey, and there was still that same exact concept there, which it was like, why are you, those shoes, those are fake. Like that exists as a universal value under capitalism. Okay? I just disagree. Ross is goated. Dude, TJ Maxx or Marshalls. Okay? TJ Maxx or Marshalls. It happens a lot. I grew up in South LA. Me and my friends in New York City used to buy fake shit on purpose because it was cheap and no one cared by us. Yeah, I mean, telling me you've never been to a flea market, Ajan? No, I think that flea markets are fine. It's great. If flea markets are awesome. Ross and TJ Maxx are the same company, have the same suppliers. Yeah, except it doesn't fucking matter because clearly the better shit that's still at the same price point goes to TJ Maxx and the worst shit goes to Ross Dress for Less. Ross Dress for Less and Burlington Coat Factory is where clothes go to die, okay? It is literally the American version of sending like an African country the losing Super Bowl team's t-shirts, okay? That's it. Which, by the way, speaking of which, would be kind of fire if I could get my hands on that. But it is literally the American version of that. It is the domestic version of that. Just go to TJ Maxx instead. Go to TJ Maxx or Marshalls. It's the same price point. I'm giving you guys. That's not true. TJ Maxx and Home Goods and Marshalls are the same. Ross is a different company. How do you feel about Shaq's shoes being at Walmart for lower income families? I'll just say this much. My fucking foreign parents didn't know the difference between Shaq and Jordans, and they bought me a bunch of Shaq shit, and then I got roasted at basketball camp for it. So I am not too fond of that. I know he did a nice thing and he wanted low income families to have shoes. Well, guess what, dude? Sometimes you still get roasted for it. Okay? You get roasted for it. You wear the Starberries? Oh my God. You wear the Shaq shit, you're going to get roasted for it, especially if you're not that good at balling. And I certainly was not. Okay? Childhood trauma bias? Yeah, whatever. Man, that's a name I haven't heard in so long. You are 100% right. It just has my Hispanic mom who used to go to Ross. Never again. She's now ride or die TJ Maxx or Marshalls. Anyway. My man said low income basketball camp. Bro. If you're bad like me, it's not low income. You have to pay. But most of the other kids, they're getting paid to go there. That's basketball camp. I assume some of you have never done that. It's Twitch, so maybe. I don't know why every conversation that I have revolves around like someone trying to be like, you're actually out of touch. Meanwhile, it's like the most normal combo to have. Like, it's not like I was fucking caked up when I was going to TJ Maxx. When I was living in the kitchen of a frat house. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. The only place I've ever seen Ross poppin' is in Germany. Clean, not overpriced. Any German chatters back up. Chat is clinically white and online. Yeah, it's just... You've been in the exact same position, had to pay to go to basketball shit because I was below average at the game. Yeah. Also, however, though, basketball camp is unironically one of the most like socialist experiments that you could ever engage in. It is incredible for character development. You get placed into a situation where like it is the closest you can ever achieve to a meritocracy. It is all incomes, all the way from the poorest kids all the way to the richest fucking kids. They're all together. That's how basketball camp works. It is actually very good for character development. To be fair, my family ain't even got running water and you were clowning on their Ross drip. No, I'm clowning on you for getting them Rosses at a TJ Maxx. They don't have running water and then you're also giving them Ross drip. Unacceptable. I didn't do that to them. You did. Okay, all jokes aside, though. All jokes aside, though, yeah, basketball camp is actually like anyone that says like, "Oh, basketball camp, wow, rich guy has never been to basketball camp." Bro, American brand fetishization is absolutely brain broken. Remember, chat, every time you buy unnecessary clothes, you're supporting the exploitation of a Bangladeshi 11-year-old girl. Yes, that's also true. Being a leftist is like constantly undermining your own personal experience with certain realities that like the overwhelming majority of people would most likely agree with. That could be like a very easy joking bit in a comedic capacity because people want to look for a classist interpretation of such realities because it's coming from like a now affluent, wealthy white dude. It's awesome. It's like, well, let me figure out why this is unethical, because you think laughter is unethical. Okay, that's it. Shut the fuck up. The UK was footy camp, getting sent there because you're a fat shit and always getting picked last because the best for character development for sure. I mean, dude, I know. Listen, I was a fucking t-shirt in the pool guy, okay? Trust me. All the cool kids are ripping on you, okay? When you're the fucking kid who wears a t-shirt to the pool so he doesn't even go into the pool, because like at that point it's like better that you don't go in the pool, okay? Honestly. Then yeah, you're going to get ripped on. Weren't you still 6'4" in Turkey? What? No, I got a second growth spurt in college, for sure. One time at football summer workouts, I was put on the skins team and walked over to the shirts team. Oh, dude, that's the worst. Yeah. That's the fucking worst. Shirts versus skins is unacceptable, dude. Some of us are not equipped for that, okay? You can't do that. Either put me on the shirts team or just don't even. I'm tapping out. I'm not going to be a part of that. Wasn't 6'4" when he was the t-shirt pool kid, dude. Yeah. People, it's always funny because like we joke about how like conservatives have no object permanence, and then this chat will literally act like I was 6'4", 230 pounds, shredded and rich my entire life. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, that's how I went to basketball camp. When I was like fucking 13, 14, I was like 6'4" and jacked. This is how I came out the womb, and they were like, damn, how are you so paid at 13? Look where your tweet notification cut off today. Hitting 1 million subs on YouTube. Senate Dems finally passed a bill and Republicans are big mad. Checking in with Lud about my anal. True. It's probably because we never see any of your out of shape pics and just your great looking ones. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any of them available. I didn't used to take a lot of photos when I was young for obvious reasons as well. So that's probably part of the reason. Anyway, chat is like how babies cry when their dad shaves his beard. Yeah, exactly. Well, this chat literally did cry when I shaved my beard, like the babies, if you remember. Back kid talk has to come with a trigger warning. You're digging up suppressed memories. Yeah, bitch, it's triggering me too, okay? So, whatever. Did you take student loans? Yes, I did. Okay. Did they not? Yeah. Wait, when you were 14 years old at basketball camp, did they not know you were a famous Twitch streamer? You're an elite man. Do you think messages like this should be more received by men? Oh, I can't wait how terrible this is.
This is true, but ask.
Okay, that's going to be terrible. We shouldn't even look at that, honestly. What is this? What every Andrew Tate TikTok sounds like to me?
No, but I don't think you're understanding is girls are weird, girls are smelly, and girls drool and boys rule.
I mean, that's literally it. Yeah, this person nailed it straight up. I've been making this joke for a while now. I already saw the Buddha clip, chatter. I already watched it. I was 365 pounds. Now I'm 205 pounds. Still going on until 185 pounds. Took a year off, but maintained back on now. Yeah. Baby Tucker. Got the cooties lately? You're not alone. It seems like the girls are giving it to everyone these days. Mrs. Johnson says cooties don't exist. The fact that she is herself a girl, we're told, is pure coincidence. I love that. That's funny. That's good. What's going on? Bro, Tucker Carlson If Tucker Carlson looked like this, he would be the best Minecrafter, okay? Young Tucker Carlson is built like a Minecrafter, okay? Holy shit, the entire Minecraft stan community would be the most reactionary, alt-right, insufferable psychos on the planet. Can you imagine? Holy shit. Imagine what you know about the Minecraft community is like maybe radfem, sometimes like tenderqueer, sometimes very upset, sometimes very, aggressive, over the top. Now imagine if they were all fucking Nazis, because if Tucker Carlson looked like this, they would literally be that way. So not much different. Man, y'all are fucking crazy if you think the Minecraft community is not otherwise like overwhelmingly good, or at least like on the right side of fucking issues for the most part. Okay? Yeah, I saw this TikTok earlier. No, Minecraft Twitter, especially as they're aging now, but Minecraft Twitter, personally, okay, for the most part, is politics revolving around empathy, but they certainly do have a lot of, they certainly do have a lot of edges, and they are they're like radfems. I make fun of them. Okay, you did it, Hasan. Congrats. Never worked harder on anything my entire life. Thanks, everyone. Hey, okay, Will. We did it. We made it to 1,000 subs. Wait, where's the hold on, where is the counter? To be fair, I didn't want to, or 1,000 subs, 1,000,000 subs. I did not want to look at the counter because I knew that it was going to be broken. But we did it. We officially did it. We made it. And because I knew that if I pulled it up, last time I did this shit, when I pulled this shit up, it went down. And I know it's probably going to go down again now. But that's it. It's over. We've made it. Hella people will unsub when they see this, by the way. But yeah, see, it's already happening. But there's plenty of people who are combating it as well. So, wait, what? Real-time subscribers? Why is it at 990? What the fuck's going on? Dude, stop! Every fucking time, dude. Every time. Why do you have to do this every time? Y'all are fucking joy stealers. This is literally why I didn't have the live counter up. This is why I did not have the live counter up. God damn it, dude. She made a sequel? Okay, we're done with that. We're done with that. But yes, I made it. I made it to 1,000,000 subs. Shouts out to Warger. Shouts out to Will Barker. Shouts out to Austinox. Shouts out to even the Daily Dose of HasanAbi, who we sometimes contract out for some edits as well. We made it a long time. I really did not think that I would hit 1,000,000 subs ever on YouTube. Shouts out to the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. You know what I mean? Congratulations. I hope all of you hit 1,000,000 subs one day as well. Okay. And thank you. Thank you for riding me out to 1,000,000 subs and a gold YouTube button. Okay. We had a couple of years back, old heads know, back in like 2019, I believe, before the 2020 election boom, I had a conversation, or in the beginning of 2020, actually. I had a channel that was non-functional for the most part. I hadn't even opened up monetization on YouTube. Some of the videos were monetizing, most weren't. I don't even know how. And then I had a conversation with Ludwig. I think like back then he was a small fry as well. I remember when you posted that 8-hour Epstein video on there. Yeah, that was not good. I think I got blacklisted for that one. You had the convo with Elwig in September of 2020? Wait, really? Yeah, I had a convo with Ludwig, which we will have another one today, hopefully. But yeah, Ludwig was so confused when he told him. Your name was mentioned a lot last couple of weeks of Andrew Tate. I'm on team HasanAbi. I remember you watching Roasting Caitlin Bennett, and then I was hooked and started watching your stream. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people in here that came in from individual videos that they either saw on the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex or videos that they saw on videos that they saw on my, on my channel. This one was a big one. Gun Girl gets publicly owned by communists. 3.1 million views strong. Reacted to the Bishop Bureau talking about the political compass. 2 million views strong. HasanAbi reacts to men's rights versus feminism. I made Andrew Tate run away in a debate. That's a new one. We've come a long way. I found you through the Fall Guys clip of the stream, Sniper. Oh, really? Some of you, of course, discovered me through other Twitch streamers that I collaborate with. That's normal. That's usually how it works. This is you and Ludwig talking about YouTube.
Look, at the end of the day, if something happens...
Oh my God, this was literally on September. I find a lot of fulfillment from what I do. I think that it's easy to just like overlook it, say, oh, dude, you're just a fucking React Randall. Or, oh, dude, it's just like you play video games. You're so... I had 186,000 subscribers on September 11th, 9/11/2020. That's crazy. I found you through Eddie Burback defending you during the HasanAbi drama. I found you at the beginning of the pandemic from your debate streams. I was looking for election coverage I didn't have to put my cable info into. Yeah. I mean, look at that, dude. Look at the profile pic and shit. Like, it's crazy. You never really talk about 9/11. What are your thoughts? Just curious. Yeah, we're just gonna keep that. We're gonna keep that a secret. But yeah, 2020, I had 186,000 subscribers. I had a conversation with Ludwig.
More than possible, right? I mean
that I if you look at the way the platform
how many people
looked.
watch Tucker Carlson's dumbass every day?
What?
How many people watch Tucker
I
Carlson's
know, but
dumbass
you're
every
talking
day?
about Fox News, which captivates boomers and is millions of people watching exclusively for the news, versus Twitch, a platform that's not really known for news.
Sure.
And has
it
only
hasn't
recently started
happened.
getting into like just chatting and shit.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but I think just chatting will all...
I found you through a live stream fails thread shitting on you. That's always wild when people are like, yeah, I watched you get shit on by like the most psychotic people, and then I decided this guy's got some good ideas. I mean, it takes a lot of sanity and mental clarity to figure out. I found you through this TikTok. This person hates me now. The anti-HasanAbi nowadays. This person used to make poppin' TikToks of me, and then like because of my takes on sex work, and they're like hugely anti-sex work, they hate me now. Is that what they teach you in college nowadays? I thought all they taught you was homosexual Marxism. Is that what they... I found you through incels hating on you and used to be a hate watcher. That's always so strange to me. But I guess like that's the goal, right? Found you through shit camp. Yeah. I don't remember from what I got to know you, Lamont. I don't know if I found old King Himbo. I found you in my mom's room. So, yeah, as I was saying back then, I mean, holy shit. In the past 2 years, we went from 183,000 subs to 1 million, which is pretty fucking crazy. And I found you right after your 9/11 comments and hated you, but then I watched other lefty streamers and realized I was just in love with you. What the fuck? I found you through left Twitter. That's crazy. I found you through a Twitch link written on a bathroom stall. Okay, good one, dude. Started watching when you were on TYT. My friend described you as a left Alex Jones. Oh, God, I hope you got new friends. Heard about you from Misgift. Found you when my mom was watching the AOC stream. Found you through the Philly D thumbnail. Kept wondering who the hell this guy is. Literally found you from Codyco's old podcast that he did by himself so long ago. Oh, he took that episode down, too. For me, it was Noel Miller's Hot Lab series. I found you because Daft kept mentioning you back in like 2019, 2020. I remember knowing about you in 2016, going through my reactionary phase and forgetting about you, and then getting out and then having one of my still existing reactionary friends tweet about you. Jesus. I actually unfollowed for a while after you made a comment about Obama I didn't like, then came back when the pandemic started. That's so funny. Who the fuck watches something they don't like? Dude, when I turn on stream, I dislike it for some reason. It does bother me to keep watching. I just won't keep looking at it, especially regularly HasanAbi. Yeah, there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people who do love watching content that they fucking despise. I mean, we watch content that I despise all the time. We are hate watchers for reactionary content. The difference, of course, is that a lot of people come in here with negative associations and negative opinions of me, specifically because they will see or hear about me through like out of context clips and shit. And then ultimately they will realize that that is not the case. Or they will realize that I was being misrepresented. Some people don't stick around for that much and they just keep hating. Some people do stick around after that and go, oh, wait, I actually like this guy. Or there are some people who definitely, sit here and probably have started that way and then have changed their minds, as some were mentioning. I was hooked when you said, I hope they do a Sharia next on a Boo Boo Bennett video. I used to watch snippets of John Oliver or something like that. Yeah. I wonder how many immediately banned chatters actually like you now. I mean, that's why when we do ban appeals, I love seeing that shit. There are chatters who were like in 2019 saying like really reactionary fucked up shit, but then, and then they get banned and they're like, dude, I've been watching you for like 3 years. Can you please, unban me? I am not the same person I was when I got banned, and that's awesome. But yeah. I think the first time a lot of people heard about you was the TYT breakdown clips on Facebook, but they just never knew who you were until they eventually found your stream and learned who you really are, just like I did. Yeah. Your dead name rant, I was hooked. You did say her dead name, though, in your example of what people said? Yes! I said Bruce Jenner when talking about what dead naming is to describe to people what dead naming is! Are you fucking brain dead? We also said Ellen Page when talking about Elliot Page and what dead naming would be. How do you explain something to people without using examples? That's how people learn. Fuck! Fucking brain dead idiots! You did say her dead name, though, in your example of what people... You don't get heated like that anymore? Call that growth? I mean, sometimes I still pop off like that. I started watching the streams after JHB team interview. That's so crazy. It's always like weird. You pulled my extremely racist friend out of the alt-right rabbit hole purely through your drip. Love that. Found you when a clip of you went viral of you saying, "What's this?" when it was snow on top of their car in LA a long time ago. Yeah. Dude, how the fuck did we go from 1,333,000 to 1,050,000? We went down and then we went back up to 1 million. I guess. I found you on some vid where you hired e-girls to play COD with. It was funny and you weren't creepy. I respect dudes not being creeps. Low bar for masculinity. I know. Been a fan since. Yeah, no, that was great. That was a fun ass video. I was dead set on becoming a nun and started watching your Facebook vids, and now I'm living a fulfilling life as a trans man. Whoa, that's a wild change of events for you. I was indoctrinated Trump-hating MSNBC lib. I saw some of your fan videos on YouTube and was intrigued. I was very angry. You honestly changed my life. Hell yeah, gaming the spectrum. My brother and I watched your TYT Facebook videos religiously in high school. Yeah. I found you through clip channels. I was looking up some political content. The algo started showing me you reacting to the same news. React lording is a great way for a YouTube algo too. Yeah. Found you from the Bowl Cut streamer James Marco St. Marco. I found you in the 2020 election year after another streamer complained he wasn't the biggest political streamer covering it. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I mean, big waves. This community has grown a lot over the years, and you know, YouTube has never really been my main. YouTube was never really that big for me. It was never something that I like cared about or considered at all. I was just like hyper focusing on, you know, I was hyper focusing on Twitch stuff, and it's wonderful that that even the YouTube channel, my actual YouTube channel, not the fan channels, and there are plenty of them out there, and they're also growing all the time. But my actual YouTube channel hitting 1 million subs is pretty good. You know what I mean? Found you the Gun Girl YouTube video. I found your stream after Twitch women were thirsty for you YouTube vid. Nice. But the reason why I love this kind of thing, where people tell me where they first found me, is because I want all the people in here that constantly are second guessing some of the things that I choose to do as far as content, to understand that, like, it's way broader than that. By the way, thank you, Tyler Sparks, for the 10 gifted subs. And thank you to Speed Razor for the 20 gifted subs earlier. John Press for the 5 gifted subs. Merle Stamps for the 5 gifted subs. Like, you guys, a lot of you don't understand that, like, some people don't understand when I had like 1,000 viewers in here, there was always a lot of pushback whenever I did something that was like outside of the realm of commentary and politics. There was always also a lot of pushback to, like, not immediately trying to fucking shove debates down the throats of every fucking, like, Twitch streamer or whatever, and constantly maintaining an antagonistic relationship with every single other person on this platform. And the reason why I don't like doing that is twofold. One, because that's not who I am. I think that, like, There is a more positive way of changing people's minds and attitudes about politics rather than trying to fucking make them feel terrible and humiliate them. Dead Logan 69, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The Idle Room, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And also on top of that, like collaboration is a much better way of like easing people into seeing your point of view without immediately attacking you. So that's it. There's a method to this madness. So I do appreciate all of you for sticking around for as long as you have. And I love that this community keeps growing. It's awesome. So, yeah. I found you and you managed to snag me before my internalized transphobia and depression dragged me down to an alt-right rabbit hole. Thanks so much, brother. Hell yeah. I stayed because you taught me more about Japanese war crimes than my teacher did in Japanese high school. Yeah, of course. I've always felt you had the best theory of change for Twitch, and it's born out of how successful this channel is. Yes. So, yeah, never forget that, like, Hasan Twitch, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Don't forget that this community being as large as it is, and I did talk about this with Ludwig a little bit at the tail end of the podcast, when Lud was talking about how much I care about view count or whatever, how much I care about like growth as a metric for success, and how that's like not good for my mental sanity and health, which he's right. But I told him about my theory of change then as well on that YouTube, on that podcast as well. It'll be out in a little bit so you can hear it once again. But I think that like without having as robust, as large as a community, what I'm doing would not work necessarily. It just would not. I recognize charitability is the most important component to being able to get people to listen to you and to get people to understand what you're saying. And unfortunately, a lot of people are just not charitable. A lot of people make a killing off of not being charitable. A lot of people choose to interpret things that you're saying in the most awful way possible. And most normal people recognize that that's like really fucked up and stupid, right? So that's definitely something that I try to instill upon younger generations of leftists, because it is something that absolutely makes leftists and left adjacent communities look fucking unapproachable and so annoying. People think that not being charitable and deriving messages that you did not intend to send out of things that you are saying by looking at it in the least charitable way possible is like doing praxis. And that's really fucking stupid. You know? It's really stupid. It's really dumb. Most normal people do not operate that way. Those very same people that do that would be destroyed if others interpreted consistently every single thing that they're saying in the least charitable lens as well. And I think that is something that we miss out on a lot. This community makes you realize you're not crazy or alone for having progressive takes and thinking Dems and conservatives are bad. Yeah. So yeah, done that to me. What I've taken something you've said that's not charitable. I mean, that does happen. For the record, I certainly do that myself sometimes when I'm like on a roll and I'm going through the chat and chat is at 100 miles an hour and someone says something that is like insanely reactionary or comes across as insanely reactionary. I don't usually have the capacity to filter that through the lens of like, is this guy being sarcastic or not? You know what I mean? Anyway, let's take a look at
I want to crash my car into a telephone pole, standing on the gas with no seatbelt on. I can't handle it. It makes me absolutely. I want to crash.
There's an update to it.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under
Damn, he got bitter. Where is the Bugatti? I love this new thing of like finding random bald people all over the internet and thinking that they're Andrew Tate. That's such a funny meme, dude. Like, that's not Andrew Tate, man. That's just like a fucking bald dude with a shaped up beard, you know? But yeah, the thing is, like, for me specifically, I also do have a lot of sarcastic takes that, you know, I use all the time. I use sarcasm regularly and people don't understand it. I use like exaggerated takes regularly and people don't understand it. Especially from the outside, especially people coming in, especially when there's a lot of people who want to look at it in the most like uncharitable way possible. But hey, it happens, you know? And just remember that there are more of us, and I mean like people who are on the left or have progressive values that they might not even know how to fucking mention, that they might not be able to personally communicate. They have a lot of leftist values internally based around empathy for everyone, for their fellow man. That also like to laugh, okay? That also like to find humor in shit. Okay? That's it. So remember that. There are more people like us that are normal, that personally believe in like personally believe in politics of empathy, that also like to laugh at things. And it is normal to not always agree 100% with every single thing that someone is advocating for. And that's also okay. That's also fine. All right? All right. You claim that you have leftist takes. I know. Okay, I'm not even going to read that. Okay. You once permitted me for saying you watch hours of TMZ. Yeah, you do. That's why Radlib started the whole dirtbag left narrative. Yeah. Now, leftism is when you purity test, and the more purity testing you do, the more leftist it is. Yeah. Just going to say 1 million subs on YouTube. And I have another announcement that's coming out. I have another announcement that's coming out about YouTube in a little bit. Okay? What? No, I'm not. Okay, I'll just say it now. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break on Twitch. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Use it on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. Okay? And also, you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Tyler Spark, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Okay. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Coming now. Least annoying vegan, thank you for the 10 gifted. Jesus Caballero 13, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. I'm doing other shit and I barely focused on stream, and I literally focused on stream for that. I hate you. Yeah, well, there you go. I regret finding you now. Yeah. Low-key Lucy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Okay. Here, I'll tweet out that I fucking subs on button 1. I'll steal the Austin Ox meme. It's a U.S. Army ad, Lamont? Of course it is. There it is. Here it is. Here, juice it. We did it. I really never thought that I would get to 1 million subs on YouTube, but I also never thought that I'd become one of the largest Twitch streamers on the platform too. So wild to be able to do all of that. And obviously I would not be able to do any of that if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you. No, my commentary might not always 100% align with what you believe in, but I will keep trying to entertain you and change your minds regardless. But yeah. Hopefully to many more millions. You should give the golden plaque to Jay Schlatt. Yeah. Probably not. He already has enough. What is the bottle that you're drinking? It's a health potion. Rovich1122, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. I am thinking, by the way, I'm thinking of potentially, wait, hold on. I just got to give a quick shout out to this man. Midlife crisis confirmed. At least I'm not doing shit like this. That's one. I'm also thinking about potentially doing on 8/21 in honor of the legendary day where I said what I said about 9/11, and then the vindication 2 years later during the anniversary when like everyone started realizing, oh shit, like all the jokes he was making were real, because all the documentaries basically said exactly what I was saying about 9/11 and Afghanistan. Anyway, in honor of that, I might do a full Hank Pecker stream. I might do a full Hank Pecker stream on 8/21, just like full-blown right-wing stream. So that's what I'm thinking about doing potentially. You know, just to fucking seal the deal that if you do right-wing commentary, especially if you don't say like overtly racist shit on purpose, you will probably not get canceled. Yo, these lyrics, Dimpool is nuts. She was 12, I was 40. She said, get the fuck off me. Dad punched my ribs, motherfucking libs. Oh my God. As a southerner, your Hank is too realistic. Hell yeah, brother. That's right. That's right. Okay. Pecker Protector, Soheeb, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. I'm blessing you with more lovely cut content. We'll do siblings or dating in a little bit, okay? Here, someday the human race will evolve to a point where it will stop persecuting people for their art. This is tragic. Brandon Straka, who was the gay guy who was like, oh, you know, why I left the left grift, who was doing that left grift, the ex-leftist grift, who created the Walk Away campaign. He is, he's being persecuted for his art. If you watched my CPAC coverage over the weekend, you probably saw me react to this man who was locked in a jail wearing a MAGA hat at CPAC. Yeah, he walked all the way into a jail cell where he was doing performance art, showcasing the oppression and the struggle that right-wingers go through for believing in their own values and following that and doing praxis. Okay? Okay? Fucked up that the right-wingers were, you know, it's fucked up that the leftist Antifa libtards were getting mad at him for doing that, for showing the true oppression and the struggle that the January 6th insurrectionists go through. At CPAC, I sat silently in a cell as a performance art piece to provoke a reaction about political division, human rights abuses, and more. Right now, the left-wing media is actively trying to use this art piece to have me further prosecuted. The left now supports criminalizing art, he says. First of all, I am in support of criminalizing art. If you call what you did as CPAC art, you should go to jail, okay? That's all I believe. Daily Wire presents Hank and the Libs by Hank Pecker. Yeah. Can you explain more what he did? I mean, we covered it. Does anyone have that fucking link? Does anyone have the actual link of does anyone have the actual link of him, like all the people basically praying, like doing a prayer with Marjorie Taylor Greene there? Yeah, it looks like an intro to a porn. Go to Texas for GunTube content, LARPing as Hank, that'd be peak content. Yeah. I think this is it, right?
Pressuring colleagues to do something.
This is what he's talking about.
House back.
And people are crying. Like they're crying because they're, I guess, thinking about like the oppression and persecution that like other January 6 people faced or something, I think. Like I don't fully understand what the fuck's going on if we're being honest, because like, you know, I have more than one brain cell. Like I'm trying to figure out why people are legitimately upset at this, but I guess it's like emotional because like a lot of those people probably have like family members or they themselves that have like bench warrants out for their arrest because, you know, they went to January 6th and like broke into Nancy Pelosi's office or some shit.
You know, there's more than one message I would like to get across. if I kept it as general as possible, what I would like to say, I guess, at this point is that even for the people, I think everybody is in agreement that anybody who committed violence, vandalism, who caused extreme fear on that day needs to pay an appropriate price for what they did. But there are a lot of people who are suffering, I think, unduly. I think it's very disproportionate to what they actually did. And even more than that, I would like to say at this point that the hatred on both sides has to stop.
I love when Republicans say the hatred on both sides have to stop, when, like, we know what you're doing. Like, we hear what you say about the left. Why is it that they always got to try to hit the, like, oh, both sides? Like, bro, your entire worldview revolves around, like, shitting on fucking marginalized people. You know what I mean? What do you mean fucking both sides? Like, hatred on both sides? Like, shut the fuck up.
It's time to forgive people who made mistakes on both sides. It's time to start seeing each other as human beings again. And
it's wonderful that they become, like, prison abolitionists, though, now that, like, some of them are actually being prosecuted for, like, unironic crimes that they committed very openly that they thought they would suffer zero punishment for. I do love that. Like, 100%. I do think that that's very funny.
it's time to stop enjoying and taking pleasure in the suffering of other people. We have an audience kind of built in here. We had already decided to have a booth and get the kind of the real estate space. So I said, rather than, in my mind, I said, rather than make it so sort of abstract, let's literally put up a cell. Let's literally try as best we can to kind of create the size and the conditions of what people are going through. I'll put on the suit. I think this speaks for itself. And try to convey to people the loneliness, the despair, the suffering, and the pain, I think, that a lot of people are going through. And I want to make something really clear, because I know that there are going to be a lot of critics out there who say that I'm justifying criminal behavior or that I'm in some way glorifying the wrongdoing. I'm not.
I love the way that that ended. Just quietly.
The wrongdoing. I'm not.
Quietly crying. Is it more or less tragic if you put a little Mexican kid with their same space at the border? Yeah, I mean, the funniest part about this for me in particular was how much people fucking clowned on AOC for crying at the border. You know what I mean? When she went to, like, the border immigrant detention centers and, like, how she cried. And everyone was like, bro, lol, you're so funny. Like, shut the fuck up. And then these motherfuckers are, like, literally crying about fake shit. At least AOC was crying about, like, real kids being fucking jailed. You know what I mean? Like, AOC was crying over real kids. Okay? They look like her. You know what I mean? Being prosecuted for the crime of being born at a spawn point that is not on the other side of the U.S. border. Or, yeah. Meanwhile, homie is literally doing a fucking performance art piece, and all these hogs are crying. Hogged up, crying. This link didn't even show the most devastating part about this. That link actually did not feature the most damaging, devastating part about it, which was when they got together and did a prayer circle. Let me see if I can find that. It was on my Twitter. I posted it. I retweeted it rather. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because, like, I do want to show you that side of it because it's fucking hilarious. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene straight up went in to the fake prison and then, like, prayed with him and got, like, you know, other people to join in a circle of prayer, which was awesome. Let's see if I can find it real quick on that thread. I do tweet a lot, unfortunately, so it's kind of hard to fucking figure it out. Oh, here it is. 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 Wait, it's on this, right? Oh, here it is. Look at this, bro. Look at this shit. Please look at this shit. First, she went in there.
Do you care about freedom?
Back up, please. Back up, please. Back up. Back up. Back up, please. You go, girl.
And they were like tearing up.
In Jesus' holy name. Jesus, we trust in you. Jesus, we trust in you. And ask for strength upon Brandon. Send forth the Holy Spirit upon him and strengthen him.
Jesus, we trust in you. Jesus. I mean, yeah, it's just like, dude. I mean, come on. Look at this. Look, actually look at this, okay? Come on. Are you serious? Come on. I mean, straight up. Anyone that fucking laughed at that joke is self-reporting. You know exactly. You have jerked off to Pornhub so much that you know the intro song, okay? So you can't even get mad at me. You can't get mad at me. Sorry, I don't make the rules. You can't get fucking mad at me for that. Dude, what the fuck? My entire apartment complex heard that? At least it's not. Have you heard about Jerkmate? Some of those fucking Pornhub ads are unironically assaulting you, okay? They literally crank up the fucking sound. And it's like, dude, I didn't need the entire block to fucking know that I haven't heard about Jerkmate. Like, why did you crank up the volume? I think they do it on purpose, too. Anyway, here it is. Look how fucking unhinged these motherfuckers are. I gotta pee.
But deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, now and forever. Jesus, we trust in you. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits. Release this bondage that's going on in our country and upon Brandon. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, now and forever. Jesus, we trust in you. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits. Release this bondage that's going on in our country and upon Brandon. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but I was showing off the shorts that I got. Like I said, I mean, these people run the country. They have motherfuckers who literally agree with what they're saying, or will use their power to advance their interests, and that's why America is fucked up. When is this? Thursday is
Should
going to be
mention, just a
busted?
little teaser for Thursday. We are going to get to the bottom of this. We're doing phrenology this Thursday on leftovers. I got.
Oh, dude, Hasan doesn't know. He's gonna know now, though.
Yeah.
I love
Well,
that.
we mentioned it. We said we were going to
did.
do that on the
We're-
last
so
episode,
Hasan, my co-host for leftovers on Thursday, there's a meme about him having a tiny head. So we got the official measuring.
I'm
tool.
legit scared.
We're gonna measure his dome.
Yep. And should mention just a little.
Okay, I don't. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh no. Anyway, going back to this really quickly. Stop the Steal speaker, Brandon Straka, the person that you guys saw that all of those motherfuckers, all those hogs were praying for, gave FBI info on rally organizers and more than a dozen others as a part of a plea deal. So he walked his ass all over the fucking halls of the of Congress, and then he walked his ass right into the fucking FBI office and snitched on his fellow patriots. So maybe he's crying about the things that he did when he snitched to the goddamn authorities. Speaking of January 6th, though, there is another person that I must mention. What is this? This is why they're interested in Alex Jones's role in the coup? What the fuck is this clip?
Alex.
Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Alex Jones, folks. Alex motherfucking Jones. Remember who got absolutely destroyed, dumpstered, and dumpstered by a HasanAbi head lawyer? Who was defending the family, one family in particular, of Sandy Hook parents, okay, whose kid died in a tragic massacre in Sandy Hook many years ago, which Alex Jones made a killing off of just basically lying and saying that Sandy Hook was staged, and then his fan and his psychotic stands went and made their life a living hell. Thank you, Tyler Spark, for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, so Alex Jones is getting owned in more ways than one. $49 or $41 million in awards were given to that one family, and there's multiple lawsuits that are still pending at this moment. There's a bankruptcy court case that's happening as well simultaneously to figure out exactly how much money Alex Jones has so that they can figure out the appropriate punitive damages. However, there's one other way that Alex Jones is getting owned. He's getting owned by the FBI, the federal government, as a matter of fact. Alex Jones getting absolutely dumpstered, shitted on by the federal government. The January 6th committee had asked Alex Jones about his involvement and text messages that they wanted from him for January 6th. And of course, Alex Jones was not giving the J6 committee any of that information. Well, doesn't matter, because in the prior court case that we were talking about in the defamation suit and the awards trial that took place, Alex Jones's team of incredible crackpot lawyers decided to hand over all of Alex Jones's communication willingly to the other side and never even maintained that was privileged information. Therefore, now the J6 committee has access to said text messages.
Select committee ended up getting these texts.
Yeah, so they came to light during that defamation trial last week, and at the time, the attorney representing the plaintiffs for the Sandy Hook parents said that after he disclosed in court that he had obtained these messages, the committee had expressed interest in wanting them, and that he was inclined to turn them over, barring a ruling from the judge that prevented him from doing so. On Friday, the judge said she was not going to stand in the way between Congress and those text messages, and now we're learning that they have been turned over by that Sandy Hook plaintiff team to the January 6th committee.
Why did they want these text messages?
Yeah.
Talk to us about Alex Jones' role potentially in the events around January 6th.
Yeah, they're very interested in Alex Jones, and this is because he was at the Capitol on January 6th. You know, he was seen on camera riling up protesters. He was a big person pushing the idea that the election was potentially stolen from Trump. Obviously, that's not true. And so the committee has expressed significant interest in talking to Alex Jones. They actually did talk to him, but he said on his show that he claimed the fifth more than 100 times. And so now they're going to see those text messages, and I think a lot more is going to be illuminated to them because obviously Jones was not cooperating very much with the committee.
We don't know exactly what's in these text messages yet, but do we know who he was
Hate to see it, folks.
texting?
Hate to see a good man get absolutely owned like this. Just kidding. I don't hate to see it. This is fucking awesome, okay? He deserves it all the way. You rarely ever see karmic justice of this variety take place so wonderfully, so poetically, okay? And I am, you know, I love that. I'm very fond of that. Good show. What a bloody good show. Would the FBI not have had the ability to hack his phone already in place? I mean, I don't know if they fucking do that sort of thing, but I mean, I know that they do that sort of thing. I don't know if they would care enough to do that sort of thing to Alex Jones. You know what I mean? Not legally, yeah. Praying to Allah those Alex Jones Red Scare texts get leaked. Oh, that would be so sick. Or Glenn Greenwald. Or numerous other people like Roger Stone. Apparently they were talking about like how Roger Stone likes to get cucked. There is so much that we can fucking learn from those text messages. I am of the mindset that that is absolutely a matter of public interest. Okay? We must learn the treasure trove of data. We must learn more about what the fuck is going on in Alex Jones's phone. Okay? We need it. We need to know. The people of the United States of America need to fucking know exactly what the hell was going on in Alex Jones's phone, okay? I just found out, and this is devastating news, that Chipotle is no longer, at least on the Postmates application, offering guacamole. What the fuck's happening there? God damn it, Brandon's America. God damn it, Brandon's America, folks. What the fuck is this shit? Not even on the side, brother? What the hell? Brandon's America, dude. Is there an avocado shortage or something? I don't fucking know. Maybe if I get a salad? Nope. Not letting me do it. Nope, there's an excess of avocado. This is what liberals want to take away our guac. Yeah. Goddamn kids.
We don't know anything really outside of the fact that those have been turned over to the January 6th committee. But, you know, Alex Jones is a major star in right-wing media. So it would not be surprising if there are text messages between, you know, him and top players in that world in Trump's orbit, and he would boast that he did know about, you know, different inner workings of the White House and what was going to be happening. So it's very likely and possible he had some contact with.
I love when my fellow Americans pretend to actually consider getting salad. Dude, I literally eat salad every day for 2 meals a day usually.
Trump's orbit. We'll find out more coming up.
Yeah, we'll see if there are any new revelations.
I wish Chipotle has a order system within the app so you can get it delivered from DoorDash or whatever and also use the point system. Yeah. The great avocado shortage. Or climate change and a nightmare supply chain is driving avocado prices to new heights. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, no. What I feared is coming true. Okay, we'll watch that weirdo dude in a little bit. All right, let's talk about another thing that is, of course, killing us slowly but surely, or rather, the death of the avocado market also coincides with the death of the Dark Brandon meme. Now, you guys know this already. I've talked about Dark Brandon a lot, but like my jokes about Dark Brandon revolve around him actually not doing anything cool and basically making fun of Joe Brandon. You know, kind of like talking about Joe Biden as though he is the insane, Marxist-Leninist, Marxist-Leninist fucking Maoists that the Republicans think he is. But now liberals have taken over. The Senate EPW Democrats, the Senate Committee on Environmental and Public Works chairman, posted this Dark Brandon meme. It's over. It's dead. Chris Murphy posted this Dark Brandon meme. It's over. It's dead. Now, the White House head of digital posted the Dark Brandon meme. And they're doing like explainers on it. It's done. It's a wrap. It's over. The meme has died. The whole point of it is that we make fun of Dark Brandon for not doing anything, or we say that he like purposely killed more Trump supporters than Trump ever could with COVID. Like that's Dark Brandon, not that fucking, not like oh yeah, he got the Inflation Reduction Act passed. You know what I mean? An example of the meme. Yeah.
It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop. Ever. You are dead.
Tie me to a missile and fire me at the fired at the suburbs. I am ready.
For all those of you who voted for President Trump, there's no way out.
It can't be bargained.
There you go. Now that was fine. Like that was fine, even though like the person who made it is kind of fucking cringe. But whatever. Your malarkey has been going on for long enough, kiddo. This tweet makes you sound 1,000 years old. And now it's over. From what I understand, the origins of this meme actually is Chinese. Apparently, this was the way that like China was describing Brandon a little bit too, which is kind of cool. But now libs have fucking destroyed it. Libs have destroyed it. It's over. You know, pour one out for the homies. Dark Brandon is gone. Dark Brandon will morph into Punish Joe as per Metal Gear. Yeah, it's done. So it's over. That's all I'm gonna say. Now that the liberals that are also a part of the fucking team that is like literally just shitty, when they're pushing for it, it's done. You know what I mean? Ben Shapiro had to say about it. You can try to Dark Brandon meme your way out of a sub 40 approval rating all you want, but throwing hundreds of billions at green boondoggles in the middle of an inflationary spiral isn't going to turn things around. That said, the imagery of a dotard who can barely form words from his face hole actually being laser-eyed Deathlord is pretty hilarious. I mean, that's the joke. He gets the joke. I think he understands the joke. That's cool. A lot of you like to make fun of Ben Shapiro for describing that joke, and half of you motherfuckers unironically are like Ben Shapiro when it comes to understanding jokes or require that level of analysis to appreciate a joke when you deep dive into the ethical complications of laughing at humor. All right. Speaking of Dark Brandon, though, the Senate actually fell ass backwards into like at least some legislative change in the good direction, I guess. I can't wait for inflation to drop Wednesday and right-wingers to lose it. Yeah. If you have no politics If you have no politics, the politics is spite, and spiting the reactionary right is adequate. You know what I mean? That's fine. I don't give a shit. I will never understand making fun of someone with a speech disorder, though. I can understand it. Well, one, it's because he doesn't just have a speech disorder, okay? Stop trying to fucking make it seem like Joe Brandon not knowing where the fuck he's at in the United States of America as he's like barely campaigning in the fucking Democratic primaries is actually a consequence of his speech disorder. And two, he's old as fuck. He's so old, his speech disorder came back, okay? He had successfully defeated it. And now, because he's a fucking walking fossil and his brain capacity is diminishing, his speech disorder came back. Also, I'm ableist. So there is that. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm ableist when it comes to, driving. I don't think that blind people should be able to drive. And I'm ableist when it comes to, presidents and politicians. Yeah. And ages, too. Dysarthria due to aging isn't a developmental speech disorder. It's 100% normal, just like delayed pharyngeal response. What the fuck? What is this? Is science time? I don't know what the fuck you're saying, okay? Yeah, he doesn't speak good, okay? He doesn't speak good. Also, his brain no good. Do you understand? And he's president. And president brain should be good, but it's bad. He has bad brain. And that's it. Don't give me the fucking weird science terms behind it, okay? Pharyngeal laryngitis is the reason, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Senate Democrats pass a climate tax and healthcare bill. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act, titled promptly off of Dark Brandon's roots as an Irish Republican. The IRA is what it's called. Okay. We are going to analyze some of the climate change provisions on it as well. Literally just helping your take, Lamau, but go off on science. Why are you getting mad? I'm joking, okay? I'm joking. Shut up, nerd. I know you're helping, but it's a joke, okay? It's a joke, Four Eyes. Calm down. All right, let's watch.
Passed a major healthcare, climate, and tax package on a party line vote. Vice President Harris broke the tie. It was an outcome that seemed out of reach just a few weeks ago. Our congressional correspondent Rachel Scott starts us off. Good morning, Rachel.
George, President Biden is one step closer to a major political victory this morning. After months of stalled negotiations, Senate Democrats banded together to get his economic agenda across the finish line.
The vice president votes in the affirmative, and the bill, as amended, is passed.
With every Republican opposed, Vice President Kamala Harris casting the tie-breaking vote. On the Senate floor, Democrats jumping to their feet, erupting in cheers. Handing President Biden a political victory by a razor-thin majority passing a sweeping economic package aimed at combating climate change, inflation, and lowering the cost of prescription drugs.
It's been one of the wonderful parts about this, one of the provisions on this was the insulin price cap. Now, part of it is insulin price cap for Medicare, so over the age, for those who are eligible, who are recipients of Medicare. Then your price cap, your out-of-pocket coverage, your out-of-pocket cost for insulin is going to be capped, right? However, the secondary consequence of this was going to be, once again, a price cap at $35 a month for insulin for everyone else. And of course, that was stripped away from the bill. Okay? It was taken out. Anyone who utilizes that, anyone who thinks that that's appropriate or whatever the fuck is wipe this site. Wait, what do you mean? There are multiple factors at play with the price cap, but the fact that that was taken away is, once again, a consequence of Big Pharma being fucking absolute dogs and lobbying the living titties out of like every Republican and certain certain Democrats as well. I don't give a fuck about the Senate parliamentarian. She can suck me from the back. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Long, tough, and winding road. But at last, we have arrived.
Democrats reached a breakthrough, rallying behind a roughly $740 billion bill that would make the largest climate investment in U.S. history, provide tax credits to buy electric vehicles, lower premiums for Americans buying their own health insurance, and make prescription drugs more affordable for seniors, capping out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000. All that would be paid for by increasing taxes on top corporations.
This may be the very last time that we have an opportunity to take action in a substantial way against the threat of climate change.
Not like Americans have issues with lifestyles that bring about diabetes later in life. Oh no, totally, dude. It's just lifestyle. That's what it is. No, I mean, it's not just lifestyle, okay? It's the same fucking forces at play that lobbied the shit out of Congress to ensure that that is not a part of the bill that was taken out of the bill. That also is, unironically, the same lobbying groups or entities that, put shitty-ass fucking food on your plate that you don't even recognize. It's not 90% lifestyle, okay? There are forces at play that you are completely oblivious to in the form of lobbying, okay? There's a reason why all of your food is riddled with microplastics, that all of your food is sweetened by high fructose corn syrup. Okay? Corn subsidies. So it's not as simple as like just put the fucking Krispy Kreme down, fatty. All right? What the fuck are you supposed to do? You're supposed to like what? What do you think? Like European lifestyles are better? Yeah, sure. They are. Do you want to know why? Because they have walkable cities. They are commuting. And they're walking in their commutes way more. They have public transit. And also on top of that, their food is better. Their food quality is better. There's also type 1 diabetes, which is not lifestyle, and genetic predispositions that cause you to become diabetic later on in life as well. So, it's not just lifestyle, no matter what. And the price negotiations for medicine was only for 10 medications. It was going to be, it's going to start off at 2026 or some shit. Like it's not even starting off immediately. There's so much going on. It is significantly more complicated than just you're eating too many sweet things.
It's been a long, tough, and winding road. But at last, we have arrived. I know it's been a long day and a long night, but we've gotten it done. Today, after more than a year of hard work, the Senate is making history. I am confident the Inflation Reduction Act will endure as one of the defining legislative feats of the 21st century. Our bill reduces inflation, lowers costs, creates millions of good-paying jobs, and is the boldest climate package in U.S. history. This bill will kickstart the era of affordable clean energy in America. It's a game changer, it's a turning point, and it's been a long time in coming. To Americans who've lost faith that Congress can do big things, this bill is for you. To seniors who face the indignity of rationing medications or skipping them altogether, this bill is for you. And to the tens of millions of young Americans who have spent years marching, rallying, demanding that Congress act on climate change, this bill.
older hot twink jerks himself off on camera until completion.
Is for you.
Great. Thank you. Insulin debt is a phrase that only exists in a dystopia. 4 out of 5 Americans with diabetes went into debt to pay for insulin, new survey shows. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Remember that, okay? Just normal things in the richest country on the planet. You know what I mean? Just remember that. Okay. Here are some of the amendments that Bernie Sanders put forward that were, of course, destroyed. Cut Medicare drug prices by 50%. 1 yes vote, 99 no. 1:15 a.m. Expand Medicare. 3 yes votes, 97 no. Civilian Climate Corps, similar to the original original Civilian Corps. You know, a really important role in the New Deal. 1 yay, 98 no. Extend child tax credit. 1 yes, 97 no. Strike fossil fuel brakes. 1 yes, 99 no. It always seems impossible until it's done. Never give up. And you saw the hardest fucking photo of Bernie Sanders dropping the hottest album at the steps outside the Senate. And there was a hot mic moment where Bernie Sanders is talking about the child tax credit, where he says, he asked Sherrod Brown, for the record, who is supposed to be like a progressive guardian, right? Well, he asked Sherrod Brown why adding the child tax credit would actually end up screwing up the Inflation Reduction Act, and his response is, "Come on, Bernie." So that's cool. That's wonderful and cool. I like that. Bernie Sanders tried to amend the bill to include in the voterama, for the record. This is the voterama part of the process that happens in the budget reconciliation, where like everyone is able to tack on certain things that they want, certain provisions that they want onto this bill. It's more so symbolic, if we're being real, especially because people will just vote no, like they did aggressively, which makes them look fucking horrible, for the record. And by the way, those numbers include Democrats as well. Bernie Sanders tried to amend the bill to include an extension of the monthly child allowance that Democrats enacted on a temporary basis last year, but couldn't continue due to opposition from Joe Manchin. Pathetically, the United States has the highest child poverty rate of almost any major country on earth, Sanders said. Unfortunately for the millions of working parents who benefited from this program, it expired in December. Sherrod Brown and Michael Bennet, two of the strongest proponents of the child tax credit, rose in opposition to the Sanders amendment, not because they didn't like it, but because its adoption would have jeopardized the cheaper prescription drugs and billions for green energy promised by the Inflation Reduction Act. We also, once this is over, I will show you Bernie, I think, talked about Bernie's criticisms of the bill as well.
Republicans tried to derail the package during a marathon 15-hour session suggesting changes to the legislation and pointing to one analysis that shows the bill would have little impact on inflation anytime soon.
This Inflation Reduction Act is a lie. It's not going to reduce inflation.
But after months of tense negotiations and party infighting, this is a long sought-after victory for Democrats, less than 100 days before the midterm elections.
The House still has to take up this measure. That could happen as early as Friday. And as for when Americans will start to feel the impact of this legislation, some of this will take time. That out-of-pocket cap for prescription drugs for seniors won't kick in until 2025. And even Democrats admit this will have little impact on inflation in the short term and the pinch that so many Americans are feeling at home, George.
That's what the analysis shows, but it was a big victory for the Democrats. Rachel, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage.
Oh, yeah, 2025. I thought it was 2026. So 2025.
Joining me now, fresh from the ongoing marathon vote on the Senate floor, is the Senator Bernie Sanders, independent.
Come on, guys. You don't understand. These things take time, okay?
From Vermont, Senator Sanders.
Which is great because, yeah, then Trump will take credit for it, too, when he wins in 2024. So that's cool. Wonderful gift for Donald Trump.
Thank you for making time to come away. I understand you are headed toward another vote at some point. Where do we stand on this bill? And tell me a little bit about your objection to it. You are going to vote in favor of the passage of this act, but you did speak against something about it and propose an amendment.
Well, Ali, look, this country faces enormous crises in terms of health care, the high cost of prescription drugs, child care, higher education, climate, income and wealth inequality. This is what we call a reconciliation bill. And what that means is that we only need 50 votes. You don't have to get 60 votes. You don't need any Republican votes to do something significant for working families in this country. And unfortunately, for fairly well-known reasons, we have two conservative Democrats. We couldn't get the 50 votes that we need, really, to impact the needs of working families. So I have offered a series of amendments to strengthen the bill, which have not succeeded. Bottom line is that you have a bill which does some good things. We put some $300 billion into clean energy. And at a time when we face an existential threat in terms of climate change, this is a step forward. But on the other hand, as part of the deal, we're allowing oil and gas companies the opportunity to drill on millions of acres of public water and land. We're giving more tax breaks and corporate welfare to the oil industry. There is a reason why BP and Shell, two of the largest oil companies in this country, are supporting the bill. In terms of prescription drugs, this legislation takes a very baby step forward. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. In some cases, you well know, we've talked about it, 10 times more than Canadians. What this bill does is say that Medicare should negotiate prescription drug prices, but only after 4 years, and they start off with only 10 drugs and go from there. So it's a very modest step forward. Bottom line is I'm going to support the bill because given the crisis of climate change, the environmental community says this is a step forward. It doesn't go anywhere near as far as it should. It is a step forward.
And obviously, of all the matters in there, these two issues, whether it be climate or health care, are near and dear to both of our hearts. I want to talk specifically about some of the things you wanted to do. You had an amendment, 5210, requiring that Medicare not pay more than the VA. Right. Tell me what that was meant to do.
This is a very simple amendment. Right now, I don't know if anybody knows this, for 30 years, the Veterans Administration has been negotiating prescription drug prices with the VA, similar to what Canada does, what countries all over the world do. The result is that the VA pays half as much for prescription drugs as Medicare. Now, how insane is it that in one federal government, you got the VA paying 50% of what Medicare is paying for prescription drugs? So all that my amendment said is, you know what? Medicare should not pay any more than the VA. Do what they've been doing for 30 years. Now, when you take on the pharmaceutical industry, you are taking on the most powerful lobby here in Washington, D.C. They have an unlimited amount of money to make sure we pay outrageously high prices. They got 1,700 paid lobbyists. So bottom line is, this legislation is a baby step.
The only reason why this man is not assassinated, and I want you to understand it, the only reason why this man is not assassinated is because that's how fucking powerless the left is, ultimately. That he can, like, go on TV and say all this, and there's no mechanism to fight back against the lobbying interest groups, okay? That's it. Otherwise, like, if this shit happened in a situation where, like, he actually had the capacity to move the needle and genuinely push people further to the left, then he would be gone. They would kill him.
Step forward, it doesn't go as far as it should.
You had another amendment which caught my interest, and that was the establishment of a civilian climate corps. What does that mean?
Well, what that's about is the bill puts $300 billion into clean energy, and that's a good thing. That's probably the best thing in the bill. But, you know, the leaders, as you well know, in America and all over the world, the people who have been leading the effort to take on the fossil fuel industry and transform our energy system, they are the young people. They're out on the streets, they're demonstrating, they're demanding disinvestment from fossil fuel companies. They've been the leader. And what these young people want to do is they want to be able to roll up their sleeves and go to work in doing energy efficiency, doing sustainable energy. And what this legislation is about, and we had it in the original Build Back Better bill, it provides $30 billion in providing good jobs for some 400,000 young people, educational benefits. And it says, we need your help. Help us. to transform our energy system. And it would have, I believe, created a lot of excitement among young people.
Senator, before I let you go, there's definitely new energy in the air, possibly around the Supreme Court case having to do with Dobbs and Roe v. Wade, that they're getting people to turn out for these primaries and getting them more interested. You said that there are things, whether it's to do with healthcare or climate, that are baby steps in this bill. Do you get some impression that perhaps in these
Your whole channel is just you eating food with political videos in the background and aggressive low-effort spiels about shit? Why do so many people watch this? I don't know, man. The only way you can find this relatable is if you remember being 17 and justifying chasing an experience with something dumb like wanting to help your community. My man has had 2 takes in this chat. I love when people come in at the same time. I eat the same meal at the same time every day and then go, you eat all the time. That's 1. 2, why do so many people watch me? Because unfortunately, the way that the media is designed is created in a way where normal people and their normal perspective on, I don't know, maybe we should lower fucking pharmaceutical prices so we're not paying 10 times for the same drugs that Canada is fucking paying, is not exactly a well-represented take in the mainstream. Okay? That's it. I'll answer your fucking bad faith question. If there were more individuals who truly did represent the better interests of the working class, okay, then maybe they wouldn't be watching me, because then my position will be well represented. Okay? But a lot of people also watch for the top of the hour ad breaks. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. Also, Kristen Cinema, old Kristen Cinema warning, trigger warning. But a lot of people don't like the debates and don't like having to watch an ad. They like having an ad-free broadcasting experience. So what do those people do? Well, they subscribe for $5 or for free. And a Twitch Prime subscription is free as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or by getting gifted a sub. Like Tyler Spark just gifted 10 people a sub. If you're lucky enough to be able to get gifted a sub, you can also avoid the ad breaks that way. You will be able to watch the broadcast uninterrupted with no 60-second ad breaks. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
midterms or in the coming 2 years, there will be an energy behind more than baby steps when it comes to climate and health care in America?
You know, I worry very much that the Democrats have not done as much as they should in terms of responding to the needs of working families. It is no great secret that we're losing white working class voters, Latino working class voters, black working class voters. On the other hand, what this extremely right-wing Supreme Court has done, probably inadvertently, when they say that no woman in the United States of America has the right to control her own body, man, that sends off a signal all over this country, in Kansas, in Vermont, all over this country. So I think what you're going to see is a real response to that disgraceful decision, and people are going to be saying, you know what? It is not government that should tell a woman how she controls her body. It is a woman herself. And I think you are going to see increased voter turnout, and I think the Republicans may regret very much what their Supreme Court has done.
Senator, good to see you. Thanks for taking some time away from the floor. I know you guys have been working for a long time and probably have many, many more hours ahead of you. Senator Bernie Sanders, independent of Vermont.
Chuck Grass says, I voted to make insulin available for pennies on the dollar to uninsured with high deductible plans, but Dems blocked it. Great. It's not true, by the way, of course. Republicans did block the cap on insulin costs for many Americans from the Democratic deal. Remember that, this provision could pass. It doesn't have to pass through the Senate parliamentarian. This provision is a good one that could unironically pass. If enough Republicans said, yeah, no, that's great, I'm personally on board with this, then they could just write legislation. But they won't, because the Republicans and some of the Democrats do not want it to pass. Should it be illegal for senators to lie? I think it should be illegal for senators. I think it should be illegal to be a senator. I'm an advocate for throwing every senator, and, you know, maybe Bernie Sanders goes to jail for a little bit too, but, like, honestly, I'm fine. Like, I'm fine with, like, every single senator going to jail tomorrow. It's great. Yeah. It should be illegal to Senate, to be a senator. I did play the ad break. I don't know why I didn't fucking run it, but I did. I did run it. Make every government employee that doesn't deal with personal information wear a body cam at all times. If every legislator perished, it would be a net benefit to society. Since these negotiated farmer prices don't go into effect until 2026, what's stopping the next president from just getting rid of it? It doesn't work that way. Once it's like passed through budget reconciliation, it still need legislative action. That's the one cool part about something that many young Americans have completely forgotten, which is that when the legislative body takes action, whether it is through budget reconciliation where the margins are 50-50 and you can still push it through, or whether it's through like broad legislative action, it's a little bit harder to actually undermine said legislative agenda, especially from the executive office. Under the bill, the Interior Department will be required to offer up at least 2 million acres of federal land and 60 million acres of offshore acreage to oil and gas producers every year for the next decade. If they fall short, they wouldn't be able to advance some permitting aspects of the wind and solar projects on federal land. Remember, this is the reason why Manchin was on board with this bill, was because it was written in such a way where it was literally fucking tied to additional land that the oil and gas producers could fucking destroy. So remember that. It would be the first ever required minimum acreage for offshore oil and gas leasing and significantly increase the acreage requirements for onshore leasing. It would also revive Biden's outrageous failed attempt to carry out the largest oil and gas lease sale in the country's history, which a judge had blocked earlier this year for failing to properly account for the disastrous climate impact. It is a renewable energy revolution on top of a fossil fuel build-out, says Noel. Others were less polite, calling the proposed pairing deranged and madness. Brett Hartle, government affairs director at the CBD, called it a climate suicide pact. Because remember, you can't just do a renewable energy bill because there's Democrats in the Senate that will block it. That renewable energy bill has to come alongside a bill that is just like a gift wrap for the oil and gas industry. And now we don't even have an EPA. The EPA was already gutted to begin with. So now the bill is even fucking further. I mean, the bill was already awful here. Let's look at Bernie Sanders live on the Senate floor ripping into it real quick.
Retrieve, review, and edit documents and send email to the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. The majority Republican managers of the bill, while seated or standing at the manager's desk, be permitted to deliver floor remarks, retrieve, review, and edit documents, and send email and other data communications from text displayed on wireless personal digital assistant devices and tablet devices. I further ask unanimous consent that the use of calculators be permitted on the floor during consideration of the bill. Further, that the staff be permitted to make technical at 16%, with 82%. According to the most recent Gallup poll, the approval rate for Congress is at 16%, with 82% of the American people disapproving of the work we are doing here. 16 think we're doing a good job, 82% think not. Further, according to a recent University of Chicago poll, a strong majority of Americans, and this is extremely important, and I hope members of Congress hear this, a majority of Americans believe that the government is, quote, corrupt and rigged against me, end of quote. People believe the government is corrupt and rigged against them. Further,
remember, what do I always say? You can get 30% of Americans to agree on anything, except for whether or not Congress is doing a good job. How insane. This country has like a 48%, 48% of Americans polled believe that like fucking Jesus Christ is going to come back and that angels are real. Okay? You can get, like I've said, always, it's a HasanAbi fucking trope at this point. You can get at least 30% of Americans to agree to anything. Except for Congress doing a good job.
according to a USA Today poll that came out last week, a very strong majority no longer believe that the Democratic or Republican parties are responding to their needs.
I wonder why.
And we need to move to a multi-party system. And I think what is most frightening in terms of where the American people are politically today is that there is actually a growing number of Americans who believe that they may have to take up arms against their own government in order to accomplish what they think needs to be done. Madam President, all of this speaks to a very, very dangerous moment for American democracy, and in a number of ways it resembles the conditions that existed in Europe in the 1920s and early 1930s, which led to fascism and totalitarianism. In other words, at a time when so many of our people are hurting, many of them no longer believe that in our democratic system, government is capable of responding to their needs, and they are losing faith in our democracy. The people of this country believe, and in my view correctly, that we have a corrupt political system dominated by the wealthy and the powerful, and that we have a rigged economy in which large corporations are seeing huge profits, some cases heaviest profits ever, while the middle class and working families continue to see a decline in their standard of living. Let me just give you one small example of what is going on, and that is within the last few weeks, while Americans continue to pay outrageously high gas prices at the pump, prices are going down, but they're still a lot higher than they were a year ago, 2 years ago. And while people pay high prices, Exxon, Mobil, Shell, and BP reported a record-breaking $46 billion in profits during the second quarter. People pay more at the gas pump. The major oil companies are seeing huge profits. In terms of the extremely high price of prescription drugs, 3 large pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and AbbVie, increased their profits last year by 90% to $54 billion, a 90% increase in their profits, while so many of our people cannot afford the high cost of prescription drugs. Madam President, that is what a rigged economy is all about. Huge corporate profits, while working people cannot afford the basic necessities of life. Madam President, let us be clear about where we are as a nation, and that is the American people are tired of press releases, they're tired of 30-second ads, they're tired of speeches. They are hurting, and they are begging their elected officials to respond to their needs. And if you want to know why there is so much anger and so much frustration and so much disillusionment within our society today, It's important to understand that
Listen, the American people are tired of ads, which is why I always run top of the hour ad break, which I ran already, and urge you to avoid seeing those ads by subscribing.
weekly wages for the average American worker are lower today than they were 49 years ago. And clearly, the inflation of today is pushing the average person even further behind. Not so many years ago, when I was a kid, it was possible for one worker in a family, like my father, never made much money, to earn enough money to take care of his kids and the family. Today, that is a rarity. Today, it is necessary in almost all cases for two workers in a family to have to go out to work. Today, Madam President, despite the huge increases in our economy, despite the tremendous explosion of technology, everything being equal, our younger generation will have a lower standard of living than their parents, have a harder time finding a home, having a harder time affording, being able to have a family. Imagine that, our younger generation having a lower standard of living than their parents. Madam President, half of our people today live paycheck to paycheck, and many millions are working for starvation wages, 9, 10, 11 bucks an hour. Further, many workers around the country who want to join a union and engage in collective bargaining at companies like Starbucks, Amazon, and other places are facing fierce and illegal anti-union resistance. And I have to say, Madam President, that this legislation does not address any of their needs. This legislation does not address the reality that we have more income and wealth inequality today than at any time in the last 100 years, where 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of America. Doesn't address the fact that 95% of all new income is going to the top 1%. Doesn't address the reality that CEOs of major corporations are making 350 times what their workers are making. Madam President, I think everybody knows that we have a completely dysfunctional healthcare system. We now spend over $12,000 a year per person, more than double what other countries spend. Today, over 70 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and there are studies out there that say that some 60,000 people a year die because they're uninsured or underinsured and they don't get to a doctor on time. Meanwhile, every year, the insurance companies make tens of billions of dollars in profit. So we have a system in which the cost is outrageously high. People are dying because they don't get to a doctor on time. This bill does nothing to address the systemic dysfunctionality of the American healthcare system. Does nothing. Madam President, in terms of our kids, the future of our nation, shamefully, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. This bill, as currently written, does nothing to address that. Madam President, our child care system is dysfunctional. If a working family is lucky enough to find a slot for their young one, on average, they will pay about $15,000 a year for child care, and impossibly high sum of money. Imagine that, $15,000 a year for child care if you're making 40 or 50,000 bucks. That is an absurd sum of money. Yet this bill turns its back on the working parents of this country and our children, does not begin to address the child care or pre-K crisis that we face. Madam President, a nation will be as great and competitive as its educational system is. And yet today, hundreds of thousands of bright...
No, when he says Madam President, he's misgendering Joe Brandon. Don't you know he's transphobic, Sweaty? It's not because Kamala is the president of the Senate as the vice president. He's misgendering Brandon. Talking directly to him and saying, Brandon, you're a woman. You're a broad. And the American people are tired of women. That's what he's saying.
Young kids all across this country are unable to afford a higher education. Imagine that. In the richest country in the history of the world, when we need the best educated workforce possible, got hundreds of thousands of young people
Oh, this is prescient that was in chat. No one in Congress takes him seriously. They're all scoffing at him as he says this. He wouldn't be the only one vote otherwise. Is what makes this so angry. Yeah.
Cannot afford a higher education. And we have 45 million Americans who are struggling with student debt, sometimes outrageous levels of student debt. This bill, as currently written, does nothing to address it. Madam President, today, millions of elderly Americans and half of our senior citizens are trying to survive on $25,000 a year or less. Millions of senior citizens are unable to afford to go to a dentist. Imagine that. In the richest country on earth, elderly people can't afford to go to a dentist. Their teeth are rotting in their mouths. They can't afford hearing aids in order to hear what their kids, grandchildren have to say. They can't afford eyeglasses. This bill ignores that issue, does nothing to expand Medicare to cover those very basic health care needs. The result, millions of seniors will continue to have rotten teeth and lack the dentures, hearing aids, or eyeglasses they deserve. Madam President, and I hear this all of the time in Vermont, and I expect my colleagues hear it as well, so many of our elderly and disabled people would much prefer to stay in their homes rather than be forced into nursing homes. They need someone to come to.
Archie21, love Bernie, but why is he so cozy with Brandon, his good friend, and all the worst ghouls in DNC? Who cares? Like, who cares? He rips him, he shreds him regularly where it fucking matters. And he does politics to be like, oh, they're my good friends. These are my coworkers. You know what I mean? Some of you act like you've never fucking worked a day in your lives where you have to, you know, just say like, oh yeah, these guys are my friends. I like them. And even if he's actually fucking friends with them, I don't care. I just don't care. I literally do not care. I'm not deriving like additional I don't know, like an additional ounce of scrutiny out of like whether Bernie Sanders like doesn't fucking spit in Joe Biden's face or not, okay? You also have to recognize that like there's a reason why there's so much resentment towards Bernie Sanders within the Democratic Party. That is not because he doesn't adequately mention how friendly he is with Joe Brandon. That is because he regularly fucking makes them look bad. Okay? How does he make him look bad? By adding provisions like expanding the child tax credit. Provisions that make him profoundly popular, by the way. When you put that in there, in the voterama, all of a sudden you have, 50 Democrats or 49 Democrats that vote no on it, making them look fucking horrible.
Their home to help them with their basic needs. I don't think anyone denies that we have a major crisis in home health care. And the people who are doing home health care now, and God bless them all, are usually overworked and underpaid. This bill, as currently written, does nothing to address that crisis. Madam President, again, no debate. Everybody agrees that we have a major housing crisis in America. Some 600,000 people are homeless, sleeping out on the streets in every state in this country. In addition to the homeless issue, nearly 18 million households are paying 50% or more of their limited incomes for housing. Imagine that. Imagine that, what it means. How do you have any money to do anything else when you're paying 50% of your limited income for housing? Yet this bill does nothing to address the major housing crisis that we face or build one unit of safe and affordable housing. Just another issue that we push aside. And I would say, Madam President, and every working person understands this, that while ordinary people are struggling with childcare, with health care, with housing, with the basic necessities of life, the people on top today are doing phenomenally well. During the pandemic alone, the billionaire class saw an almost $2 trillion increase in their wealth. So that, in a snapshot, is where we are as a nation today. Working people are hurting. In many ways, their standard of living is in decline. People on top are doing phenomenally well. And that takes us to where we are this evening. The importance of the bill that we are considering this evening is that it...
This is why people are acting out about Bernie. Yeah, dude, I know. He like both sides Israel, okay? I know. 900 years old. He should be allowed to have fucking bad takes. I'm sorry. And I say this as someone who daggers the Israeli occupying force regularly, okay? Sure, you're not going to agree with 100% of his fucking opinions. I don't know what you want. Like, ultimately, guess what? He's also not fucking living in the woods and training revolutionary Marxists to, like, overtake military bases, okay? So there's always going to be some shit that he's doing that's not enough.
It is not a normal, not a regular piece of legislation. It is a reconciliation bill. And I know that to anybody outside of the Beltway, that doesn't mean much. But what it does mean is that unlike regular legislation here in the Senate, this bill does not require 60 votes.
Want to go over your YouTube later, King? Yes, Lud. We'll do it later.
To get passed. All we need to get this bill passed are 50 votes plus the vice president, if it is a tie. Now, I say this in all honesty, that it is extremely sad to me, and I think the American people, that up to this point, we have not had one Republican come forward and say, you know what, I want to work on the housing crisis, on the health care crisis, on the education crisis, on the home health care crisis. Sadly, we have not had one Republican come forward who is prepared to stand up for working families, for the children, for the elderly, or for the environment. That is a sad state of affairs. But here is the truth. If all 50 members of the Democratic caucus were to stand together today, we could pass some enormously important amendments which would have a profound impact on improving the lives of working people in our country, and maybe, just maybe, could begin the process of restoring faith in our democracy. Poll after poll makes it clear. Not only are the American people hurting, they want Congress to take bold action to improve their lives. And under the budget reconciliation process, we have the opportunity to do that. And if we don't do it now, when all we need are 50 votes, it is quite questionable as to when, in fact, we will ever do that. In other words, what I am asking today is for all 50 members of the Democratic caucus to come together and begin the process of addressing some, not all, some of the major crises facing working families. It is absolutely imperative that we show the American people that we are capable of representing the needs of ordinary people, not just billionaire campaign contributors, not just lobbyists, but ordinary people who are hurting today. And if we cannot do that,
can't do that.
Not only will people continue to hurt and suffer, but to my mind, it is questionable for how long we remain a democracy.
I mean, we're not.
Madam President, let me say a few words about what is in this legislation. A bill which has some good features, but also, in my view, has some very bad features. This bill deals with three major areas: prescription drugs, climate, and taxation. Let me deal with at least two of them. Prescription drugs. Now, I know that in Vermont, and I suspect in Wisconsin and all over this country, people are outraged at the fact that they are paying so much for prescription drugs. They are outraged that in some cases we pay 10 times more than Canada and other countries for the same exact product. Now, the good news is, Madam President, that this bill, this reconciliation bill, will do what should have been done many years ago, something that many of us called for many years ago, and that it will allow Medicare to begin negotiating prescription drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. Now, that is not a radical idea. That is an idea that exists in probably every other major country on earth. And that is why their prices are so much lower. They don't let the drug companies charge any price that they want. So that's the good news.
I've said time and time again, which of course, bargaining of that sort should be covered under, you know, a capitalist free market. You know, when you go to like a Costco or you go to a Sam's Club, wherever the fuck, you're getting wholesale prices. Why? Because you're getting wholesale, you're purchasing wholesale. The price point is lower. America's the only fucking OECD nation where the government buys a boatload of fucking wholesale drugs and can't actually negotiate because it is banned. That's the reason why other countries are able to pay 1/10 of the prices for the same pharmaceuticals that you get.
News. But here, Madam President, is the bad news, and we must be honest about it. At a time when so many of our people cannot afford the prescription drugs they need, and 1 out of 4 Americans can't even fill the prescription their doctor's write, this Medicare negotiating provision will not go into effect for 4 years, at which time only 10 drugs will be negotiated, with more to come in later years. So, if anybody thinks that as a result of this bill we're suddenly going to see lower prices for Medicare, you are mistaken. Ain't going to happen next year, the year after, the year after, the year after. And by the way, given the incredible power of the pharmaceutical industry, I would suspect even money that they will figure out a way to get around this provision if it takes 4 years to implement.
Oh, yeah.
So, this provision will have no impact on the prices for those.
Damn! Look at that. Yo! Look at how quickly he pulled it out and swapped it. Make this man the president. I don't give a fuck. He's 900 years old. I'm going against everything I said earlier about like how old people, I'm ageist, I'm ableist, whatever. This man is able, okay? This man is able-bodied. He's able and he's capable. Look how fast he pulled his phone out and fucking he slid behind his back, dude. Look at that. Look.
This provision will have no impact.
Boom! Passed! That's crazy. That's crazy. Some of you are like 17 and you can't do that, okay? Woo! God damn, dude. This man deserves it. This man deserves the presidency.
On the prices for those Americans. Furthermore, this provision will have no impact on the prices for those Americans who are not on Medicare. So if you're under 65, this bill will not impact you at all, and the drug companies will be able to continue to go.
That's one of the worst aspects of it that they totally fucking destroyed.
On their merry way and raise prices to any level that they want. Madam President, under this bill, at a time when the drug companies are enjoying huge profits, the pharmaceutical industry will still be allowed to charge the American people by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. So that is the reality of this bill. What do we do? Well, if we are serious about responding to what the American people want in the polling that I have seen, it's like 70 or 80% of the people understand that prescription drugs are much too high. They want us to act. This bill, unfortunately, does not do that. If we are serious about reducing the price of prescription drugs, we know exactly how we can do it. For over 30 years, the Veterans Administration has been negotiating with the pharmaceutical industry to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Moreover, for decades, virtually every other country on earth has been doing the same thing. The result of where we are today is that Medicare pays twice as much for the exact same prescription drugs as the VA and people all over this country. In some cases, as I mentioned earlier, we may pay up to 10 times as much for a particular drug. In other words, when it comes to reducing the price of prescription drugs under Medicare, we do not have to reinvent the wheel. We could simply require Medicare to pay no more for prescription drugs than the VA. That is not a radical idea.
Bro, this, like, if there was even like talk of this happening, they would assassinate him. I swear to God, the pharma lobby would be like, all right, you're dead. They would drone strike his fucking house, dude. The profit margins are at stake here. You know what I mean? There's no shot. It's wild that, like, this is the most tepid thing he could advocate for, by the way. I want you to understand, what he is currently talking about is simply making sure that large purchases of pharmaceuticals that are being conducted by the government be price locked so that the VA and Medicare have the same, or the Medicaid has the same fucking price point. It's just, it's out of the question. Like, this is not Medicare for all, not anything. It just straight up reduces the cost of the pharmaceuticals that the government buys and reduces the cost of the pharmaceuticals that end up in your hands as well. The only negative consequence of this is that big pharma profits will go down. And it's not even a question in the Senate. This is not even being considered.
That is a simple idea. You got one government agency doing what they're doing for 30 years. All we have to do is have Medicare do the same. And if we did that, we could literally cut the price of prescription drugs on the Medicare in half.
Yeah, but what about the shareholders? They could suck me from the back too. Straight up. This entire system is fucking broken, dude. The notion that, like, we're talking about the shareholders in that circumstance when like 90% of the shareholders are also suffering as a consequence of said drug prices being so high. You get it, right? Because like the way the stock market works is that the top 10% of wealth own 90% of the market, okay? So sure, like technically everyone has a stake in the stock market. Everyone is in some way, shape, or form, if they've bought into like the pharmaceutical industry in the stock market, their 401ks might take a hit, like a minor hit, but they're taking a fucking hit at the bank in their wallet every goddamn day. Every single one of your parents and yourselves are already personally taking a hit. You might be marginally better off. Your investments might be marginally better off, but that's negligible, okay, in comparison to your fucking wallet taking a gigantic hit when you pay 10 times the prices for the drugs that every other country is paying less for. Same drugs. And this is the wild part about it that Americans cannot comprehend. This is an intentional aspect of the privatization of social safety nets, such as Social Security in the form of 401ks. This is what happens when you don't have pensions, and pension plans are already, complicated and have a litany of issues as well. But this is what happens when you privatize an aspect of the government that's supposed to be publicly handled and adequate. Motherfucker says you. Bad take. Why would you want to lose money? No, I'm saying you would make more money in the long run. In the form of incredible amounts of savings, okay?
Half in a matter of months, not years. And that is why I am introducing.
Americans fund a lot of the research and development as well, then they can't afford to buy the drugs that they help create. Yeah. R&D's coming out of your pockets too in the form of taxes, which is good. It's a good place that the taxes go to. You're funding these colleges that also then end up going back into the R&D by paying insanely high prices for colleges. And when you look at the per capita argument for research and development, for what you put in, our research and development, like our new novel chemical compound development per capita is still significantly lower than countries like Switzerland, which also have a relatively capitalist healthcare system, but certainly not even in the fucking top 5. And that's before you attribute cost to it, how much we pay for all these things, how much we pay for R&D versus how much new chemical compounds, novel chemical compounds we find in the United States of America. Of course, if you look at the totality of it, America is gigantic. So, yes, we are inventing more here than other countries that are much, much smaller. But you have to look at the efficiency. If you want to look at it from a capitalist point of view, you could do that as well. From an efficiency perspective, you were to look at new chemical compounds being found, $1 goes a much longer way in every social democratic country where there are more novel chemical compounds being found per capita than the United States of America.
An amendment today to do just that. Under this amendment, we could save Medicare $900 billion over the next decade. This is 9 times more savings than the rather weak negotiation provisions currently in the bill. We could save $900 billion by negotiating rather than $100 billion. The reason that we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs is not hard to understand. During the past 20 years, the pharmaceutical industry has spent over $5 billion on lobbying and over $500 million in campaign contributions. Further, the pharmaceutical industry has, over the years...
It's called kickbacks, baby. You got to give the people that are allowing you to rake in record high profits a crumb back in return. That's what it is. Instead of paying the federal government, right, in the form of taxes, instead of lowering your pharmaceutical cost by allowing the government to negotiate, pay a couple $2 billion to the Senate so they just make sure that those key provisions that would hurt your bottom line never get passed.
Mounted an unprecedented lobbying effort in Washington and in states all across this country. Now, what is unbelievable, if you want to know what a corrupt political system is about, if you want to know what money in politics is about, if you want to know what corporate greed is about, if you want to know why we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, please understand that right now, at this moment, the pharmaceutical industry has more than 1,700 well-paid lobbyists on Capitol Hill to protect their interests, including former congressional leaders of both major political parties. They buy Democratic leaders, they buy Republican leaders, they buy former members of Congress. 1,700 well-paid lobbyists to make sure they continue to rip off the American people and charge us.
In every other country, we call this bribery and corruption, by the way. One of the most significant problems with even countries like Sri Lanka or any other country that's developing is corruption, right? Turkey, Erdogan, he's so corrupt. He's getting kickbacks from the same industry leaders that are giving him the money rather than funding the fucking federal government, funding the government, right? That's corruption when it happens in Turkey. That's corruption when it happens in any other country. But here in America, it's called corporate lobbying and it's totally legal. In the West, you call it lobbying because we have codified corruption. We have made it legal. We've legalized corruption, so it's somehow more appropriate. This used to be better in Europe. It's changing over the course of the past 2 decades. Europe has also changed with respect to how much lobbying works, but there's still public funding laws and rules and regulations in place as to how much money politicians can get. But of course, if you look at places like the UK, for example, there's still methods of sidestepping that by getting your friends into positions of power. You know what I mean? Which also happens in America on top of the lobbying. Hey, I mean, if it's above board, you can regulate it. No, you can't. If it could be regulated, it would be regulated. It is a overwhelmingly popular thing to destroy the nefarious and outsized, gross amount of influence that lobbyists have over Congress. It is the reason why America is an oligarchy rather than a true democratic country. And yet you talk about regulation as though it's something that you can regulate when capital power is so incredibly, overwhelmingly powerful that there's no regulation in place.
The highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. That is over 3 lobbyists for every 1 member of Congress, 535 members of Congress, 1,700.
Motherfucker said corruption, when it's legalized, can be regulated. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders is talking about how there's 3 lobbyists for every member of Congress. How do you regulate that? Well, I have an idea on how you can regulate it, for the record. But, you know, I won't say it out loud.
Lobbyist. Mr. President, just yesterday, and this is really interesting, and I think it brings it all out, the CEO of Pharma, his name is Steve Ubel, I think, basically said, and I appreciate his honesty and straightforward, he said, anybody who votes even for this incredibly tepid bill.
People will turn around and be like, lol, cops policing themselves? That's funny. Obviously, that's not going to fucking work. But then when it comes to Congress policing itself, you're like, no, it'll happen. It'll happen. Why? Because, you know, I believe in the theory of democracy. Yeah, totally, bro. It'll definitely happen. I'm sure Congress will regulate itself to ensure that they get less money as a consequence of sitting in this fucking throne of power. That'll certainly happen eventually, you know?
He said, we are going to go after you. He stated, and I love this, the kind of modesty, he said, quote, few associations have all the tools of modern political advocacy at their disposal in the way that Pharma does, end of quote. In other words, if you dare to vote in any way to lower the cost of prescription drugs, we're going to spend all of the money we have, and we have endless, unlimited amounts of money against you. That is what a corrupt political system is about. That's what corporate greed is about. Basically, the CEO of Pharma said, you vote for this bill, you can expect millions and millions of dollars of 30-second ads against you. That's where we are in the state of our democracy today. Madam President, Mr. President, prescription drugs is a huge issue, but it's not the only issue that is dealt with inadequately in this legislation. It is my view, I think it is the view of the majority of American people, it is certainly the view of the scientific community, that climate change is an existential threat to that planet. Now that sounds like a big word, existential, but what it means if we don't get our act together, there may not be a planet that is healthy and habitable for our children and grandchildren. It is very fundamental. Do we protect future generations?
The only problem with Bernie Sanders is that he says fundamental like he's British. That's the only issue I have with him. That's it.
Mr. President, this legislation provides $370 billion over the next decade to combat climate change and to invest in so-called energy security programs. Now, the good news, and it is good news, is that this legislation, as currently written, would provide more funding for energy efficiency and sustainable energy than has ever been invested before. That is the good news. But, Mr. President, the bad news is that this bill, as currently written, includes a huge giveaway to the fossil fuel industry, both in the reconciliation bill that we are considering and in a side deal that was just made public a few days ago. Mr. President, under this legislation, the fossil fuel industry will receive billions of dollars in new tax breaks and subsidies over the next 10 years, on top of the $15 billion in tax breaks and corporate welfare that they already receive every year. And interestingly enough, Mr. President, that may well be the reason why BP, one of the largest oil companies in the world, supports this bill. It may be the reason why Shell, another huge oil company, supports this bill. And it is the reason, I suspect, why the CEO of ExxonMobil is pleased by many of the provisions included in this deal. So we've got to think a little bit about what it means when major oil companies who are in the process of destroying the planet support this legislation. Under this bill, up to 60 million acres of public waters must be offered up for sale each and every year to the oil and gas industry before the federal government could approve any new offshore wind development. To put that in perspective, 60 million acres is the size of the state of Michigan. Further, under this bill, up to 2 million acres of public lands must be offered up for sale each and every year to the oil and gas industry before leases can move forward for any renewable energy development on public lands. In total, this bill will offer the fossil fuel industry up to 700 million acres of public lands and waters to oil and gas drilling.
Wait, what do you mean, what the fuck? Are you guys unfamiliar with this? I literally have been covering this for the past week. Hello? Why do you think Joe Manchin is on board with this? It's because the only way to get Joe Manchin on board with it, remember, no conflict of interest for Joe. to be sitting on the fucking energy committee despite having his family quite literally own a coal mine and represent the oil and gas industry's interests at every step. The reason how you got, Big Coal Joe on board was because they're opening up acres. Like, they're tying green energy, renewable energy initiatives, which, by the way, are not like regulatory mechanisms, which are absolutely a necessity at this point, but instead they are basically incentives. And even to give those incentives to corporations to invest into renewable energies in the form of subsidies and tax breaks, you had to open up acres of land every year for the oil and gas industry to drill on, if they wish to do so.
Over the next decade, far more than the oil and gas industry could possibly use. And Mr. President, that is not all. The fossil fuel industry will not just benefit from the provisions in the reconciliation bill as currently written. A deal has also been reached to make it easier for the fossil fuel industry to receive permits
only in America,
for their oil
boys.
and gas projects. This deal would approve the $6.6 billion Mountain Valley Pipeline, a fracked gas pipeline that would span over 300 miles from West Virginia to Virginia and potentially on to North Carolina. This is a pipeline that would generate emissions equivalent to that released by 37 coal plants or by over 27 million cars each and every year. Mr. President, let me quote from a July 29th letter from over 350 environmental organizations, including Friends of the Earth, Food and Water Watch, and the Climate Justice Alliance, expressing concerns about this bill. And I quote, "Any approval of new fossil fuel projects or fast-tracking of fossil fuel permitting is incompatible with climate leadership. Oil, gas, and coal production are the core drivers of the climate and extinction crises. There can be no new fossil fuel leases, exports, or infrastructure if we have any hope of preventing ever-worsening climate crises, catastrophic floods, deadly wildfires, and more, all of which are ripping across the country as we speak. We are out of time. Therefore, we, these 350 organizations, are calling on you, as the President, leadership of Congress, to fulfill your promise to lead on Congress, starting with denying approvals for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, rejecting all new federal fossil fuel leases onshore in the Gulf of Mexico and Alaska and everywhere else, and preventing any fast-track permits for fossil fuel projects. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to insert the full letter into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And here is what the Center for Biological Diversity had to say on this bill. Quote, "This is a climate suicide pact. It is self-defeating to handcuff renewable energy development to massive new oil and gas extraction. The new leasing required in this bill will fan the flames of the climate disasters torching our country, and it's a slap in the face to the communities fighting to protect themselves from filthy fossil fuels." End quote. Now, Mr. President, in my view, we have got to do everything we can to take on the greed, the irresponsibility, the destructiveness of the fossil fuel industry, not give billions of dollars in corporate welfare to an industry that has been destroying our planet. And that is why I will be introducing an amendment today to strike all of the benefits to the fossil fuel industry that are in this bill, and I will be asking for a roll call vote on it. And Mr. President, let me say a word about some of the other amendments that I'll be introducing. I will be introducing an amendment that is widely popular. The concept is widely popular, and that is to expand Medicare to provide dental, vision, and hearing benefits. This amendment is fully paid for by demanding that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes. Further, I will be introducing an amendment to provide $30 billion to establish the Civilian Conservation Corps, which would create 400,000 jobs for young people to combat climate change. The entire younger generation wants to roll up their sleeves and get involved in the effort to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel. And this amendment and the establishment of a Civilian Conservation Corps would allow them to do that. And further,
I got to pee. I'll be back.
I'll be introducing an amendment to expand the $300 a month child tax credit for the next 5 years by restoring the top corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. As you know, we made significant progress in lowering childhood poverty in America. We reduced it by 40% with the establishment of a child tax credit. But unfortunately, that was not continued in this year, and I think it needs to do so. So, Bottom line, this is where we are at. The American people are hurting. Tens of millions of workers are falling further and further behind. The elderly are hurting. The kids are hurting. And people are looking to their elected representatives in Washington to finally address the crises that they are facing. And in a reconciliation bill, where we only need 50 votes and the vice president, we have the capability, if we pass these amendments, of taking a giant step forward, not only in addressing the needs of our kids, our elderly and working families, but it may be, just maybe, beginning to restore the confidence of the American people in their democracy, in believing that their elected officials are listening to them and not just lobbyists and wealthy campaign contributors. So I would look forward to offering these amendments and getting them.
And I look forward to you not voting for them and telling the American people that there is no shot in hell that Congress represents their best interests. Okay? Will you please knock on the point that this is against the free market that conservatives and capitalists preach about? What do you mean? There's no such thing as a fucking free market, okay? There is no such thing as the free market. Not real. It's a unicorn. Made up.
Passed, and I thank the president very much and yield the floor.
How can you say there's a free market when you look at Congress and the way that they operate? How can you say there's a free market when you look at the multiple billion-dollar industry in the form of ads and propaganda and PR? There is no such thing. Okay? It does not exist, folks. It does not exist. Not real. Top of the hour ad break, on the other hand, is real. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. That's not propaganda. That's real life. And you see those ads as long as you don't subscribe. Now, of course, you can subscribe for $5 or for free. Or what the fuck? Last Canarius with a 50 gifted sub. Jesus Christ. As long as you're one of the lucky 50 that just got gifted by Last Canarius, then you're fine. But if you weren't lucky enough to receive one of those, then, you know, if you weren't a part of the 50 bomb, then you're going to have to subscribe on your own for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Hopefully you use it on your favorite streamer, me, even though I don't run as much ads as your other top content creators on this platform. Psychonaut Andy, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. And Cock Eed Fartin, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. I mean, let's look at this, by the way. Speaking of free market, Republicans block cap on insulin. The 5G vaccine for QAnon teens. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Republicans block cap on insulin costs for many Americans from the Democratic deal. Republicans stripped out a provision to cap insulin costs at $35 for private insurers, but the Inflation Reduction Act still includes an insulin price cap for seniors on Medicare. Democrats had tried to preserve the provision to cap insulin costs at $35 for private insurance, but that vote failed 57-43, with 7 Republicans voting with them to keep insulin cost cap in the bill. 3 short of what was needed. We needed 3 fucking votes. 3 fucking votes, and blammo, all of a sudden, that's legislation. Okay? 3. Think about that. 3. Wild to consider. Here are some of the other parts that was lost in the sauce here. Here are the casualties of the big Build Back Better agenda, some of which was supposed to be in here, but were not. But ultimately, universal pre-K, gone. Child care dollars, gone. Elder care dollars, gone. Child tax credit, gone. No extension for that. Housing dollars, gone. Community college, gone. EITC expansion. Closing the Medicaid gap. Immigration. Tax rate hikes, gone. Millionaire surtax, gone. Ending carried interest, also gone. These items were excluded from the new bill. Now, let me tell you something. People are celebrating this, okay? I want to talk about the person responsible for, at the very least, eliminating a carried interest loophole, ending the carried interest loophole. Wonderful the bisexual icon that goes by the name of Kirsten Sinema. Before we talk about the bill with respect to climate change, I want to just give a quick shout out to this lovely lady here. Kirsten Sinema used to be a dumpster diving, Green Party voting, America KKK type anarchist back in the day. You know. Here's Dan Amira, who says, if you ever doubt that you can change your path in life, just remember that this person went on to become the Senate's top defender of hedge funders and private equity. Okay? Just remember. And the worst part about it is that her fucking bunk ass, dumbass fucking style never changed. Like, if anything, you could have worn fucking pantsuits and you would look better than this shit, okay? That's the worst part. Kirsten Sinema always had horrendous drip, including rocking a fucking tutu when she was well into her goddamn 30s. And she still dresses like she survived a car crash, like a really, really horrible car crash. But Kirsten Sinema has a lot of allies for this. Finance bros are literally getting bottle service dedicated to Kirsten Sinema. Just wild that she cares more about her helping millionaire bankers pay less taxes than helping everyday Arizonans. Look at that. At Nightingale, Kirsten is bae, carried interest. She dresses like a kid whose parents let them wear Halloween costumes year round. Oh my Lord. You know she's shopping. You know she's shopping at Ross Dress for Less. Bringing it back to my original point, which is no one should shop at Ross Dress for Less, except Kirsten Sinema shops there all the fucking time. Okay? Oh my God, that is a TJ Maxx fix. Stop it. That is not true, and you know it. So, toxic chat proving they hate powerful women. Oh, 100%. Lots of things about the Manchin climate bill are true all at once. It's far and away for the country's most significant piece of climate policy ever, and is nowhere near the level of action scientists say is necessary to avoid the worst impacts of the climate crisis. What Chase Woodruff is saying. Talking about, beware of anyone telling you that the modest or incremental progress doesn't matter because we only have a narrow window to act, despite what is forgivably implied by some rhetoric. The climate crisis is not a ticking time bomb. Every ton of greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere, whether tomorrow or in 2050, will make things worse. And every ton we stop from being emitted, whether tomorrow or in 2050, will help. Until we stop releasing significant amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, the world will get warmer and the impacts, deadly and destabilizing heat, drought, extreme weather, sea level rise, cascading economic and political crises will get worse. He's right. So the wonderful impact of this bill in particular that we have shown is that it encourages more drilling. So there's that element. We already have hit about 1.2 centigrade of warming over pre-industrial temperatures, and things are bad. They will be worse at 1.5 centigrade, even worse at 2, worse at 2.5, and so on. Every incremental of further warming will mean a greater degree of human death and suffering. Okay, that means crop being wiped out, areas becoming desolate and impossible to do any sort of agricultural production in. That means mass migration of climate change refugees. That means war as a consequence of not having agricultural production happen in places where it used to be able to. Okay? Syrian civil war, The Syrian war in general is just a perfect representation of this. Climate change had significant impacts there. To grossly oversimplify the Manchin bill, though both direct emissions impacts and knock-on economics and geopolitical effects will probably help move the world from a path towards slightly more than 2.5 centigrade of a warming path towards slightly less than 2.5 centigrade. Together with actions over the last several years by other countries along with states and the private sector, the world has continued to make progress bending the emissions curve, and truly catastrophic warming levels of plus 3 centigrade or more now seem unlikely. This, by the way, is still devastating. Remember, we're talking about like once every 1,000-year extreme weather conditions happening year-round. Okay? Year-round. Why? Because 1.5 degrees increase. 2.5 means like humans are dying. I mean, humans are dying already, but like not indirectly from, I don't know, natural disasters or whatnot, but like human beings are dying because like there's no food and now they're fighting. There's war. There's no food. There's no agricultural production and development. And there's also massively chaotic and debilitating, destructive natural disasters. So then you have to move. Okay? You have to literally move somewhere else. And then when you try to move somewhere else, then those countries are going to put up their borders and kill you. But again, all of this taken together is still a far cry from the emissions pathway that scientists say would do the most limit to catastrophic impacts while still remaining technologically and economically feasible. A 1.5 centigrade consistent target. When scientists released an exhaustive report on the 1.5 target in 2018, they warned that achieving it would require rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society. This is the RDC World meme, literally, that happened in real life. Though it's been clear for a while now, the Manchin bill is a final confirmation that the world hasn't chosen that path. Without drastic transformative action by the world's largest economy, the 1.5 target is now almost certainly out of reach. So that's where we are. Pending further action, which is unlikely at the federal level for the foreseeable future, we've prevented the vast amounts of harm that would result in 3 centigrade plus warming, while choosing to accept the still vast amounts of harm that will result at 2 to 2.5. Like Mad Max future shit. Now, if you're living in the imperial core, it's not going to be as impactful for you. I mean, it still will be obviously devastating, but it's not going to be as impactful for you if you were living in like fucking Guatemala, okay? If you're living in an area that is underdeveloped and all of a sudden you can't even fucking grow crops anymore, you can't grow food anymore, you're fucked. Then you move somewhere where you move somewhere for survival, and then that place is fucked because you're now moving in droves. Not in like the natural, healthy amount of people that are trying to come into the United States of America, a country with enough wealth to be able to take care of all these people, but like you're moving to another third world country. You're now, if you're lucky, that is, of course, if you haven't died because of civil war or some shit, now you're moving to another third world country that's also not able to take care of you, okay? And then that country is also destabilized, trying to, in droves, in the millions, like multiple fucking millions, I'm talking like hundreds of millions, trying to rush the fucking border of a country that will actually be habitable for you. The scariest part, in my opinion, of climate change is that many populated cities like Delhi will frequently experience wet bulb temperatures in the future. At the wet bulb, heat-adapted and healthy people can only survive outside in the shade for a few hours, even with unlimited water. Yeah. So that's where we're at. But when you look at things like Biden's border strategy, and you realize that it is just simply a continuation of the Trump administration's border strategy, just packaged neatly for liberal consumption, or not even discussed at all, like the $1.5 billion deal that Biden secured with AMLO in Mexico in order to invest in smart border protocols. Understand that the reason why they're doing that is because they're hedging their bets for a future where hundreds of millions of people will be rushing the American border and will either fucking enslave them or will just zap them with lasers. Thank you, Las Canarias, for the 17 gifted subs. Get that, right? Why? Because we're not doing shit about fixing climate change. That's why. New research using the wet bulb globe temperature hits danger zone at 87 Fahrenheit. Humans can't endure temperatures and humidities as high as previously thought. Okay, well, it's been widely believed that a 35 centigrade wet bulb temperature equal to 95 degrees at 100% humidity or 115 Fahrenheit at 50% humidity was the maximum a human could endure before they could no longer adequately regulate their body temperature, which would potentially cause heat stroke or death over prolonged exposure. New study shows that it's actually 31 degrees centigrade or 87 Fahrenheit at 100% humidity, even for young, healthy subjects. So, I guess I'll die is like literally the fucking meme. You know what I mean? That's a regular day in Houston. Yeah, things are going to get fucking worse too. The "this is fine" meme is quite literally becoming a reality. You know, the "this is fine," like the dog that is on fire in a house. Like, that is straight up the fucking reality now. Fuckers are like, at least I got the AC on. So yeah, let's take a look, trigger warning, at Ted Cruz before we move on to some other subjects to cover, okay? We got a lot of fire lined up for the rest of the day. But before we do that, I do have to mention Ted Cruz time. Ted Cruz is very, very upset at what's going on, okay? Let's take a look.
News in Washington. The Democrats are this close to getting their climate change agenda passed, with senators up all night in the so-called vote-orama this morning, where senators are offering amendments to elements of Biden's Build Back Better agenda that have been stalled for a year. The Senate voted 51-50 last night to move this bill forward, with Vice President Kamala Harris deciding vote to pass a reconciliation package, which will increase taxes and raise $700 billion over 10 years, largely to pay for Obamacare subsidies and climate change new rules. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is on the Judiciary Committee. He voted against this bill, and he joins me now with the very latest. Senator, thanks very much for being here this morning.
Well, good morning, Maria. Good to be with you.
Can you tell us about the amendments and the happenings right now in the Senate? Will this bill pass?
Well, sure. We've been up all night, voting all night. We're still in the middle of voting, so I just ran over from the Senate floor to join you for this discussion.
Listen, motherfuckers, I already gave you the trigger warning. I don't want to hear it, okay? Yes, Ted Cruz, trigger warning, Ted Cruz, trigger warning, Ted Cruz.
Discussion, but the Democrats are on the verge of ramming through what really is a terrible bill. This bill will hammer manufacturing. It will kill manufacturing jobs in this country. It will hammer small businesses.
What?
This bill will drive up gas prices. It has billions in new taxes on you.
Wait, why would this drive up gas prices, dude? What the fuck? Ted Cruz using the greatest thing that you could use, which is, of course, just making shit up. Awesome.
U.S. oil and gas production. We introduced amendments trying to take those new taxes out. So all the Democrats say they're worried and want to lower gas prices. They all just voted to raise gas taxes and to raise your price at the pump. This bill creates 87,000 new IRS agents. It doubles the size of the IRS. Those IRS agents are designed to come after you. They're not designed to come after the billionaires and the big corporations. They're designed to come after small businesses and working families across this country. The Democrats are making the IRS bigger than the Pentagon, plus the Department of State, plus the FBI, plus the Border Patrol combined. The IRS is going to be bigger. This is a massive power grab. And I got to say, it's amazing, Maria, watching these Democrats, amendment after amendment, common sense amendments, they vote against. I introduced an amendment to say, don't create 87,000 new IRS agents. Every Democrat voted no. I just introduced an amendment to say that Joe Biden and the federal government should not be able to sell oil from our strategic petroleum reserve to the Chinese communists. Biden sold over 2 million barrels of oil to the Chinese communists. Every Democrat but 4 voted no. They are bound and determined to try to ram this terrible bill through.
I want to get your take on a so-called wraparound amendment. I know that there were also amendments to try to get the Democrats to acknowledge that there is a wide open border. Will any of those...
I love her so much. She's just like... It's kind of wild to consider how, like Republicans will totally let go of their insanely misogynistic tendencies when it comes to some of the Republican commentators that are in positions of power. You know what I mean? She has. I'm sorry. You don't often see me shit on Vocal Fry or anything, and it's totally fine. But she is so unique. Her voice is so fucking unique that it is I don't know what it is. It just penetrates my brain in a way that no other voice is able to do.
Amendments stick, and what about a wraparound amendment at the end of the day that deletes all the other amendments that you would try to get through?
Well, right now, it may be that the Democrats don't even need to force through a wraparound amendment because they've managed to keep their side. They've kept party discipline where all of even the supposed moderates have been willing to vote against common sense bills. For example, as I said, every single Democrat, all of them voted to increase gas taxes. So the next time you see a Mark Kelly in Arizona or Raphael Warnock in Georgia or a Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire or a Michael Bennet in Colorado or Catherine Cortez Masto in Nevada say, hey, we want gas prices to be lower, you know they are lying because
called out some of the, not Raphael Warnock, but some of the people that she called out are specifically the moderate or people in dangerous seats, I guess.
They stood up and voted, raise the gas taxes, stick it to the producers, make our consumers pay more at the pump. That's the end result they want, and their voting record proves it.
Well, it looks like they're going to be successful in this. And do you believe that taxes will go higher on most Americans? What about that promise that taxes would not be impacted for anybody making $400,000 or less?
Well, it's a flat-out lie. The Congressional Budget Office analyzed this bill, and it concluded a very large portion of it would be borne by people making under $400,000 a year, that just about every group of taxpayers would see their taxes go up. The Democrats know this, and by the way, we had amendments to say, let's not have any of these taxes fall on people making under $400,000. The Democrats all voted no. They are lying, and you know what they're counting on? They're counting on the corporate media just carrying their water for them and saying, oh, your taxes are not going up. It's not the truth. Wow. They know it's not the truth, but they expect the corporate media not to tell people. So unless they're watching your show or a handful of others, they're not hearing what's actually in this terrible bill.
That is absolutely extraordinary. I want to turn to the FBI and your committee's testimony with Christopher Wray testifying in front of your committee. Let's run this clip. I want you to explain it. Watch this.
The FBI agents were disciplined or reprimanded after that disastrous case and the misconduct that led to every defendant being acquitted or having a mistrial on every charge.
Senator, I can't comment on a personnel matter. I can tell you that.
I mean, dude, every media branch operates this way, by the way. Like, it's just not even people going, oh man, Fox News or whatever, but like every branch of the media is exactly like this. It's just like they just let you fucking lie, very little pushback, and then they turn around and go, all right, let's pull up a clip where you're looking like a fucking big dick badass.
That case, as I understand it, is now pending a retrial, as I understand it.
Well, the special agent in charge of that case has now been sent to D.C., to the Washington, D.C. office, and now leads the investigation regarding January 6th. Is that correct?
Come on, Hasan, this is egregious. Yeah, no shit. Okay, I agree that MSNBC does this too, but come on, Hasan, this is egregious. Yeah, no shit, it's egregious. It's disgusting. I mean, put them in a fucking spaceship with Elon Musk on a rocket journey to the sun, okay? I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I agree. They suck.
That doesn't sound right to me.
So the guy in charge got promoted and is now in charge of the January 6th investigation.
The guy in charge of the whole Detroit field office is now in charge of the whole Washington field office.
That is astonishing.
Senator, what were you saying there? What did the FBI do in terms of the Gretchen Whitmer situation in Michigan? Was that entrapment?
It was. Look, unfortunately, one of the worst outcomes we've seen, both from the Barack Obama administration and now the Joe Biden administration, has been the deep politicization and weaponization of the Department of Justice and the FBI. They've turned the machinery of government and law enforcement into a weapon to attack their political enemies. And in the case of Gretchen Whitmer, we all remember in the fall of 2020, right before the presidential election, big announcement that they were prosecuting people involved in a plot to kidnap and murder the Democratic governor of Michigan.
Okay, so here's the thing. The FBI did what they always do with the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, right? They like literally personally designed a kidnapping plot, found a bunch of dumbass patsies that will go along with it, and of course it fucking fell apart. Most leftists who are at least somewhat critical of the FBI and its practices immediately were like, yeah, that's bullshit. Okay, I said it. I was like, this is fucking silly. This is some silly Billy shit, right? A lot of people at the time got mad at me for saying that. Now, having said that, however, and there might be a little bit of FBI involvement in the January 6th stuff too, but ultimately, motherfuckers did go into the Capitol. Okay, so the fuck do you mean? That's what Alex Jones says. Yes, my friend, I know Alex Jones says that. Except Alex Jones never says that about Muslims. Which is surprising, right? Because most of the fucking terror plots that were thwarted by the FBI under the Obama administration, for example, were conducted by the FBI themselves, where they found like fucking autistic Muslim teenagers who they personally, openly in their own communications made fun of and were like, wow, that guy is R-worded. He couldn't even find his ass to wipe it if he doesn't even have that capability. Whereas, like, simultaneously, they were like, "Oh, we found a really bad terrorist guy that we luckily stopped from, doing a terror plot." Okay, that's true, by the way, straight up, everything I just mentioned. Now, they would use beautiful women to message them out of the blue, at least in 2 local cases. Fucked up. However, there is, of course, actual dumbasses who are trying to do that, even without the FBI's involvement, okay? It's a matter of entrapment versus just, is there enough push there? Or is there enough enthusiasm across the board and the FBI is like just kind of there alongside the process? And when it comes down to it, I think the January 6th insurrection is a little bit more on the other side. The Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping was certainly more FBI involvement and less the own personal interests of these fucking idiots. But January 6th, on the other hand, still FBI involvement, but FBI involvement, if you were to look at both the FBI involvement and genuine enthusiasm to do insurrection, I would say genuine enthusiasm to do insurrection was certainly top of mind, top priority. So the idea that Ted Cruz is like using one instance of the FBI being fucking bad and doing classic FBI shit, and to you know, defend wine moms and HVAC business owners that fucking travel from Arkansas to DC to go and like try to kill Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence or whatever. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's a difference there. These motherfuckers were so cocky that they live streamed themselves doing this shit because they thought that there would be no repercussions for it. How are you going to sit here and be like, oh, the FBI did that? It's like, no, motherfucker, they did that because they knew nothing would come of it. I don't really care about this as much, by the way. Yeah, new book details conflicts between Trump and his generals. Here, I'll give you the fucking most interesting part about it. There's a quote where Donald Trump literally says, why can't you be as loyal to me, my generals? Why can't you be as loyal to me like Hitler's generals were loyal to Hitler's generals? Okay? That's it. That's the most interesting quote from the entire fucking book. I don't give a shit. Trump is washed, plus L, plus ratio. Okay? Yeah, he did say that. For those of you who don't know, here, I'll just show you. Here, I'm sure they get to it.
Taking the job. And it reads, Milley assured him, Mr. President, you're going to be making the decisions. All I can guarantee from me is I'm going to give you an honest answer. And I'm not going to talk about it on the front page of the Washington Post. I'll give you an honest answer on everything I can. And you are going to make the decisions. And as
also, Hitler's generals did try to kill him, no? But whatever, that's besides the point.
long as they're legal, I'll support it. As long as they're legal, it was not clear how much that caveat even registered with Trump. Joining us now is Susan Glasser, CNN Global Affairs analyst and staff writer at The New Yorker. She's the co-author of this book called The Divider, which is billed as the inside story of the 4 years when Donald Trump went to war with Washington. And Susan, I really want to get to you speaking about your book, but I want to talk about what may be the most interesting part of it, which is the resignation letter that Mark Milley wrote but didn't send. So I'm just going to read a little bit about that.
Dude, this is like such whack-ass palace envy or palace intrigue. And it's like, oh my God, Mark Milley wanted to resign but didn't actually resign. It's like, these are books that nobody fucking reads. No one cares. Donald Trump is right. Woke military. Mark Milley is gay, okay? He's gay and he's a Maoist, and that's why he wanted to fucking retire, but he was too much of a pussy to actually retire. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
That so that you can speak about it. This was drafted in June of 2020 after what happened in Washington outside the White House with the use of the military. And he said, it is my belief that you are doing great and irreparable harm to my country. I believe that you have made a concerted effort over time to politicize the United States military. I thought that I could change that. I've come to the realization that I can't. He goes on to say you are using the military to create fear in the minds of the people. The American people trust their military, and they trust us to protect them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and our military will do just that. And he says, third, I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States that says all men and women are created equal. He says, it's obvious to me that you don't hold those values.
Yeah, but he fucking learned that when he read Mao Zedong, okay? I'm sick and tired of this. You have to admit this goes hard, though. Yeah, see, there it is. There's a real photo of Mark Milley being gay and loving CRT, which is also, you know, gay as well and racist against white people, okay? Like, I just, like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I can't do it. I can't, like, it's just so boring and fucking so whack. Like, these guys are all literally like, Mr. President, why can't we go back to just murdering 14-year-old brown kids overseas? Why do you have to also do a fascism here? Why can't we just keep doing a fascism overseas? Why is this so uninteresting to you? Because it doesn't fucking matter. Because he didn't actually kill Trump, okay? If you were a real Hitlerian-style general, you should have tried killing him. Why didn't you try to stab him? Or even scare him a little bit, you know what I mean? What the fuck? Just scare him. Go, boo, Mr. President. And then he'll be like, ah, my heart can't handle it. It's just fucking bullshit. It's just bullshit. Yeah, just feed him 100 Big Macs, dude. Trump is like a dog. He has no sense of like control over how much food he can eat. Just feed him. Just keep feeding him until he fucking his blood vessels burst. Okay? I shows people just swatted on live stream where it ended up getting handcuffed in a stream. It was forcibly ended. Okay, why are you guys showing me this, dude? Don't you know that these motherfuckers get off on this shit, the people that do this? Did he get swatted or did he actually call the cops on himself? The idea that he's one jump scare away from death is pretty funny for Donald Trump. Yeah. 1 hour poll, settle it. Anyway, why would he have the police's number on speed dial? Good one. Real gross Alex Stein video from CPAC. Not sure even if you want to cover it.
The vice report.
Dude, this guy gets off on being like the most punchable motherfucker on the planet, right? That's his thing, right? It's like this is the same guy who like went up to AOC and was like, "Yo, you're a big booty Latina," or whatever the fuck. That's his whole like shtick, right? Is like being just an annoying little pest, like the creepiest fucking loser. The guy who follows me is a guy who's unrelated to the person on the video, okay? Fucking weirdos. He's 35, believe it or not, huge loser energy. It's just so whack.
You can tell the only one in a mask here. So how are you doing?
Just doing my job.
She's here trolling everybody here. So she's the only one here in a mask, and she's just saying negative stuff. I can't believe they let you in here. Do you feel like you're lying or sheep in the lion's den?
Damn, bro. You fucking got her, dude. You feel like a sheep in a lion's den. Yeah, this is the dude who like sexually harassed AOC and was like, it's fucking sick. And then Tim Pool had him on his show and stuff.
I have credentials to be here. So.
Yeah, so do I. But I'm saying, see, this is Vice, guys. This person, she's trying to troll this event. She thinks all of you guys are losers. So that's what she posts on the.
Because you are, though. But like, you are losers. You know what I mean? Like, you're behaving like a loser at this moment. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, I fucking got you. You're making us look like losers, as I do the very most I can to make sure that that narrative is like permanently set. I'm going to keep proving you right. I'm a fucking huge loser.
The internet. She posts the most out of context.
Bro, look at this. Look at these fucking hogalinas, dude. Look at these fucking. Woo, buddy. Look at this. He's like, yeah, this dumb bitch trying to make me look like a loser. That's right, bro. He literally looks like if the hoggers emote that we have shaved, okay? God, conservatives are so fucking pathetic, dude. They're literally like, they love taking ownership of their own L's. You know what I mean? Haha, this lady's calling us losers, which we certainly are. Aha, owned you. Lol.
See, Vice is the worst media company there is. They're all liars. So what do you think about your crappy media company?
Just do my job, and if you have a problem with me being here, you can take it up with CPAC.
I know, but don't you think Vice is a bunch of liars?
No, I'm very proud.
Oh, you're proud of, you know, you guys mainly talk about drugs. Are you a drug addict too? Like all the Vice content you make? Guys, this is the Vice. Guys, this person, she's a loser right here. She's the only one.
Oh God, he's so fucking slimy and greasy. What a fucking weirdo, dude. Holy shit. He's so weird, dude. What the fuck? Yo, these guys are... Okay. This is kind of good though, because it's like this kind of attitude, like this kind of behavior, I don't think, you know, no matter how much of a politically motivated you are, no matter how much of a politically motivated moron you are, it's like pretty obvious what he's doing is like a child. You know what I mean? Don't stop your enemy from making a mistake. Exactly. He's just like, this dude can't go on doing this for too long. He's gonna get fucked over, most likely, if he keeps this up.
In a mask. You see this? This is what a loser looks like. She's got her coronavirus. How many vaccines do you have? Are you on your 5th vaccine?
It's none of your business.
Oh, it's not? So why do you want to mandate them if it's none of my business? Are you pro-vaccine mandates?
Like, there's no reason for her to continue this conversation with this fucking weirdo, dude. Look at him. He's like, yo, okay. Bro, look at his face. What the fuck? Yo, he's so ugly, dude. Holy shit. He looks like he's out here sweating like that fucking meme of the person who like is typing really fast. You know what I'm talking about? The person who's like aggressively typing. He's out here literally fucking, he's like about to have an aneurysm over here. Like, ah! 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 You fucking loser! Yeah, big boy, dude. I wonder why he only goes after women. I wonder why this fucking cucklord only goes after women at these sorts of conventions. Big tough guy, right? Surrounded by his fucking hog friends, too. Yeah, this. He's over. Look at it. Look at him face.
Oh, it's none of my business, but she's pro-vaccine mandate. Guys, you see this? This is what a Vice journalist looks like. She comes here. This is what a Vice journalist looks like in her little mask at the conservative event. Now she's scared and getting attention.
I'm getting married in 2 weeks. That's why.
Oh, that's great. You're getting married. I wonder how many vaccines he has. Is your husband?
What the fuck? Bro, he just went back. Dude, this is NPC behavior, by the way. That's so funny. He's like, oh, I wonder how many vaccines he has. Oh, you have a... Are you getting married to the vaccine? Dude, that's awesome. That's a great troll, man. You're fucking cool. Why don't you do something nice for once? And, you know, I won't say the rest of what I want to say. Just, you know, fucking make the world a better place by just shutting this entire operation down. I'm just... You know what I mean? Is your husband gay? I'm gonna stalk you now. Do the world a favor. No, it's in your hands. Do you want to see this loser rap? Shut the fuck up.
They call me Primetime 99 Alex San. Hope you guys...
Oh, God. This is the guy who does, like, the fake liberal shit, right?
What? Oh, excuse me. Come on.
Listen! Nothing about that!
99 on the grind all the time.
Oh, God. Conservative comedy. Conservative comedy. Dude, I love conservative comedy. Dude, listen. if you have not a funny bone in your entire body, then of course you're gonna fucking constantly do like, lol, I'm just being racist for jokes, because it's the hackiest thing you can do. And this is basically like the in-person version of that, which is I have no fucking jokes, so all I got is just harassment. You know what I mean? I'm gonna harass female reporters as much as I can. Is he trying to be the hog, Jordan Klepper? See, that's the thing. Great example. Jordan Klepper goes up and talks to willing participants, okay? He might troll them by showcasing their contradictions and their attitude and their worldview. This guy can't do that because he's not smart enough to do that. He's too fucking stupid. So he has to literally do the hacky version of this, which is, you're the fucking, are you married to a vaccine? Are you gay for the vaccine? Oh, you're so stupid, vaccine. Like, that's it. That's what happens when you have, you're a witless dipshit. You're right, Chatter. Exactly. You're just a fucking witless dipshit, and you got nothing, so you're like, God, Republicans are so fucking dripless, so bitchless. It's just like, oh my God, they're such fucking dildos, dude.
Is he vaccinated? Is he vaccinated too? Why don't you put this on your Vice? Why don't you put this on your Vice? See, Vice won't cover Primetime 99 Alex Stein. See, Vice is a liar. She's a liar. And then when you call her out, she walks away. She's scared.
He's a streamer. He's not on fucking Twitch. No shot.
I get it. And Hunter is kind of like a black guy, a little bit. I mean, he smokes crack. I mean, I'm not saying all black people smoke crack. Black people are associated with the crack.
What? Like, I get the joke that he's trying to say, but he's such a bumbling little bitch, dude. Just say it. Like, what's the problem? You're being racist anyway. Like, just be as racist as you want to be, dude. Maybe the delivery will stick better. He's like, I'm not saying it, but like, he's a black guy, right? I mean, crack is associated with black guys. Yeah. Oh, why don't you just say it? Just be fucking racist, dude. What the fuck? We all know you're racist. Like, I don't understand why he just like chickened out of it. You know what I mean?
Epidemic. He smokes crack. This is 2018. All that stuff, everybody knows he's smoking crack. So, you know what? Hunter Biden's leading into the crackhead role.
Come on. It's just like, oh, this is great. He's trying to, why are you trying to weasel out of just like doing a racist thing? We already know it. Just say it.
She's the only one in a mask here. She probably has the coronavirus from the viral shedding. You guys see, this is a Vice journalist. It's a lying media company. So do you feel uncomfortable now being here?
I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm just here to do my job.
Well, I don't want to get viral shedding, but how many vaccines do you have? Do you think Joe Biden's a good president? Does inflation affect you? Do you think the country's doing well?
Why are you?
Yeah.
She's like, leave me alone. Like, what are you doing? Brother, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, you're just insanely fucking annoying. You know what I mean? He's so obnoxious. Like, she's like, dude, leave me alone. What the fuck? This is psychotic. Like, and everyone there is so horned up for this. Look at the crowd. Look how big the crowd got. It's like, yeah, that's our boy. Let's do it. Let's all harass her together. Epic trolling, baby. I'm 60 years old. I'm still on 4chan. My bitch wife left me. Deborah, I love you. Please come back. You took the children.
Coronavirus and the viral shedding.
God damn it. God damn it, Deborah. He thinks he's killing it. Yeah, dude. He's so...
Do you think Joe Biden's a good president? Does inflation affect you? Do you think the country's doing well?
Why are you?
Yeah. Oh, look at this device! Vice alert! Vice alert! Let's get a photo. Yeah, I'm Primetime 99. The Vice is a lying media company. They lie. Yeah, so am I. See, I'm a credential reporter. Oh, you see? Yeah, I'm a credential reporter too. Oh, I'm Vice. I'm a liar.
Wow. That's good ass comedy, baby. That's so good. He fucking killed it. Bro, I swear to God, the more she avoids him, the dumber he gets. He started doing the baby voice, dude. What the fuck? Like he went from like full-blown adult incel school shooter creep to 12-year-old. Which is awesome. Do not bring up this man's limited fucking interaction and engagements by fucking adding him in the chat. Are you fucking brain dead, dude? If you look at a channel and it's got like 200 fucking followers, why in the ever-loving fuck would you link it in the largest political Twitch stream? Like, what's wrong with you? Are you just as fucking silly-billied out as this dude? Does your brain not comprehend that that is like promotion? Dumbass chat, shut the fuck up.
Huh? These guys are cowards and liars.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I have masks everywhere. I got so many masks on. Anyway. OMG platforming. I mean, there's a difference between like me fucking shitting on the guy versus him literally, people literally fucking linking the dude's Twitch account, okay? Especially when the Twitch account is not even prominent. Just think. Think before you act. Anyway, it's just another endless sequence of conservatives fucking owning themselves prominently. Okay, that's what that was. Wonderful stuff. Great, that dude is he's killer. He's got a killer bit. Anyway, here is speaking of fucking conservatives owning themselves, Aaron Rodgers went on the Part of My Take podcast, and you know, let's take a look at what happened to him.
Oh, immunization, vaccination.
Yeah, I did. I said that a lot.
Yeah, you did.
Yep.
But
how many people do you think you killed? What's your count? How many grandmothers? Let's just do grandmothers.
I mean, I know you guys are fucking around. I don't find that part funny. I really don't.
Okay.
Like,
yeah. PFD, he takes it very seriously. The amount of grandmothers he killed, he takes very seriously. How dare you bring up the numbers, okay? He recognizes the impact that he had. You understand? He gets it. He killed a bunch of grandmothers and he doesn't like it. That's the main difference, okay? Bro, look at the banner CPAC displayed. Feels like we shouldn't gloss over the fact that CPAC put a massive banner over the stage and said, "We're all domestic terrorists." Nice. I mean, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. They're just, at least they're admitting it. You know what I mean? They're honest. Refreshingly honest. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look. Let's finish this out real quick.
And I know you guys are fucking around. I don't find that part funny. I really don't.
Okay.
Like,
Oh shit, we got John Cena.
no, yeah. People.
Shit, we got John Cena.
Like, yo, that's fucked up, dude. He's like, don't bring that up. He takes it seriously. Look at how red PFD got. Yeah. Here's another incredible own. Now, you guys already know this take. You've heard me make fun of this take before, but I had never seen a clip like this where like someone else actually just, offers just such a normal pushback to a classic Tateism. Here it is.
Have you ever seen a Chinese person working for someone who wasn't Chinese?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. I gotta run it again. I love this. He's like, yeah.
Have you ever seen a Chinese person working for someone who wasn't Chinese?
Like, he thought he was about to pop off with this, okay? Also, it's just like why do you choose like an incredibly common experience? Like, why are you trying to get other people to like be just at your racism level? That like your expectation basically is like, this is, by the way, this is the equivalent of like trigger warning, racism. This is the equivalent of like walking up to like a random person or going on a podcast and be like, have you ever seen like a successful black person? Like, yeah, of course, dude. Of course. What the fuck do you mean? Like, why would you expect the other person to be just as racist as you? You know what I mean? Like, it's so stupid. It's like, how are you so incredibly surrounded by sycophantic assholes that you just didn't even think about this further? Like, there are billions of Chinese people on the fucking planet. Of course they work for fucking non-Chinese people. It's so stupid. Why would your expectation be, no, you're right. You're right, I've never seen it. Because like the concept that he's trying to get at is that like Chinese people take care of their own, they're like different than everybody else, and they are organized in a way that like helps Chinese people out. That's why they never work for non-Chinese people or whatever the fuck, which is not true, obviously. But it's so dumb. Because once again, if your entire worldview revolves around your anecdotes, most often, not even anecdotes, but your personal biases, yeah, someone's going to be like, yeah, that's wrong. Stop acting like statistics matter in the situation. He's sharing his opinion. Why do you get so heated? Okay, 11-month subscriber. Stop trying to bait me. See? I took a day off, bitch. Constantly being around immature kids is training him to believe that he can take these stances confidently. I think he's going to overreach and get himself into more debates with people who challenge and dumpster him. You were the first of more L's to come. I hope I could serve him another one too. You know what I mean? Because we were supposed to link up and build, my guy. What happened? Anyway, both Donut Operator and the AK Guy want me to collab with them. Hey, it's on the hunt. Just saw a reaction to the AK Guy video collab with the robot dog. Just wanted to extend the invitation again to come out to Texas and have a range day with Brandon, Cleanest Clean, and myself. And he also said, even though Hasan the Hun, Brandon himself said, even though Hasan the Hun and I have very different political views on most things, I respect him for at least standing up for free speech for creators. Would love to have him out on a range for a day sometime and show him real gun culture, maybe with Cleanest Clean and Donut Operator. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but for the record, I don't need fucking clout. I've made my money. I'm good. I just think it's neat to talk about people who acknowledge shooting guns is fun and want to try and explore it. This guy goes, ask him about the Armenian genocide for me. This is from 4 years ago. It took me 2 seconds to Google. Ask me about 9/11. Dude, it's so funny. Why does this have 92 likes? Why are so many people just like, yeah, no, he denies it? You know what I mean? It's like, why? It's so easy. It's so easily dismissed. It's just funny that like they just keep going off on that. You do the chud bit so much, even when you said Brandon added you on Twitter. I thought you meant Joe Biden. Anyway, I don't know. Fuck, we were talking about Ezra. There's another guy crying. We're gonna do that. Yeah. Oh, Frank Ocean made a $25,000 cock ring. Just wanted to point that out. Clean is a really popular Tarkov streamer. He's pretty cool. Yeah, I know. I know Clean. I am very familiar with Clean. I like Clean. He's a Bernie bro, Marine vet. I mean, he definitely has like some right-wing tendencies, but like I think his worldview is decent for the most part. Like he just likes guns a lot. That's it. Mar-a-Lago was raided? What? What? News Trump in statement says Mar-a-Lago's under siege, raided and occupied by a large group of FBI agents. Wait, what? No way. What is happening? Oh, dude. Okay. I gotta run it again. I'm sorry. Okay, we have to do that. We have to. Where's the fucking Dark Branded meme? God damn it. Clean is also that OP guy where any haircut and facial hair looks good on him no matter what. Yeah, he's a very good looking man. Here it is. I'm sorry. What's up? What did you just say that? It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. These are dark times for our nation. As my beautiful home, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, is currently under siege, raided, and occupied by a large group of FBI agents. Dark Brandon is coming after me and all of my cronies. That's right.
Who voted for President Trump? There's no way out. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with.
Nothing like this has ever happened to a president of the United States before. After working and cooperating with the relevant government agencies, this unannounced raid on my home was not necessary or appropriate. It is prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system, and an attack by radical left Democrats who desperately don't want me to run for president in 2024, especially based on recent polls, which, by the way, he's been getting hammered in the polls. DeSantis is doing better than him, and he's really bent about that, which is why he keeps talking about the polls.
It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead.
Such an assault could only take place in a broken third world country. Sadly, America has now become one of those countries, corrupt at a level not seen before. They even broke into my safe. What is the difference between this and Watergate, where operatives broke into the Democratic National Committee? Here, in reverse, Democrats broke into the home of the 45th President of the United States. That's awesome. Yeah, Yusuf Al-Bidan. The holy light of Allah is blinding me. If only I had been a true believer. Isn't it wonderful when Donald Trump 3 days ago said, like, we should use the law enforcement authorities to, like, mass execute drug dealers, okay, with a swift trial or no trial at all. We should bring back stop and frisk. And then, like, the moment that the law enforcement community comes after him, he's like, I'm a prison abolitionist. No-knock raids without warrants are being conducted on my home. Unbelievable. Defund the police. Damn, he wrote a lot, dude. He wrote like whole pages. I don't want to read all this. I can't read all this, but it is pretty funny. I do love this. Okay. Have you covered Trump flushing White House documents yet? Trump tried to flush documents down White House toilet. New photos shown. Wait, what? Where are the photos? What? New in Axios. Trump denied flushing documents as president, as I learned during reporting last year for Confidence Man. A Trump White House source recently provided photos of paper with Trump's handwriting in two different toilets. I don't understand. Like, was it even relevant shit? Was it even important shit? On the left is a White House toilet, the word qualified and a capital I visible. On the left, a toilet from the Trump trip overseas. Under the Presidential Records Act, documents generated by and sent the presidents are to be preserved by the office. Trump's habit of ripping paper that had to be taped back up was known. His habit of discarding them was not. I don't know what else to say about this story other than just like, Hasan shirtless. Look at that, folks. That's what I wrote. I was looking up. I thought I was Googling it. I wrote Hasan shirtless photos on a piece of paper, and I thought maybe I could find more. Big news. Yeah, we just covered it. I'm still covering the story. Why are you guys coming in here? Dude, it's awesome though. Your accent is actually incredible. People are coming in. It just broke. You went up 2K. Wait, I did? I don't think I did. CNN is doing a whole breaking news story on this and pretending they know what's going on. Okay, love that. Let's take a look. I do think it's funny.
Victims.
Why are they? I mean, it is a big deal.
In that case, we're damning.
That is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
Well, they're talking to the A. Jones.
Text messages related to January 6th could also be very damaging to Jones, as those were, because Jones was a core and huge promoter of Trump's election lies leading up to January 6th. Here is just some of what he said before January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021. He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers. The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children?
I mean, yeah.
Future was on the line.
You don't really need a text message to know his involvement, like he
Trump's
said.
former spokesperson, Katrina Pearson, who helped organize the rally on January 6th, she even warned Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, about what she was hearing from Alex Jones.
But she never warned everybody that the top of the hour ad break was here. And if you wanted an uninterrupted ad-free broadcasting experience, that all you needed to do was subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
The rhetoric that they were doing.
Or by getting gifted a sub.
And Jones' words and actions on the night before January 6th
That's right.
to
It's
Trump's
kind of fucked
supporters
up
in
that they never mentioned that, even though that is what is happening right now. The top of the hour ad break is upon us. Okay, here's the 1 minute ad break now. Get ready to avoid it. Boom, blammo, roasted, toasted.
6th. Hours later on Insurrection Day, Jones was on U.S. Capitol grounds.
Trump is going to speak over here. Trump is going
I mean, dude.
to be on the other side.
Jones was there. Jones mattered, but he has never testified to exactly what he knows. Because when he met with the January 6th Select Committee earlier this year, he was anything but cooperative.
I just had a very intense experience being interrogated by the January 6th committee lawyers. They were polite, but they were
Okay, we need local news coverage on
dogged.
Trump being
But I
investigated
said
by
this,
the
my
FBI.
lawyer told me almost 100 times today during the interrogation. On advice of counsel, I am asserting my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Almost 100 times asserting his Fifth Amendment rights. That's what he says. Well, we sure know how the former President Trump feels about people who plead the Fifth.
The mob takes the Fifth.
Yeah. We know. Trump is the mob.
They have been doing it in the way that builds trust. And I don't think it's helpful for members of Congress to politicize it, because ultimately what we want is an independent Justice Department that is not acting in a political motive. That's why President Biden appointed Attorney General Garland. Many people are saying, oh, he's too slow or he's not doing anything. I think what he has shown is integrity. And that's why whatever he does, the Justice Department is going to have the confidence of the American public.
So, Representative Connor, I always push back slightly on this because it is a political investigation, and that's not inherently bad. And I say this because it was an attempt at a political insurrection, right? Like, you can't say it's non-political when the former president was trying to use politics to sort of overrule the sort of will of the people. But my question for you also is, now that you've seen this, do you think this will have an impact on impending votes in Congress? Do you think that this will make your Republican colleagues more likely to go along with what seem to be policy initiatives by the Biden administration the American public wants? Do you think this will make them more likely to separate themselves from President Trump? Or do you think that they'll basically double down and say, well, the FBI is after him, so now it's our opportunity. We have to sort of circle the wagons as we have before. What do you think the impact of this FBI raid will have on your body working forward?
Well, for almost 6 years, every time I've thought that the Republicans would finally speak up against Donald Trump, they have unfortunately let me down. So I don't know whether this will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. But if anything, it should hopefully get enough Republicans in the Senate and a few in the House to vote for the Electoral Count Act, Reform Act, which will make sure that whoever wins the popular vote in states in 2024 actually gets the slate's delegates, because otherwise you're going to have a situation where someone can try to steal the election again. And hopefully, at the very least, the January 6th Commission and all of these findings by the Justice Department.
Folks, I Show Speed and Donald Trump get raided on the same day. Coincidence? That radical Democrats are trying to take down a popular content creator by the name of I Show Speed for his MAGA support. Believe me. Dark Brandon is coming after me and I Show Speed together.
Passing this bill, not just in the House, but in the Senate, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who gets indicted. It doesn't matter who gets arrested. It doesn't matter who ends up in Oz if the vote still can't be protected in November.
Absolutely, I do. And I think people are looking at this and regretting probably the impeachment vote in the Senate. I think after that, some people thought Donald Trump would just go away. He obviously hasn't. Now you have a Justice Department ongoing investigation into conduct, at the very least, of people very close to him. And we don't know whether it will implicate the president or not, but they are certainly looking at evidence that the president has, former president has. And so my view is this is the time where we need to at least have the Electoral Count Act passed. And I am encouraged that there are Republicans in the Senate who support that. All that the act says is that there needs to be judicial review before a state legislature can overturn the popular vote in that state. And I fear if we don't do that, that you could have a repeat of the efforts in 2020 and 2024. And that would be malpractice for our Congress not to prevent someone from stealing the election in 2024.
Thank you, Congressman Ro Khanna, for starting us off with this breaking news today. Thank you so much. Joining me now is Barbara McQuaid, former U.S. attorney, MSNBC legal analyst, and professor at the University of Michigan School of Law. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Barbara. First, what is your immediate reaction to this unannounced FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago, the home of the twice impeached former president and insurrectionist leader Donald Trump?
Absolutely stunning. I'm absolutely stunned. I'm stunned that it's happening so quickly, and I'm stunned that it's happening at all. Searching the premises of the president's residence is absolutely unprecedented. But keep in mind, this could only happen if a judge found probable cause to believe that evidence of a crime will be found there. So really stunning development.
So, Barbara, take us through that process. Look, my knowledge of the law pretty much begins and ends with Law and Order, occasionally some CSI. So is it a matter of the Department of Justice, they just find a local judge? Do they have to find a federal judge? Do they also have to get approval from local police? Is it the FBI comes in and commandeers everything? What is the process that the federal investigators had to go through in order to initiate this unannounced raid?
Well, first, to get a warrant, usually you have to have developed probable cause, which
we already
usually
read the Trump
requires months
statement.
and months of investigation. That builds a record. Then a federal agent swears out an affidavit in great detail. It may be 10, 20 pages long, detailing all of the evidence thus far in the investigation that they believe supports probable cause to search the premises. That is, that there will be evidence of a specific crime found there, not just any old crime, but crimes they've been investigating for which they believe they have probable cause. They then have to take that to a judge in the district where the property is located. So that would be the Southern District of Florida. In a case of this magnitude, the approvals will go all the way to the Attorney General himself. This would not happen without his absolute approval. Once that warrant is secured, then the FBI would assemble a team, and they usually do bring with them some local police officers who know the lay of the land, who can go up and help with a knock and announce, explain why they're there. And then the teams begin their search, and they can search any place on the premises where the items they're looking for might be found. In this case, my guess is it's documents and maybe electronic storage devices like cell phones, iPads, and the like. And so that really allows them to look just about anywhere where you might be able to find a document. And people often are shocked at the number of agents that show up for a search like this, but they usually go into rooms in pairs so that they can develop a chain of custody if that evidence ever has to be used in a trial. In a premises the size of Mar-a-Lago, I am guessing it's dozens and dozens of agents going in, unless there's one very specific things they want to seize, like a box of classified documents that didn't get turned over, and they're looking for specific items. My guess is it's dozens and dozens of agents participating in this search.
Now, this is one thing that occurs to me. We've seen evidence, people have talked about it in books, people have talked about it in the previous administration, that Donald Trump would tear things up, flush documents down the toilet, have them cut up. What do you think, given that he had a tendency to try to burn bag things while they were happening, what do you think, if you had to speculate, what do you think they're going to actually find at Mar-a-Lago? Would Trump and his cronies be dumb enough to take FedEx boxes worth of indictable materials and drag them to his house?
Yes. I hope.
We used to say in my former office, we don't catch the smart ones. People do all kinds of things because they are either too foolish to understand the consequences or too arrogant to believe anybody will.
Bro, the fact that they opened the safe implies that they had the fattest of fucking warrants, okay?
You can't issue a warrant.
Like, you can't just literally open up a safe even during a regular regular raid. It means that they knew that there was material inside of that safe, or at least had reasonable suspicion for important evidence to be trapped inside of that fucking safe that a federal judge allowed them to go through. If that is, of course, if Donald Trump is saying what Donald Trump is saying is correct.
We know this. It is somebody who is close to former President Trump, and we know that a judge has found probable cause that a specific crime it has either been committed or is being committed, and that evidence of that crime exists on the premises at Mar-a-Lago.
Not just on the premises, remember, inside of his safe, okay? That's actually huge.
That there are classified documents in the possession of the former president in his home. Who could potentially be at risk for being arrested? I assume at that point they'd have to figure out, well, okay, who brought this box here? But at the end of the day, is that alone something that could lead to an arrest? If they say, look, somebody's got to tell us how this box got into this building, could that lead to an arrest of the president?
I think Dark Brandon as a meme was dead, and then this happened, and now the meme is alive, but also now it's unironic.
Finding classified documents would alarm government officials for two reasons. One is the potential crimes that you suggested, possessing classified materials outside of their proper receptacle. The other is who else may have had access to it. So it's sometimes referred to as a spill, even if it's just an unintentional possession of a classified document outside of where it's supposed to be stored, because you don't know who may have seen it. And documents are classified because they protect methods, means, sources that are the nation's secrets. And so if those secrets are out and they get into the hands of foreign adversaries, that could be very dangerous to certain people who are serving as sources. So that's one area of great concern. The other is potential criminal liability. And so if someone inadvertently brought boxes of documents thinking it was, framed pictures with Vladimir Putin or something, that is unlikely to result in criminal charges. There are some charges for negligent handling of classified information, but as we saw in the case of Hillary Clinton, we've never seen somebody charged unless there's a willful violation. And so, taking this material either to harm the United States or to help a foreign adversary. And so you'd have to show that level of willful intent before somebody could be charged criminally.
Do we know, and this is a general sort of informational question, we know Mar-a-Lago is the home of the former president. Do we know who else actually lives there? Do we know what kind of people are there in and out on a regular basis? I alluded to the fact that we don't know if the former first lady is actually there, but do we know if he has staffers, former staffers that live with him? Do we know, is it just sort of a big, empty Wayne Manor where it's just him sitting across from a big table by himself every night? How do we actually know who's there and who could possibly be implicated if something is found in that home?
Yeah, again, without knowing what this search is for, it's hard to know. But one of the things that the agents would need to do is to conduct investigation to figure that out. who has access to that property, who is coming and going, because they can only search the property of that is authorized in that search warrant. So if it's a place, a resort where guests come and go, or you have people working or other people living, you have to make sure that you're only searching the premises that are covered by that warrant. So that would be some legwork that the agents would have done in anticipation of this warrant.
Going forward, we now have this.
No! What? This is a pretty fucking big deal. Yes, dude. Are you insane?
Executed, why it was carried out, and of course, what these agents.
Yes, chatter. When the former president is under under federal investigation for his personal involvement in the insurrection attempt, the failed insurrection attempt of January 6th, and then the FBI raids his home, yes, that is a pretty big fucking deal. I mean, even if it's nothing, even if it's a nothing burger, which it isn't, it is a big deal. It's fucking awesome content because, I mean, goddamn, that's great. Like, that doesn't happen ever.
To this, you know, we don't know exactly the reason. We don't know what probable crime was established to a level that a federal judge said to go ahead and execute this search warrant. But we do know that all those things were present. And here we are with a search warrant and a large number of FBI agents today raiding Mar-a-Lago.
I know it is kind of stunning. FBI agents raiding the home of a former president who was not there, by the way, as Caitlin was saying. And we also know, if you go back to April, we were reporting and others were reporting
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
That the Justice Department began investigating the handling of these 15 boxes of White House records, including classified information that had been taken to Mar-a-Lago. I do not know whether this has anything to do with that, or whether those documents that they got led them to decide, well, maybe there's more there than we received.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
I mean, I'm just speculating here, and let me make that clear. But I do think that it is an extraordinary step for them to do this. So there must be something they are looking for. And Ellie can talk about that more than I can, but it seems to me to get a judge to say you can do this on the home of a former president, it has to be pretty striking.
So, Ellie, let me ask here, because a lot of people watching this, and obviously as part of, you know, we led the program, we were talking about the text messages that the January 6th committee had just obtained from Alex Jones, right? So when you talk about, in the context we're in, an FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago, a lot of people are going to jump to the DOJ investigation into January 6th. But I want to be clear, Ellie, we don't know that these things are related or not, right? Could it be something specifically related, as Gloria's indicating, to those 15 boxes of classified documents that were not supposed to be removed from the National Archives, were supposed to be sent there, that went to Mar-a-Lago? Could it be as simple as the crime is removing those documents? Is it possible?
Yeah, it could be, Aaron. It could really be any federal crime under the sun. When you fill out these affidavits that you bring to a federal judge to get a search warrant, you have to name a crime. You give the section number, and you have to say, here's our evidence. That could be information, as Stephanie was alluding to, as possibility from a source, from an informant. It could be information that you got from text. It could be any kind of information at all. But you do have to say what specific crime you are investigating. Now, those papers typically don't come out until much later in the process. If they do come out, the first thing I would look for is, well, what crime did they say? That will give us a big indication.
Right.
But yes, unauthorized destruction of classified materials is a federal crime. There are several potential federal crimes relating to January 6th. So it really could be any federal crime. But one other point, Aaron, that I think is important to understand. People may be wondering, well, when do you execute a search warrant as opposed to send someone a subpoena, right? And the answer as a federal prosecutor is, if you don't believe that the person's going to faithfully comply with the subpoena, if you don't trust the person to fully turn over the documents,
we know he wasn't there. Chat, we know. They just mentioned it.
Concern here, but a search warrant tells
we know
me
he wasn't
that
there.
DOJ and the FBI did not have faith that Donald Trump or whoever the subject of this search warrant would be down at Mar-a-Lago would simply say, sure, thanks for the subpoena, here's all the documents requested. That they were able to establish that they had some concern that they might not be given all the evidence that they're entitled to.
And it had to be a pretty...
And again, go ahead, Gloria.
It had to be a pretty intensive...
I'm not going to lie. This is the most excited I've been since Trump got COVID. Like, literally, just...
So the question is, and again, we don't know the answer. He says they went into his safe. Since he's not at Mar-a-Lago, somebody had to report that to him. And did they do it specifically because they knew he wasn't at Mar-a-Lago? And if it was this intensive, and it seems to me that maybe it was broad. It's just very hard to know. So all we can do is speculate here.
Right. So let me ask you, Stephanie, and I want to get Ellie to weigh in on this as well. But as we try to understand, obviously this is hugely significant, whatever it is related to, whether it be related to January 6th, whether it related to documents that were wrongly removed from Washington or something else. But then in that, Stephanie, what stands out is the safe, which the former president himself is the one who told us about, right? He's saying someone broke into his safe. So that would imply they're not just checking for a bunch of boxes. So can you, Stephanie, help us understand a little bit more why something like that would have stood out to him, or why a safe in particular would have been a place where he kept things?
So again, this is going to be me just speculating and going off of my years of time with him. I will tell you, though, the fact that he mentioned the safe in the statement stood out to me immediately, because he likes to get ahead of things. That's something he used to tell me all the time. You just get ahead of it and then it'll be okay. I think that there's something in there that he didn't want anybody to see. Now, it could be anything. It could be stuff he doesn't want his wife to see. It could be anything. Again, we're speculating, as the whole panel has talked about. But the fact that they made their way to the safe, I don't know if it's the office safe, I don't know if it's their apartment safe, but the fact that he mentioned it, it really, really, it struck me, and I think that he's nervous.
So, Ellie, what do you make of that? Because again,
We
one
need
of the
photos,
things you first
man.
mentioned, and I remember this, right, when Michael Cohen
We need to see
had
photos.
his FBI, they showed up at his door,
I need
right?
photos
They want
of
the
the
electronic
fucking
devices, they
FBI
want the
going all
computers,
up
they
and
want the cell
down.
phones. Okay, that's fine. One thing we know about the former president, right, is that he's not somebody who's putting things in email and on a computer and a laptop, right? That's not where you're going to find some treasure trove in his particular case. So, Ellie, it's not as if there's, well, I mean, who knows, right? But some secret cell phone hidden in the safe. While it could be, what stands out to you about the word safe and why he is, as Stephanie said, clearly trying to get ahead of that specifically?
Well, Aaron, it is very common for search warrants to seek access to documents or records, whether they're paper documents or electronic documents. And the rule basically is, for the most part, when you execute a search warrant, you have the right to go into any area where those items could be stored. If we're talking about paper documents, or even if there was a cell phone or a laptop, that would certainly be something that you could find in a safe. Just to make a contrary example, sometimes, for example, if you have a stolen car case, you'll say, we're looking for this stolen car in a garage. You can't go look in a safe because there's not going to be a stolen car in a safe. However, if you're looking for documents, again, whether they're printed paper documents or electronics or cell phones, then you can look in a safe. It's quite common in cases when you are looking for documents that you get access into locked closets, safes, that kind of thing. So that's fairly common. Again, we don't know the specifics here, but it is often the case that FBI agents are looking for documents. The other thing that I think is important.
Yeah, I mean, that's important. Ben protested me. The search related to the 15 boxes of material Trump took to Mar-a-Lago last year, per 3 sources. God, liberals are so deranged, but this is so funny. Like, liberals are so incredibly deranged. FBI searches Trump's home. Oh, come, dude, what the fuck? Look at this, bro. This should be illegal, unironically. Like, y'all are fucking crazy for paywalling this shit. Jesus Christ. Let's hear what else is going on here, and then I'll go into reading that article.
Caitlin Collins, I know you've been trying to reach out to the Department of Justice to get more information about what caused this, what prompted it. What are they telling you?
Yeah,
No,
they
this
told
is
my
from
colleague Caitlin
2019,
Powens they are
man.
not going to be commenting. So
This
no
is an
comment
old
from the
story,
Justice Department,
chatter.
no comment from the White House either. But Aaron, I will tell you what we do know as we await confirmation over what this search warrant was over is that there are 2 investigations related to Trump that are happening right now. One is the mishandling of classified information. That is the one that could potentially deal with documents that Trump, after he left office, took with him to Mar-a-Lago. And the other one is into the January 6th insurrection. That is what 2 things that we know are happening. We know some of his former aides have been interviewed regarding to that one. But when it comes to the documents, I will note that we did report earlier this year that investigators had issued a subpoena to the National Archives because they wanted access to more information about what exactly documents were taken to Mar-a-Lago, how they were handled while they were there, what they found, of course, when they requested the return of those documents. And so that is something that is helpful context, I think, when you're looking at this and you're wondering why
I'm going to
this
tune over to
extraordinary
Fox
raid
News and do
was
some hog
carried
watch
out
on
at
this
the
in
former
a little bit.
president's home in Florida. And I will say that at that time, when we noted about that subpoena to the National Archives, we were told by the former president's current staff that they maintained he had handled all documents properly. Clearly, there is some disagreement over that has prompted this investigation that is happening into how those documents were handled. And so that is remarkable in and of itself as we're waiting to see confirmation of this. Again, Trump was not actually at Mar-a-Lago when this raid was carried out. He's instead at Trump Tower in New York. He's often spending his summers in the Northeast. And I will note in his statement, Aaron, he's very critical of Democrats. He says Democrats desperately don't want him to run for president in 2024. He is indicating that he believes this is politically motivated. I will note, he says it was a large number of FBI agents that were at Mar-a-Lago today. He did pick the current FBI director, Chris Wray. It's a decision he said many times that he regrets, but it is an FBI director that was handpicked by Trump and put into that position.
All right, Gloria, I want to ask you about
Fake
something
friends
else
all
that
around
you
me.
said you stood out to you about the former president's statement, and that was that they spent a significant amount of time there today. You know, what more from what he's saying in what you've described as a long statement, putting out, trying to get ahead of this? What more stands out to you?
Look, I think that, as Ellie was saying, you know, they don't have to say we're specifically looking for this document that was potentially not handed over to the archives. They can be as broad as they want. And I think that's what probably happened today and got the former president so incensed to release this, you know, this large statement. I mean, if this is about the handling of those 15 boxes of documents that went to Mar-a-Lago, the Justice Department started investigating in April, and there was a subpoena that was part of the formal process to the archives to kind of get, by the FBI, to get a handle on what was in those documents, as Caitlin was saying. So maybe there was a discovery that there was something missing that needed to be there, or, you know, they raised other questions about why wasn't this included in the box, or maybe there's more at Mar-a-Lago that we didn't get, that we should know about.
I need more, though.
So,
I need
you know,
more.
I
need
think,
more.
again,
I need
we
more.
don't know
I need
specifically what this raid was about, but it seems to me that when you connect it to Mar-a-Lago, what do we know about Mar-a-Lago? Well, there were these documents, including classified documents, that are potentially have been mishandled. And so it makes sense that the FBI would be looking at that.
Ellie, do you believe that we will find out what the crime was for, you know, that they established probable cause from a judge, so we'll be able to understand whether this was related to the documents or January 6th or something else?
So the actual affidavit itself, Aaron, that prosecutors fill out.
All right, we're moving on. We're going to look at what the fucking Hogalinas are saying. Red Line Politics says this could lead to a civil war. Who cares? Washed. Jesse Waters responds to the Mar-a-Lago FBI raid. Take a look at what he had to say about it. This is breaking news on the Fox News side. Let's take a look. Oh, my God.
We were told that the FBI wasn't going to get involved in any politically charged search warrants, investigations, announcements, indictments before an election. We were told that. I mean, remember what they did with the crooked situation with the server. They made all sorts of announcements then. They investigated the Trump campaign then. You saw what they did in October by covering up the laptop. And now they're gonna send agents into Mar-a-Lago before the midterm election. This is not what we were told the FBI was going to do, especially, Dana, on the heels of what we just did at the top of the show, when we just laid out how
so fucked up of the FBI to, you know, go through and conduct a criminal investigation into our president, into our big, beautiful president. It's so fucked up. They're not supposed to do that to us. You know, that's not supposed to happen. They gave us assurances that was not supposed to happen. That's fucked up.
How you know, Paul Pelosi Sr. Suspiciously involved in insider trading with the wife, Nancy.
This is why you got raided, motherfucker. W. Trump L. Biden says Aiden Ross. Yeah, you. Yeah, that's why they raided you earlier this morning alongside Mar-a-Lago, baby. What does Aiden Ross know about the files hidden in a safe inside of Mar-a-Lago?
And then she takes her son to this Asian trip, tries to hide it while he's got lithium investments. He's got EV battery investments all over these Asian countries.
I forgot to mention that. Nancy Pelosi's husband had a bunch of investments in China, and now the Chinese government is seizing them, by the way. So that's pretty funny. Oh God, I forgot to gloat about that. Yeah, the Chinese government is seizing all of Nancy Pelosi's husband's investments in China.
They're trying to cover it up. And,
this is a good
nothing
day.
gets done with Hunter. Yeah. They're trying to push that off, make it a little tax thing, make that go away. Meanwhile, we have evidence that they were holding 10 for the big guy. Diamonds are being exchanged. There's like 150 flags from Treasury that there were suspicious wire transfers coming from all these countries, China, Russia, Ukraine, into the Biden family bank accounts that were all cold.
He's losing his mind. He's like, why aren't they doing this to Biden?
Mingled, and you're sending agents to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Did they get the address wrong, Dana?
Yeah, exactly. I'm amazed that because there's more evidence to implicate, I think, the Bidens than ever has been. Then actually nothing has been there for the Trumps. Everything they've accused that family of, the former first family of, it seems like it's the Bidens that have done it. And to say nothing, you just talked about Paul Pelosi or Nancy Pelosi's son, his involvement in some of this green energy stuff. I mean, I know that there's an investigation currently ongoing with, you know, the Russian collusion stuff with Hunter Biden and his involvement, his investment firm, and what part it played, not only in some Chinese acquisitions, but also what about Hunter Biden's business dealings with the Democratic Republic of Congo in acquiring for China a huge cobalt mine that's going to be instrumental with rare earth elements and EVs. That's a whole other subject. How much does this family stand to make from the Green New Deal? We should be talking about these issues instead of trying to settle the score of somebody like Hillary Clinton and Democrats who are still enraged.
Hillary Clinton? What the fuck does Hillary have to do with this? They're saying Dark Brandon couldn't have done this on his own. It must have been Hill Dog controlling the strings. The White House did not get a heads up, by the way. The White House did not get a heads up. That's awesome.
Trying to subvert that. The people who lecture us all the time, Democrats, about democracy, don't actually believe.
Wait, what the fuck? This dude literally looks like the ginger version of the guy from The Office and also from Severance. What the fuck's his name? They found the most Ed Sheeran ass motherfucker to bring on. Adam Scott? No, not BJ Novak. Adam Scott? Is that his name? That's crazy. They found Ginger Adam Scott to come on. Anyway, speaking of Dark Brandon, for the record, the White House did not get a heads up that the FBI was executing a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. White House official says, we did not have notice of the reported action and would refer you to the Justice Department for any additional information, the office tells me. And the Department of Justice is declining to comment. Love that. The Fox News viewers, the director of the FBI who approved the raid on Trump's home was appointed by him 5 years ago this week. That's awesome. That's fire.
Moment in the country's history.
All right, Buck Sexton, thank you so much for joining us on this really scary evening.
Scary.
Let's go to Dan Bongino, the host of Unfiltered on Saturday nights. Dan, your quick emotional reaction. I think everyone's a little emotional here about this raid.
We've invaded nations and toppled dictators for less than what our own FBI is doing right now. Why do we put up with the blatant third world thuggery for a man?
Third world bullshit. I mean every word of that. I don't care that it's cable news. I was a federal agent. I raised my right hand.
Give me
and
more!
I swore to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And I love this country.
I'm
this
smoking
is a
on it.
freaking disgrace. A disgrace. We don't live in Cuba. We don't live under Kim Jong-un. We live in a constitutional republic, a representative democracy. You have a bunch of FBI agents raiding the home of a former president because they don't like his politics? Are you kidding me? You spent this whole show, Jesse, and I've spent my entire time either on Fox or on my podcast exposing the left for claiming Russia interfered in an election as Hillary Clinton paid off a bunch of foreign agents, her team literally to fabricate a story
so rewarding.
that occupied the nation for 4 years. What's she doing right now? Getting a manicure in freaking Chappaqua. She's not doing squat. Nothing. Hunter Biden is having sex on tape while doing crack. And what does he do?
Wait, I don't get it. Like, why are they so mad, bro? Hunter Biden is goated. Okay, get mad at Hunter Biden all you want. Last time I checked, Hunter Biden was not the president. So what's up?
Where you were allowed to challenge an election. There's even a process. The ECA, the Electoral Count Act. You may not like it, but it's a process. How do I know it's a process? Because some people are trying to reform it. You may not like it, but now you send the FBI. Let me tell you something. I have paid due deference to the FBI for a long time, and a lot of listeners didn't like it because I work with some very good people over there who have since retired. The management of the FBI has now shredded any single sliver of credibility this agency had left. Nobody will take them seriously from this point on. It is over. You've heard the examples. Stone, Manafort, Cohen, over and over. Are they good guys? Are they bad guys? I don't know. I don't care. I don't know them. All I'm telling you is you cannot tell me we still live in a constitutional republic and not the freaking third world when you have Hillary Clinton paying foreign agents to interfere with an election, people lying under oath repeatedly, Hunter Biden doing...
The best part is, like, arrest her too. Oh my God, go ahead, make my day. Oh, dude, can you imagine how sweet that would be?
They're in Mar-a-Lago. This is some third world garbage that happened tonight. And I'm telling you, the FBI management, here's a solution. Last thing. We have now got to win in 2022. You have no choice now, folks. Oh, we don't like the swampy Republicans. I don't like them either. Republicans may not be the solution to your problems, but Democrats are certainly the cause of all your problems right now. If there was ever a clarion call to remove your ass from the seat and go vote in 2022, this is it. And there has to be not only hearings, but a total house cleaning at the top of the DOJ and the FBI.
Stop.
When the left is complaining about one firing, fire 10 more people the next day.
Stop.
And then when the New York Times starts crapping their diaper and whining about it.
What's happening right now? Why is there so much incredible shit popping off, dude? Oh my God.
Barack Obama. I spent 2 years on his detail around the world's hot zones. So I'm not going to be lectured by some a-hole leftist about anything. They didn't see my kid crying as I was flying around the world to protect the guy they loved. He was the president. I did my job. This is freaking embarrassing. There should be a massive house cleaning. And I'm telling you, please, God, I am begging you to vote in 2022, or you might not recognize this place afterwards.
I think people are going to flood.
That's great. They're like flailing and doing, just go out to vote, sweaty. I love that. No, that's great. They're like turning into the Democrats. The moment the Democrats, or the moment that like anyone takes action against the Republicans, they start flailing around and turning into like libs. They're like, please just vote. Vote harder. Vote harder. I know you don't like the Republicans, but vote harder for them, please.
Donald J. Trump has been going on for years with now the fully debunked Russia scam, impeachment hoax #1. impeachment hoax number 2, and so much more. It just never ends. It is a political targeting at the highest level. Hillary Clinton was able to delete and acid watch 33,000 emails after they were subpoenaed by Congress. Absolutely nothing has happened to hold her.
Bro, I'm so happy I took a day off, dude. God damn. I cannot believe it, dude. What a gift. What an incredible fucking gift, dude. Oh, my Lord.
Power to the people and truly
Look
delivered
how mad
for
they
our
are.
country like we have never seen before. The establishment hated it as they watched my endorsed candidates win big victories and see my dominance in all polls. And they are trying to stop me. And the Republican Party wants more. The lawlessness, political persecution, and witch hunt must be exposed and stopped. I will continue to fight for the great American people. It's not just about the MAGA movement. It's not just about the Republican Party. This is much, much bigger than politics. This is explosive and dangerous stuff the Biden administration has done. And I think they're going to pay a serious price for this. Dan Bongino, I'll give you one final reaction.
I just want to say in closing, listen, America, they're laughing at you. The left thinks this is hilarious.
It
if
is.
you doubt me, just
He's
go to
right.
any of their goofy platforms, Twitter or elsewhere right now. They
Twitch.
think this
Twitch.tv/HasanAbi.
is
Say
hilarious.
it. Say it.
You know what's really hilarious? You going out tomorrow if you're not registered to vote and doing it. That's really hilarious.
Yeah. Go out
This
to
is
vote,
gonna get
sweaty.
really
Go out to
ugly
vote.
if you don't vote in 2022. Remember, mark the date, folks. It is now 7:40 Eastern Time on the Jesse Waters Show on August 8th. Remember the date I told you this. You aren't going to recognize your country
He's
if you
so
don't
right.
fix this.
Oh, my
And
God.
staff.
Joe
Dark
Biden
Brandon,
was
baby.
elected
Dark
and he
Brandon
promised
all the
to
way.
bring people together and calm things down after the Trump presidency. And he just burned everything to the ground with what his administration did tonight. This is insane. Dan Bongino, thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Now let's go to Fox News national correspondent Matt Finn, who has details about what was taken from Mar-a-Lago by the FBI.
Jesse, the New York Times reports the search, according to 2 people familiar with the investigation, appears to be focused on material that Mr. Trump had brought with him to Mar-a-Lago, his private club and residence, after he left the White House. Those boxes contained many pages of classified documents, according to a person familiar with their contents. The New York Times reports Mr. Trump delayed returning 15 boxes of material.
Like, here's the thing. I don't even give a fuck about the contents of the material. I don't even care if it's like it's a nothing burger. The fact that they're flailing and it makes them so mad and it makes them so sad that like their big beautiful boy got raided is enough. That's great. I'm happy. I'll take it. That's a gift. Don't assume that he's going to jail or anything, which would be super sick if that happened, obviously. But like, it's awesome. It's awesome that like this happened and it's just like he's very upset about it. That's great.
Of the raid. Jesse.
All right, thanks, Matt. Let's bring in Jason Chaffetz, a former Utah congressman and Fox News contributor. Jason, what you think happened tonight? Do we have him?
Yeah, there is absolutely no justification, Jesse. Absolutely no justification. I dealt with this. I was the chairman of the Oversight Committee. I did issue subpoenas on Hillary Clinton. At the time, she had no security clearance, none. And there were thousands of documents in her safe at her attorney. They had no security clearance. And you know what? Nobody was prosecuted. Nobody was raided. Nobody went in there in the dead of night. None of the media was given this. Then media, by and large, didn't even report it. The president of the United States, a former president of the United States, has a security clearance. He also has a SCIF. They have secure facilities that they created there at Mar-a-Lago. The president has executive privilege. So he has a classified clearance.
This motherfucker thinks the dead of the night? I don't get it.
He is allowed to possess these types of documents. And if you disagree, then you got to go to court. You got to have a way, not be a banana republic like this action is. Go to court, make your case, allow the president to defend himself in this case. But that's not what's happening here. I want to see these. I want to see Merrick Garland up there, and I want to understand exactly how in the world they can justify going in and breaking into a safe of a former president of the United States. They have no business doing that, none whatsoever.
Well, Chris Wray has to be fired by the next Republican president. Got to be fired on day one. Don't even wait. Just fire him right off the jump. Because this guy is so corrupt. He comes in, cleans up Comey's mess with the Russia collusion hoax, doesn't do anything to anybody, doesn't.
Wait. The Truth Social Instagram keeps hinting at a Trump surprise for August 8th like he's Taylor Swift hyping up fans for a new record. Oh my God. Surprise. It was a fucking raid. Dark Brandon strikes again, dude.
Do anything with it before the election. They cover it up. And now we're learning that he comes out and hatches a fake plot against Gretchen Whitmer to make the Trump movement look bad before the election. Meanwhile,
I love that. It's like, dude, you don't have to try to make the Trump movement look bad, okay?
he doesn't necessarily fire any of those guys involved in the entrapment. He puts the guy and head of that whole division in charge of the Washington field office. And then yesterday, or was it last week, he goes on to this hearing in the Senate and he says, I got to run, I got to go, I can't answer any more questions. Turns out he takes the FBI jet to his retreat in the Adirondack Mountains. He went on a vacation, and so he didn't have to answer any more questions. I don't see how this guy has any credibility whatsoever, Jason. He's got to go.
Totally agree with you, Jesse. The other thing is, I tell you what, Donald Trump has been the most open and transparent president I have ever been around. You know, when the Mueller probe came in, what did he do? He allowed Don
Conservatives are
McGahn,
losing
his
their
general
minds.
counsel, to go talk to him an unlimited amount
Talking
of
about
time.
lock and
His
load.
son, Donald Trump Jr., was able to went up there multiple
They will
times
cry
and
out in
testified.
authentic pain
They
soon.
did everything. They gave him the political enema of his life. Donald Trump just sat there and let them do it. And guess what? They came up with zero. They didn't have a single thing on Donald Trump, and they tried every trick.
Oh, they gave him an enema, all right. They're still giving him an enema.
Absolutely unprecedented. I don't know of any justification that they can possibly do this. And the other question I have is, where is the Secret Service? You know what? These are two different Department of Justice, yes, but Homeland Security, you're there to protect the president. I want to see the security clearances of each one of those FBI agents that dared to go onto those grounds. And if the FBI overstepped their bounds, why isn't the Secret Service doing their job?
Yeah, we're learning that actually it was agents from the FBI's D.C. field office that conducted this raid. That was the field office that is now being overseen by the agent who was in charge in Detroit that cooked up that fake Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot. The Miami field office was notified just beforehand. We have now, I'm going to let you go, Jason. We have Jonathan Turley, who's a constitutional attorney and Fox News contributor.
Damn, they cut him
us,
so quick. That's awesome.
To this insane raid.
Well, it's a breathtaking moment to have a raid like this on a former president and potentially the future opponent of the current president. My first reaction, beyond shock, is that it is baffling how this raid would occur, but Merrick Garland decided not to appoint a special counsel. If there was evidence that supports a warrant, and apparently a federal judge found that evidence, why didn't Merrick Garland ask for a special counsel to be appointed? You know, people like Archibald Cox and others are celebrated because we appointed a special counsel to look into Nixon. Why? It was because we wanted to assure the American people that an investigation would not be political, would not be influenced, in that case, by Nixon himself. Now, here you have the past opponent of the current president and the expected future opponent. I can't imagine how Attorney General Garland would look at that situation and not see an absolute necessity for a special.
By the way, the fucking real winner of this is Ron DeSantis.
On the former president's home. And it is going to trigger the anger that you've already seen. Now, we don't know what these charges are. The assumption is that it's related to January 6th. We've seen warrants being issued from a grand jury. I've expressed skepticism over the ability to charge the president on the evidence that we've seen thus far in that committee. But for me, there is this threshold question of who should be ordering these types of raids. Merrick Garland has refused to appoint a special counsel in Hunter Biden. He apparently has not appointed a special counsel in this case thus far. I just can't understand why.
You're going to see reaction tonight and tomorrow. They're going to ask Joe Biden. He's going to be in Delaware, not doing anything. You're not going to really probably be able to talk to him personally. He'll probably put out a statement. You probably won't actually hear from Chris Wray because he's not allowed to talk about any ongoing investigations. That's what they all say. They can't talk about ongoing investigations. So are you going to hear from Merrick Garland? Are you going to hear tomorrow or tonight on camera from the Attorney General about what the heck he's doing here? Are we going to get that or not?
Yeah, I would expect that we'd have some statement, given the historic nature of this raid. The Justice Department does not talk about ongoing prosecutions and the evidence or details or direction. They don't reveal information of that kind, but they do respond to public moves like this one. This is occurring shortly before the midterm elections, when the Justice Department has a rule to discourage any moves that might influence the election. I think that you could have some type of statement being made tomorrow to explain why this occurred at this time. But there are these lingering questions of how this is being handled. This country is deeply divided, and frankly, we're living in this age of rage. I would have thought that Attorney General Garland...
Everyone is so angry. All of a sudden, they're turning into libtards right before our eyes. Let's do some prison abolition, folks. Come on.
Having an independent investigator, I think, is reckless.
It's reckless, and as we've discussed all throughout the evening, nothing like this has ever happened before. And we've had a lot of criminal politicians or a lot of crooked politicians that go in and do this and do a little of that. Not like this. No one's ever sent the FBI into the home of a former president or a former presidential candidate, ever in U.S. history.
I think that's right. Now, I do think that we all have to wait to see what the basis of this warrant is. A judge obviously looked at this and said that there was sufficient evidence
Trump's being raided by the
support
FBI.
the warrant.
All right, so what kind of judge, let me stop you, what kind of judge would they take this to? They take it to a D.C. judge or a Florida judge?
Well, they would, but you would take it to a federal judge to see if they have alleged in that application enough to allow for this type of search to occur. A judge obviously found there was sufficient evidence. Now, we'll have to take a look at what was the crime being alleged here.
Chat, look at HasanAbi. He's literally salivating. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. This is awesome. Well, was such great news. Why wouldn't I? Of course. If you're not salivating, you're a freak. You should even be excited as a conservative, honestly. Like, it's just, really spicing things up.
Evidence there is to support this type of extraordinary raid. If the evidence is no more than what we...
You know who else is fucking salivating? Ron DeSantis.
Frankly shocked that this type of raid occurred at this time. But we have to wait and we have to see, because we're now working in the blind here. But that's one of the reasons I think there is an expectation, or a legitimate one, that the Justice Department will make some type of statement as to why this occurred at this time, and to give us some notion of what's occurring with a former president and a potential candidate to be the next president.
Well, we're hearing now, and this is on CBS, that these things that were seized related to classified materials not involved with January 6th. I repeat, not involved with January 6th. And that makes me think, didn't Hillary Clinton have classified documents in her house? The FBI didn't raid her house and kick down the door in Chappaqua. A lot of those documents were destroyed. Others were handed over in a negotiated settlement. I don't understand why he gets a different type of treatment than Hillary Clinton. And you said something before, well, a federal judge had to have signed off on it. Well, we got judges that signed off on those warrantless wiretaps on the campaign, and those judges were misled. They were given misleading documents, forged documents, and that was all based on information that was fraudulent.
I'm not going to lie, the butter emails not hitting as hard as it used to, you know what I mean? It's going to be hard to swing this back to Benghazi in 2022.
Classified documents still in his possession, it would be an extension of the earlier search that was conducted. I'm rather surprised by it because this goes to the Presidential Records Act. I just testified on this issue, including Trump's status in Congress under the PRA. And there has been a lot of tension between the archives and former President Trump over his retention of documents. Now, this act has largely not been criminalized in this sense. This is really extraordinary to have a raid like this occur. And it's not clear what evidence they have that he intentionally withheld classified information. The reason it would be serious.
Again, it doesn't matter. Like, you can complain about Hillary Clinton not being raided and not being investigated or whatever, but Trump had 4 years. You know what I mean? Not to toot my own horn, but this still goes back to how expedient Dark Brandon is. Donald Trump took 4 years to fail to prosecute Hillary Clinton for the crimes of Benghazi or her being like annoying or whatever, whereas Dark Brandon raided Donald Trump's home in 2. This is just good politics. Dark Brandon, rise up. I thought this meme was dead this morning, and right now it's very much alive.
About bias in the FBI. That's why I've been this huge advocate of a special counsel to take this away from the Biden administration and the Justice Department to assure half the country that this is not something that's the result of political bias.
Yeah, well, and as you said, and we're going to let you go. Thank you so much, Professor Tully. As you said, this has never been criminalized before. This retention of classified records or presidential records. They've never.
What do you mean this has never been criminalized? First of all, he's not the president anymore. The fuck do you mean?
No, but that's why we put it on CBS Buck. You've had some time to react to this.
She's crying?
Still.
Oh.
Insane. I can't think of another word for it, but this is insane.
Let's think about what the threshold would have to be. I had a top secret clearance at the CIA, so I know all the rules, laws about what is involved there. For them to go and send it.
Bro, if the CIA gave this guy top secret clearance, I mean, they've really fallen off, okay? No wonder they can't even do a fucking coup on Maduro.
Be some dispute as to whether they are in fact classified or these notes the president took, for example, by hand. But the threshold for actually sending people in under the threat of force, effectively, the FBI comes in with guns and says, we're coming into your home one way or another. That's extraordinary. So what could possibly be at issue here that it would make this level of FBI involvement in any way justified, not only legally, but you have to look at politically, okay? There is a broader issue here, a broader question. And I would just remind everybody at home that they have lied about President Trump.
Pantry boy with 50 big ones, allowing 50 people at the very least to no longer see the top of the hour ad break. That's right. We might not figure out what the FBI took right now, but you can figure out how to avoid those ad breaks at the top of the hour every hour, where there's a 6-second ad break. And that is, of course, by subscribing. If you didn't get one of the 50 big ones that Party Boy just gifted, okay, then you can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Of this and the way that Joe Biden is doddering around, that everyone says he's not going to be able to run again. It looks like desperation, but desperation that is led with a nastiness and an undermining of the Constitution.
Yeah, if Joe's numbers were in the mid-40s, there'd be no way they'd do this raid. This is old stuff from the Washington Post. They reported earlier. This Presidential Records Act violation has occurred in almost every single presidency. Every single presidency, there's some issue with retention of presidential records. There's a give and there's a take. We have the Clintons. They took, I think, here, reporting Washington Post, $28,000 worth of furnishings from the White House back to Chappaqua. They said it was a gift. Obviously, that was negotiated. But now they're going after paperwork. It doesn't add up. And again, I'll just repeat this. I don't trust the FBI. They go in and they seize everything. 15 boxes.
I'm not going to lie. Every time he brings up Hillary Clinton or Chappaqua, my mind goes blank. It's not even relevant. It's so old news. It didn't work. It's not going to work. It's not working.
Republican primary voters, so you have to think twice about who you're going to cast your vote for.
It's not 2016 anymore. You're going to come up with new shit.
How could they, at this point, not pursue some kind of criminal case? Think of the message that's been sent here. They sent the FBI to Mar-a-Lago, the home of the former and possible future, as you pointed out, president. Are they just going to say, yeah, it turns out it was just a little records issue, and so we're going to let that go? When the FBI comes to your home, it's
I'm sorry, dude. Trump had 4 fucking years, baby. He had 4 years. He should have locked their ass up.
So how
I'm on board.
Back from this now?
Donald
Again,
Trump.
It seems to me like they're building the momentum.
If he actually banned TikTok and arrested Hillary Clinton, he would win re-election. Like, no matter how many people he personally killed with COVID, okay? Straight up.
Come what may, for the country. And we all know it would be disastrous.
Do you think the way they're acting, that this is headed for Trump in handcuffs? Is that what they want? Do they want to see the shot of him with his hands behind his back for real? Not like Cortez, but for real? With real handcuffs? Is that where this is going?
I think if they could have gotten
AOC
Trump
shout out, real handcuffs for Trump.
Over Russia collusion, which was a massive lie, which we all now know, and that the corporate Democrat media engaged in for years, Jesse, they would have done it, and they would have been gleeful over it. And now, once again, we see that while Joe Biden's in office and his Praetorian FBI and Merrick Garland doing his bidding is unleashed, things like this happen, and this is putting the country in a scary place tonight about what this looks like going forward. Because if they don't file charges, what was this all about, Jesse? They send the FBI to a former president's home? That's quite a message.
Yeah, well, and we've seen this where they do raids and they don't file charges, or they make big announcements and the cloud of suspicion just hangs over the Republican.
Usually not against the former president.
Never against the former president. This has never happened before.
I just don't get it. Like, why did he take all the classified information and put it in his fucking safe? Like, I mean, you shouldn't have done that, right? Like, like, why are they upset about this? They're like, oh, well, it's fucked up. How are they able to do that thing that they're able to do? It's so fucked up that they're able to do such a thing.
Fox News alert. Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. I am Will Kane in for Tucker. We begin with this Fox News.
Wait, Tucker's not on tonight? No shot. Does it have anything to do with Tucker Carlson shitting himself scared that his Alex Jones text may leak? Shut the fuck up. No way. No way. Oh, dude. Dude. What the fuck is going on? Tucker Carlson is shitting himself over the possibility that text between him and far-right conspiracy Lou and Alex Jones will leak, a source close to Fox News told Confider. Carlson and the raving InfoWars ranter trade text messages on a daily basis according to two people familiar with their relationship. If made public, these sources said that the text message would be highly embarrassing for Carlson. 2 years' worth of text messages sent and received by Jones are now in the possession of the U.S. House Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection after the far-right conspiracy king's lawyers accidentally sent a digital copy to all of his texts to the lawyers representing the families affected by the Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre. The lawyer representing the families, Mark Bankston, has publicly said the text messages include intimate messages between Jones and self-described dirty trickster Roger Stone, who melted down on Telegram and called for Jones to sue his own attorney. Carlson and Jones have maintained a friendly relationship for years. The Fox News primetime star has made multiple appearances on Pantry Boy. Thank you for the 50. Get it? What the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking chill, brother. Also, Slopperson, thank you for the 5 gifted. They've made multiple primetime stars made multiple appearances on InfoWars. Gushed over Jones's unhinged rhetoric, branded him a more talented than I am, and supplied fawning blur for the bullshitting blowhard's upcoming book. Toad Astronomer and O.B. Sean Kenobi, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Maybe Alex Jones is onto something, Carlson wrote. On the back of the cover of The Great Reset and the War for the World, read this book and decide for yourself who's crazy. Tucker Carlson is also not doing his primetime news show tonight. I wonder why.
Was there a legal basis? Or
thank
was
you, I am
this
the Dengus,
a
for the 20 gifted subs.
Witch hunt. To begin that conversation,
and thank
let's
you,
start with Fox's
BD,
Mike
for the
Emanuel,
20 gifted subs.
Who is standing by with the latest. Mike.
Well, good evening. Fox News has learned from a source close to the former president that Mr. Trump was in New York City at Trump Tower when he learned about the FBI raid of his Mar-a-Lago home. The New York Times is reporting that federal authorities appear to be focused on material former President Trump brought with him from the White House to his home in Palm Beach, Florida. That published report cites a person familiar that the raid began this morning.
Thank you, Rauda and Divya Licious for the 5
delayed returning those 15 boxes of material requested by officials with the National Archives for months. Fox News is working to confirm all of those details. Fox News has confirmed the raid of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home with a law enforcement source familiar with the search warrant. Per standard protocol, Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Chris Wray were aware of this, have been fully briefed, and will continue to be.
I'm going to keep it a
The
buck
former
50.
president
The
announced
one
the
thing
raid
I
a
can
short
think
time
of
ago, earlier this
is that
evening,
they got
calling
so
this dark
cocky
times
because they
for our
knew that they
nation
were
as
like
his home in Palm Beach,
dominating,
Florida is being
and then
raided
just
and, quote,
basically
occupied
didn't
by a
even
large
take the
group of
necessary
FBI agents.
precautions.
Mr. Trump called the raid unannounced and says it was not necessary or appropriate.
Look how tiny his hands
arguing
look,
that
by the
such an
way.
assault
But yeah,
could
I
only
just
take
think that
place
maybe
in
they got
broken
so
third
cocky
world
that they were
countries.
just like
The
straight
former
up like
president
taking
says
classified
federal authorities
documents,
broke
hiding it
into
in
his safe.
Mar-a-Lago, doesn't
The
even
search
give a
comes
fuck.
after numerous televised hearings on Capitol Hill looking into the events of January 6, 2021, and more questioning of former Trump administration officials by the Justice Department regarding the events after the 2020 election in the final weeks of the former president's time in office. It's not entirely clear why today was chosen to launch the FBI raid.
Thank you, Gray
The
Name
former
Good
president
Chatter,
calling it
for the 5
political
gifted.
targeting at the highest level, comparing this to former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, but noting nothing has happened to hold her accountable. Will?
Mike, I'd love to follow up with one question here for you. I noted you said both FBI Director Christopher Wray and the Attorney General Merrick Garland were aware of this raid. Do we know, and you mentioned both of these potential evidentiary or legal basis for the raid, do we know specifically, was this about those confidential material, the alleged classified material that were in boxes taken to Mar-a-Lago, or was this connected to the congressional investigation around January 6th?
We have not been able to pinpoint that just yet. We know that there was back and forth between Trump administration officials and the National Archives over 15 boxes of material. We do know that. What we haven't confirmed just yet
Thank you,
is
Crying
whether that
Shamoose,
is the reason
for the 5
the
gifted
raid
subs.
that happened at Mar-a-Lago today. So we are working to button that up, but that is the latest
FBI
information
was
that we've
related.
seen in terms of that New York Times
AP
report.
source.
So we wanted to provide it to our audience and let our viewers decide.
Okay, so everyone is confirming this. AP source confirms FBI search at Mar-a-Lago was related to whether Trump took classified information from the White House. So there it is. So yeah, it is because he was dumb enough to like fucking take classified information from the White House and hide it in Mar-a-Lago in a fucking safe.
Department, leading to a raid of his Mar-a-Lago home today, Will.
And as of tonight, no comment so far from the FBI.
Friend of the show, Chelsea Manning, says everyone in government does this, by the way. I mean, it's kind of like Hillary Clinton's private email server, right? Like, I mean, she went fucking brazy with it, but it's certainly something that even Mike Pence and the Trump administration unironically did immediately after hitting Hillary Clinton in the head over it. But for me, it's awesome. Like, I do personally think that this is great that it's happening regardless. Oh my God. Oh my God. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Folks, after tweeting the upside down American flag, she says, defund the FBI. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Fair statement. Unprecedented action by the Department of Justice. Let's talk about exactly what you, the viewer, what you, the American, should be taking away from this with Stephen Miller. He's a former senior Trump advisor, and he joins us with his reaction. Stephen, what a day in American history. Your reaction?
This is an abomination. You have the sitting president of the United States, Joe Biden, through his Justice Department, through his FBI, conducting a raid on the person who is presumed to be his opponent in the next election, and also the 45th president of the United States. As President Trump pointed out in his statement, it is risible that this would be purportedly done in the name of document preservation from the leaks we've seen, when Hillary Clinton used an off-book server for years to conduct classified state business, and at the same time, money was being funneled by the millions into the Clinton Foundation with the very people she was doing business with, that to this day has never been investigated, not by the FBI, not by the IRS, not by anybody.
This is a really, really weak attempt, dude. This is kind of weak, I'm not gonna lie. Constantly hitting the Hillary Clinton butter emails note. Weak. Pathetic. pathetic, dude. Give me
all
something
that
new.
Trump was accused, it seems that Biden is intent on embodying. It was said that Donald Trump would, quote, lock her up. That did not happen, as you just pointed out, with Hillary Clinton. There was no raid of Hillary Clinton and her classified documents. But here now, under Joe Biden, there is exactly that pursuit. There is the use of law enforcement to go after his political opponent.
Let's talk about the security state that has been after President Trump for 6 years. When he declared his candidacy, and then when he became the nominee, they began pushing the Russian collusion hoax. Let's not forget, for years of our national life, the official position of the government, of the Beltway class, of the media.
Why is it weak? You don't have reasoning to say that? The Hillary Clinton emails? Because Donald Trump was president for the past 4 years, you fucking L nerd. Hold this L. Do you think I want Hillary Clinton walking around freely? No, it would have been awesome if she got locked up. It would have been sick just for my own twisted desires. But guess what? Donald Trump failed to fucking prosecute adequately, investigate him, utilize the DOJ. And instead, the very same fucking FBI director that he appointed turned around and raided his bussy. Hold this fucking fat L, nerd. If you fail to fucking investigate Hillary Clinton, you can't cry about it 4 years later. Okay? Which, by the way, they did actually investigate her and you know, hold this L again. Nothing came of it, so. Get fucked.
We have a branch, a division of government that has decided, throwing back to the eons before in the Roman Empire, that they can decide, that they are the guardians of the empire, they can decide who leads us and who doesn't. This is an unprecedented development for this country, and I would say nothing like this has happened, as far as I'm aware, in any other of our
Thank you,
developed
anonymous
peers.
user, for the 10 gifted subs.
And what, therefore, do you think, Stephen, will be the fallout? You just laid out beautifully the power of allegation. You laid out beautifully the power of investigation. What occurred over the last 4 years amounted to nothing. We know the facts. We know what ended up, or what did not end up. In conclusion, with all of those allegations and all of that investigation into Donald Trump and Russia. But the power of that investigation and that power of that allegation captured, held hostage America and a presidency for the better part of 4 years. Now you have a new investigation. You have a new allegation, Stephen. What happens? What's the fallout?
The only recourse that I can see in the near term, there'll obviously have to be a cleaning house in 2025. In the near term, there needs to be such a large majority elected in the House.
Oh, yeah, they're using this to be like, come on, you got to vote extra hard.
Subpoena, but to impeach any and every official who is involved in wrongdoing, both current and past, and to ensure that we finally uncover the truth about who was involved in each and every one of the scandals and misinformation campaigns.
Why would you vote hard when the votes are rigged, though? I mean, you spent the entire fucking past, like, 2 years nonstop complaining about how the votes were going to be rigged and how they are rigged. Like, why are you now telling them to fucking vote in like rhinos? You know what I mean? If they were real ones, they'd be calling for civil war and shit. But of course, they are also the comfortable elitists that they endlessly claim that they are not. You know what I mean? And that's precisely why they won't do anything but say, vote fucking harder, vote harder.
This allegation, this investigation into Donald Trump is going to be more than the burden of proof in a court of law. The American people have lost trust in institutions, media, science, medical, FBI, intelligence agencies. What do you think on the back end of this, Stephen, will be the attitude of the American people towards institutions that have been granted inherited credibility for decades?
Well, look, people look at Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro facing jail, Eric Holder walking free, and they see that there is a double justice system, one for people that support the regime and one that are opposed to it. You talk about the 87.
I love that the FBI didn't lose credibility for like fucking up in defending the country from 9/11. I love that the FBI didn't lose credibility when they under the Obama administration consistently fucking targeted like autistic Muslim teenagers to make it seem like they were doing terror attacks. They didn't lose credibility for any of those things. The surveillance state kept getting beefier and beefier. But finally, God forbid they go after Donald Trump one fucking time. Then it's like, oh, the FBI lost all credibility, folks. Real fucking bad.
Yeah, and it just highlights this is about more than a former president.
9/11 was FBI and the CIA.
The American people. Stephen Miller, you always put it into perspective well. I appreciate you being with us on Tucker Carlson
Thank you
tonight.
so much.
All right, let's turn now to Matt Whitaker. He's the was the acting attorney general under Donald Trump, and he joins us now. Matt, I'm glad to have you with us. Let's go into what would it need, Matt? Walk me through the process of accomplishing a search warrant.
They found the most thumb-like motherfucker to talk about executing search warrants.
And what type of burden would they have to shoulder on an evidentiary basis to send FBI agents into Mar-a-Lago?
Well, it's a burden, but it's not insurmountable. And one of the first things they need to do is have an alleged crime. And then second, they need to swear a
Wait, stop. The FBI notified the Secret Service that a warrant would be executed, and the Secret Service facilitated access to Florida Trump property as fellow federal agents, but did not take part in the investigation or search. Bro, as Donald Trump can't ever feel safe around Secret Service no longer. You can't. They let him in? Dude, of course they let him in. Oh, that's so good. Oh, my God. The story keeps getting better. Oh, fuck me. The story keeps getting fucking better. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
Or cast a shadow on that individual that is now subject to those law enforcement actions. And in this case, I just think this is an outrageous expansion of the FBI's really, I don't know how else you say it, attack on Donald Trump for the last 6 years.
So, Matt, I want to take you up on your invitation to back it up a couple of steps. So in order to launch the investigation, who would have to give the green light? Who would have to ask for the search warrant before it gets to that magistrate judge? I'm going to ask you, and I'll ask you ahead of time, and you can help answer this. It would, I would assume, require the director of the FBI, perhaps the Attorney General Merrick Garland. Would it, in your estimation, go as high as to the White House and the President of the United States, Joe Biden?
Yeah, I would be surprised if this Department of Justice allowed Joe Biden to be involved. That would obviously be a line that shouldn't be crossed in a criminal investigation. But yes, I would expect that Chris Wray and Merrick Garland both signed off on the criminal investigation of Donald Trump. And that obviously is a big step, and both of them fearing for their future are probably have some measure of conflict in this situation. But a typical investigation, an agent can go to a supervisor, tell him what he has and make sure that there are reasonable investigative steps that can be taken based on an initial predication of that case, obviously in concert with a prosecutor like a U.S. Attorney's Office. But this type of case where you're going after a former president of the United States and possibly future president of the United States would involve the Attorney General and the FBI Director and senior officials.
I know
at
what the MAGA
levels.
response is.
So I'm going to ask you to speculate here, Matt. You can decline if you would like, but I'm going to ask you to speculate. We have listened to Chris Wray over the last several weeks or so, and in the last week at the very least, testify before Congress about the resources.
150 Secret Service agents, 300 faces. Yes, dude. No friends in the industry, okay? Surrounded by fake friends. Do you see that? Dude, fallen. The president has fallen. The real president. Surrounded by fucking fake friends, dude.
Prosecutorial discretion in where they choose to put their resources. So I'm curious. The FBI has chosen to devote resources to Donald Trump. Why, in your estimation? What is this about? Is this about supposed classified documents? Is this about January 6th? Why is this at the top of their list of priorities?
Well, Will, that's a great question. And obviously what you prioritize, you put resources towards. And if you...
I love the wording of the possible future president of the United States. It's like, bro, anyone that was born on U.S. soil is technically that. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean possible next president? Like, you can't say that. That's a ridiculous take.
Donald Trump and the previous administration. And it's hard not to believe that these are politically motivated. Like, I have spent 7.5 years at the Department of Justice. It's an institution that should be trusted, but they have eroded that trust to a point now where I think they, to your point earlier, they have a burden to demonstrate that this investigation is not completely politically motivated after Hillary Clinton walked scot-free for the last 7 years.
You know, Matt, and I don't know how they satisfy that burden.
Fucking Sebastian Gorka blocked
At a
me.
minimum, Matt, it would require
Bitch.
some form of a guilty verdict in some court of law. But what we've seen over the past several years is the power of allegation, a simple investigation.
Gorka!
And without at a minimum, a guilty verdict, but I would say the burden is probably more heavy than that because the American people have to look at the inconsistencies, which you and I are both talking about, right? Hunter, you know, pro-abortion violence at pro-life centers, whatever, limited resources, and we cannot help but see, because of these hypocrisies,
President
partisan
Biden struggles to put on his blazer
application of
before
law
dropping his
enforcement.
trademark aviators.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think this is where you know, the American people need to ask very difficult questions. Congress needs to ask very difficult questions because at the end of the day, if they're really planning on bringing Donald
This is
Trump
who you got owned
to
by?
Washington D.C. in front of a Washington
Conservatives, this is your fucking villain, dude? Is this the antagonist? Is this your opponent, conservatives? Y'all fucking lost to this man? He can't even put a fucking, he can't even work his way through a blazer, dude. Oh no. Oh no. Owned by a fucking basically rotting corpse. Can't even put his fucking jacket on. Oh my Lord, dude. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I know the Secret Service opened the doors up. I already made memes about it. I've just been live memeing every moment of this. It's so fucking great. Yeah, can't even hold his glasses up, dude.
And one last question, Matt. You were acting Attorney General. You have an expansive view of American history. In your estimation, we heard from Stephen Miller a little bit earlier that in his estimation, he can't find another example of something like this in American history. Can you?
I can't, and I think this is unfortunately we've crossed the Rubicon to some extent, where previous administrations are now investigated and previous presidents are investigated by the next administration. This is something from banana republics, not the United States of America.
Yeah, totally.
Matt Whitaker, that's exactly what we've begun to hear. Banana republic. Thank you so much.
Man, it's so embarrassing.
You've heard it mentioned
Like, it's not embarrassing that Trump was president and like did a whole bunch of insane shit. What's embarrassing is that, like, for the first time ever, there might be like a level of accountability for a previous president, which is unheard of. That is truly unprecedented. Now, I'm not holding my hopes. Like, I'm not, keeping my hopes up for this. Oh, now they got Hunter Biden in there
and hooking up with prostitutes. In addition, the FBI has been in possession of Hunter Biden's laptop for more than 2 years, and that laptop includes evidence of tax fraud. It also contains evidence of the Biden's family's overseas influence peddling operation in Ukraine, in China, potential corruption at the highest levels of the American government that you would think would at least warrant, I don't know, a look under the covers by law enforcement.
Is this true?
Why hasn't Hunter Biden been raided by the FBI? Jerry Callahan is a radio host in Massachusetts, and he joins us now. Jerry, great to see you. Maybe I shouldn't be asking you to explain the hypocrisy. Maybe it's obvious. It's just partisan consistency.
It is obvious, Will. It couldn't be more obvious. You don't have, speculation when it comes to Hunter. You have his actual laptop. You have photographs, videos. He videotaped everything. That was his thing. So there's not a lot of gray area there. And not only do they not raid Hunter, not only do they not arrest him, but no one expects them to. No one has any faith in the justice system. See, I think what we're dealing with today
this is the reason why people don't have faith in the justice system.
It feels like it's over, that everybody has to understand they're the partisan, militant wing of the Biden administration. And I would remind everybody that about 3 hours ago, Will, Joe Biden couldn't put on his sport coat. He struggled. I don't think he's controlling things.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, you just got owned by that guy. He's right. You got owned by that guy. Trump, your big, beautiful, glorious president, got owned by a man who can't even put his fucking jacket. He lost to a fucking blazer.
Billionaires and corrupt corporations, when you see how they don't hesitate to militarize, to weaponize the various administration, their wings, their departments against their enemies. It is the most
Okay, this guy's kind of boring, so we're going to move back and we're going to watch some fucking lib gloating.
That the White House didn't know, and Caitlin Collins was just on earlier in this hour saying that she heard as well as I that the
While I go pee real quick.
Biden White House outside, the actual White House, not in the Justice Department, they didn't know. They were blindsided. They found out when we all did when the former president put out that press release. There will be more reporting to be done, but especially given what David was just saying and given how buttoned up and cautious Merrick Garland is, especially with something as sticky as this, it's hard to imagine that they gave the White House a heads up.
David, you know, again, what Scott just said, that it's possible that they have martyred Donald Trump there. That language is so interesting. And Merrick Garland, at least from outward views, has been so careful up until this point. I mean, wouldn't you think all of this would be taken into account?
Well, 100%. I mean, I think that Garland understands, and he has crossed a Rubicon here. If you are going to prosecute a former president of the United States, you'd better be pretty darn sure that you have an open and shut case. And I'm sure that a lot of discussion among the prosecutors took place. I do agree. I would be stunned if anybody in the White House, including the president, knew. I mean, think of all of the criticism that the president laid against Donald Trump for his intervening and trying to shape what the Department of Justice did. I mean, that was really an essential part of his campaign. The ethics of a president meddling in these kinds of investigations. So I would be stunned. But to your original question, absolutely. They must feel very sure that they have something here. I don't think this is a fishing expedition. I think they know what fish they're looking for here.
If I may, John, I think we have to be
John,
really
one
careful.
more. Hang on one second, Scott. Dana, and then I'll come to you, Scott.
This is related to what Scott said. I don't know if he did it intentionally or not, but we have to be careful not to adopt the term raid. That was an intentional use of a word, and we haven't done it all night, but just, and I know, Scott, you were saying that the Republicans are saying that this is a raid and that he'll be martyred, but the use of the word.
Oh, God, here's the thing. No, they're right. They're right. They're right. This is a very real part of this, okay? Now, this is a very real part of this. Listen. If it turns out that this is not even a real fucking raid, okay, then everybody got, okay? Trump could very easily be like screaming about it and being a drama queen about it and saying that it's a fucking raid when it's not actually a raid, only to turn around and be like, oh, they found nothing because there was nothing going on, but they raided me. I'm a political prisoner.
We're talking about this. Oh, if this is just about the archives, why did they do this? But you'll remember there were a lot of, lock her up chants about Hillary Clinton's emails when the issue was, classified information and records and the like. So Republicans have had an issue with this type of thing before.
Yeah, and obviously that, they'll have to fight that out and deal with their own past statements. What I was going to say, I think the 2024 ramifications here that I'm also looking for tonight are what do the other possible presidential candidates say? I already saw Kristi Noem, Governor Noem, come out and slam what the FBI did here. I suspect more people will do that. And so it will be interesting to me to see who in the Republican Party adopts an aggressive posture attacking what has happened here, who lays off, who lets it settle for a day. I'll be sort of watching the positioning of that because obviously, there are several people circling Trump here about 2024. And look, I mean, if he gets convicted of a crime here, may not be able to run in 2024. And so how these people
that's why I said Ron DeSantis sends his regards.
Is going to be obviously part of the Republican primary.
I'm honestly shocked as to how they were able to keep this a secret because a raid of this magnitude, not even a raid, but like literally going in and opening up his fucking safe and like getting access to these details, to these documents, like that is being conducted at the highest level of government, okay? The fact that like the Brandon White House is saying that they didn't know about it is bullshit. I don't believe that at all. But even if that's the case, Everyone, down to the fucking Florida Attorney General and the federal, the federal judge that signed off on the warrant. Like, there are so many people that knew about it, and the fact that none of them even leaked it is wild to me. Okay.
Right. So he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing here.
And right now, he is waging a one-sided PR campaign. He is running a political campaign in regards to this judge-approved search of Mar-a-Lago. Dana, it's not typical for the Department of Justice or the FBI to comment at length about what they were searching for or what they were doing. How long will they be able to maintain their silence, do you think?
We don't know the answer to that, because what has happened is unprecedented. The person they're dealing with and the fact that he is so aggressively trying to own the narrative, and in the 2 hours since this has happened, not even, has been successful. And the way that that is going to change is by hearing from the people who thought it was appropriate. And it's really unclear. I mean, David, you worked in a White House when you had to deal with that. Maybe he knows better than I, but it's really unclear. Maybe this is such an unprecedented situation where they will feel the need to explain why they thought they had it buttoned up enough that they went to the judge to get the search warrant.
You know, knowing Garland, my guess is that they're going to play this out in the four corners of a courthouse. I don't think they're going to play it out on television. They're going to play it out in the courthouse and do everything by the book. You know, there are a lot of particularly Democrats who are complaining that, oh, he's moving too slowly on these matters. He should be more aggressive on these matters. He took his time for a reason. He's going to do everything by the book. And the book says you don't talk about these things until you have to in a courtroom.
I gotta say, it raises a whole lot of questions. We have a whole lot of questions going forward. Dana Bash, David Axelrod, Scott Jennings, really appreciate you coming in and working through this with us tonight. Coming up, a former Secret Service agent joins us for his take on what happened.
Please.
Got my hair, got my head.
Introducing new one-a-day.
Don Jr. weighs in. Clearly, a banana republic is going to be the line throughout the saga. Dude, it's kind of wild how quickly they fucking move. Like, it is pretty wild how quickly they move on talking points and how collectively they do it as well. Oh, Steve Bannon is on the phone on Fox News. Steve Bannon is on the phone.
I said, we're at war. We're at a political and ideological
Trigger warning, Steve Bannon.
They've obviously weaponized the Justice Department, and this had to be approved by Ron Klain. This had to go up to the White House to be approved. Absolutely. Anybody saying it didn't is a liar. This had to go up the chain of command through Merrick Garland to Ron Klain at least, and Ray and these guys. But look, here's the thing. This is about pure power politics. They're absolutely scared to death about Trump. It can't be. Mark Elias, the guy who laid out the entire effort to steal the 2020 election, remember the Transition Integrity Project, he's tweeting right now all the U.S. codes about documents and how, you know, make sure you can't run for federal office again. They're absolutely petrified Trump's going to announce in the next couple of weeks, win the Republican nomination, win the White House. Now, here's what's incumbent upon everybody. The House leaders right now need to step up and recommit Jim Jordan. Full investigation, I think cutting off appropriations to the FBI to get to the bottom of this. Okay, this is going to continue on. The FBI right now is the Gestapo. The FBI is the Gestapo, whether it's out in Colorado, putting a Gold Star mother like Tina Peters in chains, Peter Navarro in chains. It's absolutely obscene. This is an obscenity. And we're going to have to fight fire with fire. The way to do it is win elections, win them overwhelmingly, and then use the appropriations process to choke down the FBI and choke down the Justice Department and get
the
to the
talking
bottom
points
of
are out.
vote
Vote extra hard. Why not Hillary Clinton?
It needs to be investigated.
I want to ask you this question, Steve. You know, I'm familiar with your point of view. I'm familiar with the opinions you share on War Room. I'm familiar with how deep you fear the corruption has run within the United States of America. I'm curious. I said this earlier in the program. Believing elections can change the place in which we sit today in the United States of America is a very optimistic point of view, because This corruption, if it is partisan corruption, isn't relegated to the FBI. We saw 87,000 new IRS agents have been hired. You can look at almost every federal institution, including the intelligence community, who dismissed Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation. And you can say to yourself, this isn't one apparatus. This is not one department.
Steve
this is
Bannon
not
is a
one
top G.
election. Our problem is deeper.
Well, you're 100% correct. This is not about corruption. Let's set that. That's not corruption. This is about the administrative state. This is about an undemocratic apparatus, bigger than bureaucracy. This is the administrative state, and they want to run things their own way. And they want to pick and choose who actually runs and who actually wins. This is why it's incumbent upon, look, we have 2/3 of the nations in back of us. Hispanics, African Americans,
Wait, did we just
Asian
miss
Americans.
it?
It's now time to take control of the House of Representatives with an overwhelming victory.
Trump was going to run. Trump was going to announce his run.
People have to step up, and Kevin McCarthy have to step up and say, we're going to have full investigations. We're going to choke them down in appropriation. Listen,
I got it, Steve.
This is a non-democratic. Okay, go ahead.
I hate to cut you off, Steve. We have more information coming in as we speak, so I got to get to that. Steve, it's great to hear from you tonight. Thank you for your time. All right, this is a Fox News alert. Donald Trump said tonight his Mar-a-Lago home is under siege by FBI agents. A source tells Fox News that agents are indiscriminately removing items from the residence. We're also learning the president's son, Eric Trump, spoke to our own Brian Kilmeade and told him as many as 30 agents raided the former president's Palm Beach home. So Fox's Mike Emanuel is joining us again with the absolute latest. Mike.
Will, good evening. Sources familiar tell
They sent
Fox
their fans
News
out
this
there?
FBI raid of former President Trump's Palm Beach home is related to the taking of potential classified information from the White House upon leaving office January 20th of last year. The National Archives says there were 15 boxes that contained what it believed to be presidential records, noting they must be preserved. A source familiar tells Fox FBI agents went to Mar-a-Lago looking in every single office in the president's safe and grabbed documents in boxes without reviewing them there on property. The source telling Fox they took boxes and documents to review once they left Mar-a-Lago and were told they were not being judicious about what they took. Fox has learned former President Trump was actually at Trump Tower in New York City when he learned the raid was taking place in Florida. The former president saying in his public statement, they broke his safe. And obviously he was quite upset with the raid taking place.
That part is so funny. They broke my safe. No.
All right, Mike, thank you there for the latest. So as you've heard tonight, now the former president of the United States home in Mar-a-Lago has been raided by FBI agents. Upwards of 30 agents broke into his safe, took boxes of documents away, not discovering them, not going through them on premises, but taking them away for further analysis. We do not have information at this time as to why. What is the legal or evidentiary basis as to what is the investigation in the raid into Donald Trump? But for now, we turn to Fox's Shannon Bream for a legal analysis of the situation unfolding tonight. Shannon, great to have you with me. Let's take this from a legal perspective as you look at what's happened and what has occurred. What's your takeaway?
Go back to Fox. Trump supporters have a right to defend him. I know. I'm on Fox. They were showing it. They were showing the Trump supporters that went to Mar-a-Lago to defend him from being raided.
You are a gifted lawyer and know this just as well as anybody. You've talked us through what would happen. I mean, this doesn't just happen overnight. You go through a judge. There is an internal decision-making process.
Okay, this only makes the L more permanent, though. When they
people have to talk over the possibilities of what could happen here. And, it's so rare because there's never been an indictment of a former president, a criminal indictment of a former president. And who knows whether we'll get to that place. But this is part of a case. This is part of what you would do is go get information and go get things that you would claim are evidence. It's interesting if, as what Laura Trump has been saying, I'd be interested to see if the DOJ and FBI also believe, as she said, he's been cooperating. He's been working with them. They may likely have suggested otherwise.
For the record, if they actually don't find anything in there after getting a warrant to search even his fucking safe, then it is a gigantic L and basically like a Jim Comey style helping, Jim Comey style boost for Donald Trump to line himself up as someone who's politically persecuted by the highest law enforcement authorities. So they better fucking have an indictment. The FBI better have, or the federal government must have an indictment coming after this. Because if they don't, oh my God, what a gigantic fuck up.
Many of us want to think that our institutions are unreliable or that we cannot trust in them. We as Americans want to have faith in them, that they're going to go after criminal wrongdoing wherever they find it. So this FBI has clearly made, and this Attorney General has made the calculation that they think they have enough to move forward and risk the political optics of this, because as you know, and I know you've discussed earlier on the show, there is this, conversation about not pursuing indictments and things so close to an election that they would have an impact in a way that could unseat or that could upset the political balance. So they've walked through those considerations.
Well, sucks to suck because he wasn't able to fucking announce that he's running, so it doesn't even matter.
That's all we can assume at this point.
What do you, Shannon, help me understand what you mean by moving forward. So what we know now is that they have raided the Florida home of former President Donald Trump. We do not yet know why. So I would assume there's some burden that had to have been satisfied before the judge, probable cause. I don't know. I'll lean on you for that burden. But what does it tell you that they chose to do this? Are they committed to some further action, to bringing some charges? This can't simply be a fishing expedition.
Well, normally you would say in a case that if a warrant is executed, it does not mean that there is an indictment looming or that something further is going to move forward. But in a case like this, they have had to think through the next several steps. This is a former president. This is not something that has happened before. So clearly they feel like they have the strength of whatever they've alleged and whatever they've ascertained so far in this investigation to move forward. Now, we've been considering this in the context of the January 6th investigations and hearings. But what we're hearing tonight, the indications seem to be this is not about that this is about presidential records and the maintaining of them after someone has left office. So it can be a different thing if you're talking about indicting a former president for something that happened while he was president. That's kind of the conversation we've been having if this is connected to January 6th. But tonight it sounds like a different conversation, like they may be talking about pursuing something against the president for something they believe that happened after his time in office and what he did with records after he left Washington and was no longer the president of the United States. So those are two kind of different tracks there. But you got to think, because of all of those political calculations, they wouldn't move forward unless they had some confidence, some level, that they have at least the basic makings for what you would pursue in this kind of case, because otherwise it does get into the optics of where we've seen all of these other cases where it seems like a hammer is being used instead of a fly swatter in some of these cases. Only they inside the DOJ and FBI know tonight.
Yeah, if this were all there were to it, that would be a hard image for the FBI to overcome. You would have to think they calculated a next step. So this is not the end of their story. Shannon Bream, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
See you well.
It's worth noting the former president of the United States home was raided before Hunter Biden's. There's a lot more evidence of Hunter Biden's crimes. Miranda Devine has covered them all extensively. She's a columnist at the New York Post. She joins us now to put this raid into context. Miranda?
Good evening, Will. It's pretty incredible, and you can only wonder how this is going to play with the Hunter.
Did you just say former President Hunter Biden? Like what? Guy just tried to do a Tucker laugh and failed horribly. Yeah, I mean, this guy's a $2 Tucker. She's a demon, by the way. I'm a firm advocate for not allowing, like, I do want to do a political test for Australians and Canadians who consistently send their worst fucking members out here. Like, if you're even remotely right-wing, you should not be allowed into the country. They truly do stink up the place pretty hard.
I've spoken to have said that this really looks like, to them, like a fishing expedition, because if you can enter with a warrant on these sort of documents that are supposed to be given to the archives,
made it. Alert!
And
Alert!
you find something else related to
the Hogs have made it to the Mar-a-Lago. The Hogs are out there protesting the Florida raid. The FBI raid.
Because they don't want President Trump running. They're so afraid. Are they? Okay, how late are we going? I'm going to have to get my...
The hogs have made it, folks.
Party. It's a terrible thing for America. And
see, me and the
think
Fox News producer have the same brain rot. Look at that. Immediately, they moved over to the fucking hogs outside of Mar-a-Lago too. You see that? Same brain rot,
what
baby.
people think of Donald Trump, they know that this is an outrage to be raiding a former president's home. He's not just the former president either. He is the likely future candidate for president in 2024. So this is so political and disastrous. And when Christopher Wray, the FBI director,
they're so funny. They're like, it's so close to an election year. It's like, bro, 2 years out the line, really? So I guess you can never fucking, like, I guess you can never prosecute someone because you could just say, I'm running for president 4 years down the line. Like, even if there's a new president, you could be like, I'm running for president 4 years down the line. So this is a political trial against me because I'm running for president. Like, what this makes no sense. The midterms are happening, okay? You can't say, unless Donald Trump is like literally running for, I don't know, like a Senate seat or some shit, you can't say that this is, hurting his chances of running for election.
And saying that the laptop was Russian disinformation, just as he lied about the first impeachment of Donald Trump, he said he didn't know anything about the Ukrainian whistleblower, just as he lied about the Russia collusion hoax. This is the chairman of the Intelligence Committee with oversight of the FBI. It is really quite frightening.
How do you explain it, Miranda? How do you explain the devotion of resources to this, to what we're watching unfold today and tonight, and the total lack of a devotion of resources? And that really doesn't do it justice, because the FBI didn't just decline to investigate Hunter Biden. They spun it as disinformation. So how do you explain that disparity?
Well, it just shows the politicization of the FBI, and under a completely weak director, Christopher Wray, who was...
I just don't understand why they're like legitimately... I mean, I guess I do understand it, but it is kind of funny that they are saying that, like, Donald Trump... Like, they're openly mentioning why they did the raid. They're openly mentioning what they were looking for. Obviously, even Fox News' own legal counsel is like stating that they must have had pretty solid evidence to go and execute a search warrant like this, especially on a former president, which is unheard of, right? So for all of this to happen, like, there's something out there, right? So what the fuck are you trying to spin it on? You're like, oh, this is political, is so unacceptable, is political. It's like, bro, he did fucking break the law. You know what I mean? Especially if they were like subpoenaing those documents and Trump refused to give it, like, what do you expect them to do? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Isn't opening safes pretty normal in a situation like this? Not necessarily. You need additional evidence, or you need additional, you need to bring proof that the evidence that you're looking for is very likely in that safe. Like, for example, when raids happen, when no-knock raids happen, oftentimes, if you don't have a specific warrant for the specific safe that you're mentioning, even probable cause on the scene is not going to be enough. Like, you need to get a separate warrant. Oftentimes, they'll do a raid. They'll literally go back to the fucking federal judge, or they go back to the judge and they say, hey, there's a safe in the house. We need to open it. Can you give us an additional warrant? So they had to have convinced a judge ahead of time, knowing full well that there was a fucking safe in there. The raid is news, but breaking archival law isn't new. I think breaking archival law isn't new. I think Reagan, Clinton, and Bush's son did too, from memory, at the end of their presidency. Certainly. Which is why I think that breaking archival law alone is not going to be enough for them to conduct a raid like this. Like, it seems fucking insane that they would do a raid like this that is unprecedented, specifically because like Donald Trump broke archival law. You know what I mean? That's bullshit. So let's see. Laura Trump had a really interesting take. Apparently, she claims, but she is a fucking dumbass, so I don't know. But she claims that Donald Trump was going to run for president, like he was going to announce his presidential run.
Laura, you've spoken to your father-in-law. Therefore, you have the most immediate information of anybody we've spoken with tonight. Does he know? Do you know why his home was raided?
He believes it's the documents in question that, everybody's been really upset about from the White House. Look, my father-in-law, as anybody knows who's been around him a lot, loves to save things like newspaper clippings, magazine clippings, photographs, documents.
Yeah, he's just a silly goose, dude. What do you mean? He's just a hoarder. You're being ableist, Sweaty. Laura Trump is like, Donald Trump has a medical disability. He is a hoarder, okay? Gotten psychiatric treatment for this. And classified or not, you're being ableist for attacking him for his scrapbook.
That he had every authority to take from the White House. And, again, he's been cooperating every single step of the way with the people that have questioned any of this. And I know people have brought it up before, but, look at Hillary Clinton, the 33,000 emails that she just deletes that are.
Laura, you've spoken to your father-in-law, therefore.
Okay, that's not enough. Someone was saying that Laura Trump mentioned that, oh, Donald Trump spotting, Donald Trump spotted, Donald Trump spotted, Donald Trump spotted. Folks, Donald Trump spotted at Trump Tower in New York. Let's take a look. Somebody asked him apparently what his feelings are on the matter of the FBI overreaching, overstepping, attacking this man for being a big, bold, brave, and beautiful patriot.
Mr. Trump, can we get your reaction to the raid? Mr. Trump, can we get your reaction to the raid, sir?
Well, he's surrounded by other Secret Service members. I'm just saying, he is surrounded by other Secret Service members, which is, of course, quite suspicious considering what we know about the Secret Service and how they open the fucking doors. Lara Trump appears on Fox News as it covers Mar-a-Lago search, saying she has talked to her father-in-law and he's shocked as anybody. She calls it an attempt to hurt him as he's going to announce any day that he's running for president in 2024. We didn't get that part, but... Motherfucker, Trump, the former president's house is being raided by the FBI, and there's still motherfuckers going, look up I show speed. That's awesome. Like, yeah, dude, totally. Let me just cut to like a I show speed calling the cops on himself and getting arrested for it real quick.
Entire country. Some of them are still going on. I understand that, but we have to come together if we're going to say,
like, unless I show speed personally has some level of fucking involvement with Donald Trump, and that's the reason why he got raided at the same time that Donald Trump got raided, I'm not interested. Is that what you're trying to say? Are you trying to say that Aiden Ross and I Show Speed, both of which got raided earlier today by the law enforcement authorities, just like Donald Trump, are somehow connected to one another? Then yes, you are probably correct. I already made that joke like 3 fucking hours ago. But other than that, I'm not interested.
This raid lawless and unprecedented. The question is, who had to sign off on this? Jonathan Turley is a law professor. He joins us to break down the legal implications. Jonathan, I'm really happy to have you on the program. How high did this have to be approved?
I think that Attorney General Merrick Garland almost certainly signed off on this. It's hard to imagine a decision of this magnitude would be made without his knowledge and approval. He hasn't recused himself, and so that assumption, I think, is well founded. The news accounts indicate that this is not about January 6th, but about the Presidential Records Act. And the National Archivist under that act can ask the Attorney General to intervene when someone is not complying, including a former president, by turning over material. We know that material was taken previously 2 months ago. Now, putting all of that together, we're still speculating as to what the federal judge signed off here as probable cause of a crime. There are provisions like Section 2071, which allows for 3 years in prison for people who knowingly conceal information they're not allowed to retain. That would include.
Oh my God, that'd be so sweet, but it would be like kind of weak. It would be kind of weak to throw him in jail for that, but I'll take it.
Records Act being the basis of this type of action is that it has not been traditionally a criminal matter. Certainly, it has not been that way for former presidents. Indeed, you had people like Sandy Berger, a former national security advisor, who was found to have taken classified documents out, hidden in his socks, and he was not prosecuted. You also have records cases like James Comey was accused of taking FBI material out when he left the FBI. The history has been not to prosecute those cases, which is going to become more relevant as we go forward.
Wow, that is fascinating and important information. So what you've highlighted for us here is the willingness of the DOJ to go after, I assume, quote unquote, classified material in the past, Jonathan, and then choosing again, once again, to see an inconsistent application here when it comes to President Trump. One legal question before we go, Jonathan. Would it not, let's assume this is about those, as you pointed out, we're speculating. Let's assume it's about those documents and that they are, I'm assuming classified has a lot to do with this, that they were not supposed to be removed because of their classification. Were Donald Trump president of the United States when he left the White House, and you're assuming when he left, he still had the power of the presidency and took those documents. Doesn't he also have the power to declassify documents, Jonathan?
He does. I testified on that in Congress on this very issue.
Oh, dude, that doesn't. Okay, well, I guess then it's fine. Well, good thing he's not the fucking president anymore.
That ended when his presidency ended. And they could be arguing that if he did not turn over these documents, he knowingly retained documents past that privilege.
That is very, very key. That's excellent information tonight from Jonathan Turley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the raid on Mar-a-Lago isn't
Guess
the first
what?
time.
He didn't fucking declassify those documents. And also, doesn't even matter because he's currently not president anyway. Pretty much every single person is like, pretty much every single person that we've heard from on the Fox News side have just been engaging in the most ridiculous amounts of copium. I don't know what to say other than fake Tucker not cutting it for me. I haven't heard him blame black people. I have not heard him somehow pin this crime on undocumented immigrants. Rather surprising from the Tucker Carlson broadcast tonight.
I think of them as allied but separate, with the deep state really being the intelligence apparatus and the FBI is part of that. I think that we need to get control over that agency. It's more out of control than the CIA was when Senator Church held his famous Church Committee hearings. We need the incoming Congress,
thank you, Bill Vog, for the 5 gifted subs,
to do the same thing, to turn the FBI upside down, looking at that department so that it can be reformed, and so that if Donald Trump does run for president again and takes over and can use his CEO skills, he can reform that entity.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, you know, it's funny the way the word conspiracy has been thrown around over the last several years. It would be a conspiracy to deny the existence of an administrative state. Jeff Clark, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Will.
FBI agents raided former President Trump's Palm Beach home earlier this evening. The former president said in the raid, which was unannounced, that it amounts to, quote, prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system, and an attack by radical left Democrats who desperately don't want me to run for president in 2024, especially based on recent polls. Trump said agents also broke into his safe. Francie Hakes is a former...
Yeah, bro, the radical Democratic FBI was checking the polls nonstop, and they were like, oh, man, fuck, Trump is going to run for president. Oh, shit. What the fuck, dude?
The partisan potentiality of this. Does this hold, in your estimation, any legal water? Assuming this is about those documents, boxes of supposed classified documents, what is the burden of proof? Where does this go legally?
Yeah, great questions, Will. I worked in classified information.
There's literally nothing funnier than the fact that the FBI director was appointed on this day 5 years ago by Donald Trump. It's his own FBI director. Like, why didn't you use him to fucking prosecute Hillary Clinton? Like, you fucking cuck. Goes around, comes around, I guess.
And I would have trusted that. But after the Russia collusion hoax, the FISA warrant that was misused and gotten illegally against Carter Page, and the way the FBI treated the Hillary Clinton investigation, where they never sent a single subpoena or served a single search warrant on Hillary Clinton or her aides, her laptop or her secret server, it's very hard for me now to say that this does hold water. I hope so, honestly, for the Justice Department that I served for 10 years and the cause of justice that I've served my entire career as a prosecutor. I actually hope there is probable cause. But from what we're hearing, I don't have any faith that that's true.
There's so little faith left, I believe, among the American people for their institutions. And I think you're exactly right. The burden of proof now for the FBI and the DOJ to retain what little faith the American people have in that institution, those institutions, that is what is at stake. Francie Hakes, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thanks, Will.
All right, Donald Trump said tonight his Mar-a-Lago home has been under siege by FBI agents. Ned Ryan is CEO of American Majority, and he joins us with his reaction. Hey, Ned, I'd love for you to pick up on where Francie left off. You know, it's impossible to separate this from the last 5 years of allegations and investigations, from Russia collusion to the supposed, Russian...
Here's what's really hilarious. Talking about Russia collusion. Okay. Here's what's not actually good for the Republicans to constantly talk about. Hillary Clinton. Texas Patriots arriving at Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago. Like, this dude is the most, these are the most annoying people on the planet, dude. Like, do they have a single fucking family member? Wait, what is this? Quarter J shocked by today's news. I fucking hate today. Jesus, nothing works. No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that. Okay. Don't bring normies into this, okay? They don't know any better. They don't know any better, even though I'm joking, obviously. Hannity's malding? Wait, Hannity's is... Oh, Hannity! Oh, yes!
While he was
in
New York,
save us.
according to President Trump,
save us, Sean.
Warmed his residence.
Give me that guac 6,000. Oh my God! If only Donald Trump fucking calls in.
45th president wrote, "Quote: My beautiful home is currently under siege, raided, and occupied by a large group of FBI agents." He continued, "Quote: Nothing like this has ever happened to the president of the United States before. After working and cooperating with the relevant government agencies, this unannounced raid on my home was not necessary or appropriate. It is prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system, and an attack by the radical left Democrats who desperately do not want me to run for president in 2024. According to the New York Times tonight, who got
the raid of MAL is another escalation of the weaponization of federal agencies against the regime's political opponents.
The former president brought with him from the White House, including potentially classified documents. Sources are now telling Fox News that the raid was not related in any way to January 6th, but according to one source, the FBI was, quote, not being judicious about what they took during the search. Just so we are clear, this raid is truly, completely unprecedented, and you can't imagine this would have ever happened to a Democrat. This is where Americans now begin to ask the question, do we have a dual justice system in America? Is there equal justice under the law? Do we have equal applications of our laws? Remember Hillary Clinton's house? It was never raided, even though she stored troves of classified material on a personal server. She deleted 33,000 emails. Remember, nobody had ever heard of Bleach Pit before.
Okay, bro, come on. We're just like hearing the same thing over and over again. Sean, come on, give us something good. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Trump failed to fucking investigate or arrest Hillary Clinton. That's a fat L. Nobody cares about the fucking fattest of L's, okay? Trump was president for 4 years. He was a big, beautiful boy. He was our big, beautiful boy president, and he failed. He said, lock her up. And I thought, maybe he will lock her up. He did hold the L. Oh, my God. He literally held it. That's funny. And then he never locked her up.
The real quid pro quo, bragging that he withheld $1 billion taxpayer dollars. You have 6 hours to fire a Ukrainian prosecutor who he turns out was investigating his son Hunter, who was being paid millions of dollars with no experience at all whatsoever. Hunter lies on a gun application. What happened to Hunter? Nothing. What if it was Don Jr.? What if it was Eric Trump? On tape, you have of course, Hunter Biden smoking crack and with hookers. I think those things are illegal. What happened to him? Nothing. We had Director Wray before Congress last week. They have had Hunter's laptop longer than anybody. What have they done with it? Nothing. Millions of dollars paid to Hunter from Ukraine, Russia, a $1.5 billion deal with the Bank of China.
Okay. Yeah, arrest them or shut the fuck up. All right. FBI search some. Oh, they're just like describing what a federal search warrant is on the New York Times. President Biden's top aides found about the FBI search for Mar-a-Lago from reports on Twitter and had no advance notice. Yeah, you're right. Michael Pillow, president of My Pillow, also used to smoke crack, literally smoked more crack than fucking Hunter Biden as far as we know. And they love him. So what the fuck? It seems a little bit like you're envious of Hunter Biden's fat hog, okay? That's, I think, what you're envious of. Have you seen this yet? First they came for Roger Stone. I said, great. Next they came for Alex Jones. I said, good news. Then they came for Donald Trump, and I said, this is also excellent. Yeah, it's just like, can it get any better? I don't know. Let's see what what happened with Donald Trump Jr. Okay, stop sending me fucking dumb lib shit, dude. Okay, Adam Parkamenko or whatever. No, give me some good tweets. Y'all are fucking libbing up a little too hard. It's like hard to distinguish whether or not you're being sarcastic or if you're like legitimately libbing up right now. Anyway, Donald Trump Jr. says Biden's out of control. DOJ is ripping this country apart with how they're openly targeting their political enemies. This is what you happen to see. This is what happens in third world banana republics. Will someone from Fox News just call Trump and ask him what the FBI took from Mar-a-Lago? Because I'm positive he will just spell it out for someone. Just let him talk for an hour. Yeah, I mean, he did, though. We already know what it is. We already know exactly what it is. It's the 15 boxes of documents that they are referencing. After today's raid on Mar-a-Lago, what do you think the left plans to use those 87,000 new IRS agents for? And here we go. The government is hiring 67,000 more IRS workers. Why do you ask? That's right. To round up every conservative in the country and put us into camps. Attorney General Garland says, preserve your documents and clear your calendar. I've seen enough. The Department of Justice has reached an intolerable state of weaponized politicization. When Republicans take back the House, we will conduct immediate oversight of this department, follow the facts, and leave no stone unturned. Attorney General Garland, preserve your documents and clear your calendar. Love that. Yeah, they're trying to use this as a rallying cry, but here's the problem, okay? Here's the issue. Republicans are very good, okay? They're very good at tying back things that only impact the wealthy all the way to the dumb motherfuckers who don't even have dentures in, okay, that desperately need it in areas in a state of disrepair. It's not, they don't have enough time to be like, oh, the FBI investigating Donald Trump for, you know, files that they refused to fucking send over to the FBI is just like you. Like, it's just like you. They'll come after you too. It's like, that's not the same. I don't even think the January 6th prosecution has had a clear-cut through line that targets or impacts like average Republicans in some meaningful capacity, because they originally started off by claiming that it was like Antifa. You know what I mean? They would have yeah, you're right. They would have an easier time saying this is revenge for Roe v. Wade. Well, actually, no, not Roe v. Wade, because the Roe v. Wade is not that popular. They would have an easier time saying like this is because, you know, we're prosecuting gay teachers or some shit. This is because we owned all the 14-year-old trans girls that dared to swim at a swim meet. Okay? Like, they don't have enough. That's why they're scrambling right now for a good talking point that cuts through the fucking noise. You know what I mean? Because they don't have anything good right now. Like, they're kind of cooked. That's why they're saying like, oh, well, what about Hunter Biden? What about Hunter Biden? Like, it doesn't really matter. Basically, none of their planks besides racism are popular, and it's hard to tie this to Mexicans. Yeah. Well, that too. I did see Kevin Oh, Dersh! The Dersh!
You don't go into
the
safe.
Why? Why? Oh my God, thank you. Why, but also thank you. Oh, fuck.
That the material in the locked safe.
Oh my God, I hate to do this to you at the top of the hour, but there's a 60-second ad break coming to you right now. If you want to see uninterrupted Dersh rants about pedophilia, how he never sexually assaulted a minor alongside Jeffrey Epstein, all that good stuff, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky, if you're a lucky boy. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. The Dersh!
In a democratic rule of law country, you do it legitimately. You go to the lawyer, you say, by tomorrow, I want that safe delivered to the Justice Department. I want these documents turned over. And unless you can demonstrate that there was a very substantial chance they would have been maliciously destroyed, which would have been a serious crime. I mean, that would be a serious crime. That's Nixon. And there's no evidence that that happened here.
It isn't, but, you know, how, I guess what everybody's wondering, especially in light of what we went through for 3 years, Greg, at some point, when do you say the abuse of power, the corruption, the witch hunt?
Raid profiteering? Oh, you bet your fucking ass I'm profiteering off of Donald Trump getting raided, dude. Are you kidding me?
One man and one man only, and a whole double standard exists, and nobody else is ever held accountable for either the exact law, similar sets of circumstances. I know it was different with Comey, but similar. The same with Hillary, the 33,000 emails, the dirty dossier, the FISA applications, Sandy Berger. You run through the list, and nothing ever happens if you're not a conservative or a Republican or a Trump supporter.
Yeah. Let's just take one of those examples, Hillary Clinton. Her home in Chappaqua was never raided, even though she maintained a private server there, upon which she downloaded classified top secret documents, thereby jeopardizing.
I don't care. then Donald Trump should have fucking landed her ass in jail. He promised to arrest and investigate Hillary Clinton, and he never did. Okay? Shut the fuck up and hold the L.
As I say, jeopardize national security.
Shut
to
up.
Hacks and
put the Dersh back on. We already heard this talking point. Let the Dersh talk. He's going to fucking bring up like pedophilia and Jeffrey Epstein for no reason. I want to hear some new shit. Shut up, dumbass.
prosecuted. No, James Comey stood in front of television cameras and he identified all the crimes she committed and then did a pirouette in the course of 5 seconds and said, but no reasonable prosecutor would ever bring such a case. Thousands of reasonable prosecutors would have loved to have brought that case. And besides,
hey,
James Comey isn't the
25
prosecuting authority. He usurped the power of the attorney general. That's just one example of the double standard that exists with Donald Trump.
All right,
Where
if you stay there, Greg, go ahead, Professor.
I don't think you use search warrants and prosecutions to go after political enemies. I've just written a whole book on that called The Price of Principle, where I go into the whole issue of why you don't use partisan considerations to go after political enemies. That's what happens in banana republics. That's what happens in third world countries. That's not supposed to happen in the United States. It was right not to go after Hillary Clinton because she was a candidate for president. You need a much higher standard, but you can't apply one standard to Hillary Clinton and another standard to Donald Trump. That's
did the Durst suck off a Smurf before going on the stream, by the way? And then the Smurf knocked out a tooth? Because why is his tongue blue?
And the attorney general there, she should have been prosecuted then.
All right, I'm going to leave it right there. Thank you. All right, thank you both. Governor Ron DeSantis has now tweeted out the raid on Mar-a-Lago is yet another escalation in the weaponization of federal agencies against the regime's political opponents. While people like Hunter Biden get treated with kid gloves, now the regime is getting another 87,000 IRS agents to wield against its adversaries. Banana Republic, he writes. We have GOP leader, well, we'll get to that in a second. Kevin McCarthy has just tweeted out, Attorney General Garland, preserve your documents and clear your calendar.
They want to make the conservative movement look hot so bad. They're like, yeah, we're fucking fighting.
And today, Eric Trump is with us.
Eric Trump alert!
You were with your dad as this was unfolding?
Yes!
I was, Sean. In fact, I was the guy that got the call this morning, and I called my father to let him know that it happened. So I was involved in this all day. And,
Eric!
You know, welcome to politics in the 2000s. Sean, my father never got so much as a speeding ticket in his life, until he made one decision, and that's to go down the escalators of Mar-a-Lago and spend a lot of money and go in.
He was literally investigated and charged by the federal government originally because alongside his dad, they refused to fucking rent out properties to black people.
Article. This is when impeachment begins. He wasn't president. He hadn't been elected for for 5 minutes at that point. And they start. This is when impeachment begins. And then he's impeached the first time, and then he was impeached a second time. And they slandered him. They belittled him. They went after him. They went after all of us. There's no family in American history that has taken more arrows in the back than the Trump family every single time. And you know what? It's gone on past politics.
God, he's so whack. Donald Trump really sucked up the entire charisma of the family, bro. His children got nothing. He's such a fucking whiny little fail son. Oh my God.
They go after him. They subpoena him. I'm probably the most subpoenaed person in the history of the United States. Every single day we get another subpoena. And they do it for one reason. Because they don't want Donald Trump to run and win again in 2024. And Sean, that's what this is about today. To have 30 FBI agents, actually more than that, descend on...
No political family has had to withstand so much awfulness. Like, I don't know, the Kennedys. Every fucking Kennedy's been murked. What the fuck's he talking about?
They broke into a safe. He didn't even have anything in the safe. I mean, give me a break. And this is coming from what? The National Archives? Yet, Hunter Biden, he's a firearms crimes, prostitution, illegal drugs.
When Tarantino posted your tweet on his IG, no fucking shot. That's not
on his laptop for the whole world to see. In his own writing, in his own words, corroborated by everybody. Where are these FBI agents? Where is everybody? Why is it that the arrows only fly at Donald Trump and his family?
What a random
Why is it that
debate.
the political persecution only goes one way in this country?
Well, let's talk a little bit about
Oh my
what
God,
you
he
were
did.
being told. What
Oh
was
my
the
God, he
purpose
did.
for
Oh my
this
God, he
raid?
literally did. Oh my God.
Sean, the purpose of the raid, from what they said, was because the National
did.
Archives wanted to, corroborate whether or not Donald Trump had any documents in his possession. And my father has worked so collaboratively with them for months. In fact, the lawyer that's been working on
And
this
he
was
asked
totally
me to be a
shocked. He goes, "I have
collaborator
such an
on the
amazing
post,
relationship
and I
with these
just
people."
accepted
And
it.
all of a sudden, on no notice, they sent 20 cars and 30 agents. Sean, I mean, this is just more political persecution of Donald J. Trump. They see Biden.
Well, let me go
He's
through
failing
this, so in a little
every
detail.
single. Please.
But because I'm assuming, all right, so your father is packing, he's leaving the White House. I don't know. I'm guessing that your dad probably didn't pack a single box. I'm just guessing. You would know better than I. You can tell me if he did or if he didn't.
HasanAbi hit.
All these
I will
boxes,
show my piggies for him.
all your personal items get brought down to Mar-a-Lago. There's a question about whether there might be classified information that had been written about a long time ago. Let's walk through the process. So Mar-a-Lago, the people that work for your dad, were working with the National Archives to go through the material to make sure if there was anything mistakenly taken that it was going to be returned. And you were working collaboratively on that. Is that correct?
So when the president moves out of the White House, you have effectively, 6 hours to move out of the White House. It's effectively inauguration time where one president gets moved out and one president gets moved in, right? That's how the whole system works, as you know better than anybody. My father always kept clippings, press clippings. He would have, newspaper articles, pictures, notes from us. When my mom passed away a couple weeks ago, he still had all the notes, over the years had been saved, all the notes that she had ever written him. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. My father saves clippings and things like that. So he had boxes, right, when he moved out of the White House. And he was very collaborative. If you want to search for anything, if you think anything, come right ahead. I mean, it was
not real.
It was an open door policy. And all of a sudden, 30 agents descend upon Mar-a-Lago. Sean, this didn't come from the little local FBI field office in...
It's fucking... Wait, it's not even real. Just confirming, I'm not Quentin Tarantino. What the fuck? Why is it verified? God damn it, dude. I got got. I got fucking owned. Oh.
He had an incredibly strong country. People realized he was an effective president. And you see Biden right now. I mean, Taiwan is getting circled by military planes literally as we sit here and speak right now. You've got, Russia, Ukraine, which is a total disaster. You've got everything that's happening in Iran.
No! Not while Eric was talking. You thought Quentin Tarantino was a Hasan?
Iran, which is a disaster. Yes. You've got inflation. You've got gas prices. All the things that you talk about all night. We're not respected by anybody around the world. Our economy is...
This is what happens when you get one guide, dude. This is what happens when you get fucking one guide, okay? I got one guide and I believed something so silly.
And they're doing the sham January 6th panel that does not have a single Republican on it. I mean, other than Liz Cheney, who's about to lose her race by 25 points, right? It's more political persecution of Donald J. Trump. They can't stand that Americans love him. I mean, even as I watch the channel right now, they keep on showing these beautiful clips of people, waving Trump flags outside of Mar-a-Lago, his supporters. When has that ever happened in a political movement in the United States before?
You think back to the Russia hoax, the Russia witch hunt, the conspiracy theory. It went on for 3 long years. Eric, I covered it every single night, and we ended up being vindicated on every single solitary thing that was reported on this show with our full ensemble cast. Ari Fleischer tweeted out, "All I can say is the FBI better have a slam dunk criminal case. Otherwise, the Biden administration and the DOJ have crossed a line of no return." What could they possibly think existed inside of Mar-a-Lago in a box that was taken from the White House that was so damaging that the FBI director and the Attorney General of the United States...
Well, you know what? We all want to know that, Sean. All of us want to know the answer to that, Sean. What? Oh, I fucking paused.
I don't know. They'll probably find a note from me telling him how proud I am of him and what a great job he was doing as president. They might find some pictures of my kids, maybe some nice... headlines, maybe.
What? No, they wouldn't say that. Oh my
insane.
God, that's so sad. He said there would probably be photos and how proud I am of him. What?
For 3 years, based on
that's
lies
so
and
sad.
deceit and dirty dossiers
that's
and
so
FISA
fucking
warrants
sad.
and everything
Why would
else.
you openly admit
right?
that?
And everything proved to be incorrect, fraudulent, made up, an absolute sham. They drag this country through hell.
That's kind of sad.
And here they are
That's
again, raiding the guy's house. I mean, when do you give up? When do you say enough's enough? When do you give a human being, who fought so hard for this country, when do you give them the benefit?
He doesn't know you, little bro. He doesn't love you, little bro. I hate to fucking do this to you, but, rip the Band-Aid off right now at the ripe age of 43 or however fucking old you are.
That dossier is disseminated to the press, the media mob, or the willing accomplices. They disseminate false information in the lead up to the 2016 election. Nothing happens to her. Nothing happens to the media. They don't even apologize or correct the record at any particular point. Then, of course, that information, unverified, is used to spy on Carter Page and backdoor into the Trump campaign, transition team, and presidency. Nobody gets held accountable for that. If you or your brother Don Jr., God forbid, you lied on a gun application, I doubt you'd be on this program tonight. You'd be serving time in jail. Or you have process crimes. Peter Navarro was being charged with a misdemeanor. That usually means you call the lawyer and say, have your client report at this time, at this place, or we will secure a warrant for that person's arrest. Same with a process crime with Manafort, or same with Roger Stone. Sure. I mean, these are not violent criminals that deserve pre-dawn raids with guns in their face, and then, of course, tipped off CNN cameras. And America tonight is asking, do we have equal justice and application of our laws in this country? Because after the way they treated your father with the Russian hoax, after, again, they better have a good reason for this. And here's another thing. Were the lawyers allowed to follow the FBI through Mar-a-Lago today as they were looking everywhere? Did anyone watch them?
No, the answer is lawyers weren't allowed. They weren't allowed to be anywhere within sight. It's horrible. That's got to be a violation right there. They weren't allowed to be anywhere in sight. And going back to Hillary, there's a whole lot of other things. How about the Benghazi scandals? How about the Clinton Foundation? I mean, how many, shady oligarchs from Russia were contributing to that? How about Uranium One? You want to talk about, scandals that were never investigated, never vetted? It's the rules for thee and not for me, right? That's the old, Sean, this has been happening since day one. They cannot stand that a guy named Donald Trump, who's a real estate developer, who built tremendous wealth and fame, was able to go into a political system in the U.S. and take out a person like Hillary Clinton and beat them at their own game, and then go into Washington, D.C. and do a phenomenal job and not play by the rules.
She
and
fell
end up
off.
becoming one of the best presidents this country has ever had. And then they put in one of their own,
off,
and the guy turns out to be an absolute flop. He does a terrible, terrible job, and the country is going to hell under his leadership. And then now all of a sudden they realize that his son's in trouble, and that he's in trouble, and their political party's in trouble, and that Donald Trump is poised, if he wanted it, if he decided to hop back on that stage and wanted it, they know he's poised to win. And guess what? That threatens them, that threatens who they are, and they will do anything they can to take him out, to take me out, to take Don out, to take Ivanka out, to take our family out. They do it every single day. They do it at a state level. They do it at a federal level. The FBI does it. They subpoena us. They make our lives hell, Sean, every single day because they are threatened by Donald J. Trump. And honestly, I hope, and I'm saying this for the first time, I hope he goes out and beats these guys again. Because honestly, this country can't survive this nonsense. It can't. This is not who we are. This is who Venezuela is, Sean. This is Banana Republic antics. Having a home of the 45th president of the United States raided by FBI agents, safes broken open. This is not who we are as a democracy. Imagine if that happened to Barack Obama. The world would be in an uproar.
Well, Eric Trump, I don't know. I think Ari Fleisch is right. If you watch what they've done over the years, they don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore because they lied and they tried to take your father out for 3 years, and they used a dirty Hillary dossier to do it. They spied on him illegally. Nobody was held accountable. She wasn't held accountable. No raid of Hunter's house. They've had the laptop longer than anybody. Director Ray, I don't know anything about the laptop.
It's pretty funny. They're just like repeating the same things over and over again. At a certain point, it just comes across like really desperately just like yelling about like talking points. It's just really desperately cycling through talking points.
On this front, justthenews.com founder, CEO, editor-in-chief John Solomon is with us.
He's like, we're going to have John Solomon with us to repeat the same exact talking points that we've been hysterically screaming about One more fucking time.
I've been doing reporting for the last couple hours. This is what we've learned. First off, there are three significant things. This does involve an allegation from the National Archives of looking for classified information that the president took from him. This is an extraordinary departure from the way the FBI handled identical allegations in the summer of 2015. I broke this story back in 2015 at the Washington Times. When the FBI had similar allegations about Hillary Clinton, they allowed David Kendall, Hillary Clinton's lawyer, to take the thumb drive with the classified emails and put it in a safe in his office. He confirmed that on the record to me back in 2015. An entirely different treatment for identical circumstances. Secondly, a lot of people I've talked to, including people in the FBI, are really dubious why a grand jury subpoena wasn't delivered instead of doing a raid. I think Alan Dershowitz covered that perfectly. Third, and this is very important for people to understand, this comes less than a week after the Judicial Watch filed a lawsuit against the FBI saying those declassified documents that President Trump had, that the National Archives has, that the FBI still has, that have never been released till they were ordered released, Tom Fitton sued them. Today they announced that they've sued to free those documents up. All of those things are the backdrop, and here's the final piece. The Washington field office is the office that the agents came.
Bro, they're wilding out. Representative Anthony Sabatini says, it's time for us in the Florida legislature to call an emergency legislative session and amend our laws regarding federal agencies, sever ties with DOJ immediately. Any FBI agent conducting law enforcement functions. I mean, this guy's just like a fucking Congress. Like he's a part of the. He's just a representative. You know what I mean? These guys always say stuff like this. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? He's just like, he's irrelevant. But any FBI conducting law enforcement functions outside the purview of our state should be arrested upon sight. I'm gonna have to give this a like and probably a retweet as well. I agree. I think that Florida should secede.
He called those allegations very troubling. He removed the assistant special agent in charge of the Washington field office, and here they are in the field in action again.
Hold on. It's just like, I've been advocating for this since day one.
Which I would doubt, or inadvertently were brought to Mar-a-Lago, it sounds to me like the type of thing you send the archivists down, they go through the boxes of stuff you have and see if, in fact, there is anything classified that shouldn't have been packed. Doesn't that seem like the logical way? Because nobody seemed to care when Sandy Berger went into the National Archives and started shoving documents we believe related to 9/11 down his crotch and on his backside and in his socks, and walked out of the National Archives, and everybody in the liberal media started saying he was just sloppy when he put it in his crotch next to his private parts. He was sloppy when he put it by his backside.
I remember well. I was at the Associated Press when I broke that story. Listen, there's another fact.
I cannot wait to build a wall around Florida. Extract all of the people that want to leave Florida. Extract everyone that wants to leave Florida and just leave it as like a crypto fail state.
If they don't have smoking gun proof that the president was about to destroy documents, this raid is going to be laughed off. And next year, when Republicans get control, we're going to find out just how political the FBI was on this.
Oh, I think we'll find out before then. I think we'll know by November for sure. The American people deserve to know. John Solomon, as always, thank you. All right, take a look at your screen. We just got this in, video of the raid this morning on Mar-a-Lago. You can see it right there. Cars coming in. Looks like dark at night again, early in the morning. But that's the only footage we have as of now. Here with more reaction is Fox News contributor, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. I think you remember the Sandy Berger incident. He went into the National Archives.
Oh my God, does Newt have cancer? What the fuck? My favorite take, dude. I have 1.1 million Twitter followers, brother. What the fuck do you mean? Check your Twitter replies. Like, what is that? Do you understand what my Twitter replies look like? Like, do you have any idea? Why don't you ever critique MSNBC? You must be new here because I do that all the fucking time. The only difference is right now, they're not even doing good content. They're just fucking gloating. And that's boring.
That would mean 162,000 IRS agents
Fox makes better
compared,
content.
for example, to 29,000 people that we have on the border trying to control the border. But the purpose of it's simple. They want to control you. These raids, the kind of thing you talked about earlier with taking people off an airplane in chains, having a guy standing outside at 3 in the morning in his pajamas, these things are all designed to intimidate. If this government can get away with third world tactics worthy of Venezuela or the East German Stasi or Zimbabwe under Mugabe, if that's the future, then the Constitution as a working document has ceased to exist. And I think part of the answer has to be to say to everybody who's going to get very upset, fine, go beat them at the polls in November. The answer to this is get a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and let's rip the corruption.
Newt's a little bit better at talking points than everybody else. That's why he like dropped the whole like, you know, Mexicans at the border talking point. You know what I mean?
That 30 FBI agents had invaded Mar-a-Lago when it was totally unnecessary. And it's clearly an effort designed, I think, partly to goad President Trump in the hopes that he will do something that will further validate the left's fantasy about the kind of guy he is. The fact is, he did nothing wrong. He's cooperated. And for his trouble, and you just heard Eric say this, the Trump family has been persecuted more than any presidential family in history. And I just want to repeat, if they can do this to a former and potentially future president, what can they do to you or your cousin?
Yeah, if you, you know, break the rules, violate the law, yes, the government might come after you. This is the same argument that they fucking try to do when it comes down to tax evasion. They're like, oh, the IRS, like they're coming after you. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, if you're, yeah.
Have your client report at this time at this place. You don't make a scene at an airport to humiliate the individual for a misdemeanor. I would argue the same for a process crime in the case of Manafort or Roger Stone.
Okay, this is cucked. This is cucked. Now they're starting to recognize that like there's probably legitimate reason as to why this raid was conducted. So now they're saying it's actually humiliating that they did it the way that they did. They went from like this is totally unwarranted, should not happen, to slowly but surely easing into, oh, they just wanted to humiliate the president.
Out in handcuffs and shackles too. This is why what Sandy Berger did is important. Now America has a right to ask, okay, why did you do this? Because I can't conceive of what would warrant the Attorney General of the United States and the FBI Director to allow and approve this action. Can you think of what they might have in the box?
This has been wonderful because we're watching like the 5 stages of grief happen on Fox News. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Everybody keeps trying to understand these people as though they are reasonable. This is the first big government socialist machine at a national level we've ever seen. We saw Tammany Hall in New York. We saw Mayor Daley in Chicago. You know, we saw Huey Long in Louisiana. This is a machine. This machine is going to die if Donald Trump wins, and they know they're going to die because they have to survive off corruption and they have to survive off people doling out money like crazy. And so they're fighting for their lives. So to ask the question, why do they do this? I think it's like asking, why does a lion eat a zebra? These people get up every morning terrified. They know they're at war with the American people. They know that overwhelmingly the American people disagree with them. And if they can't find some way to intimidate us, to force us on defense, to tell us to shut up, and that's why they go out and they deliberately humiliate somebody, because you know what that does? that sends a signal to 6 or 8 or 10,000 people. You want to be humiliated? And I have friends now who tell me, serious senior professionals, that they're frankly frightened. They don't want to stand up and say they're for Donald Trump because they're afraid of what's going to happen. Either their big corporation is going to fire them, or if they're a lawyer, their law firm may kick them out, or they may be visited one morning by the FBI or by the IRS. Remember, we had a whole IRS scandal under Obama where they were targeting specific people. Do not underestimate how deliberately these people are committed to doing whatever it takes, including destroying the Constitution, in order to retain power. And that's going to be a major issue between now and the election this fall.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing you echo comments that Mark Levin made, that we live in a post-constitutional America. It sounds like you agree with him.
Well, I think we're on a balance. I think if the Republicans win this fall and reassert the Constitution, which is going to mean, frankly, firing an amazing number of corrupt people, then the Constitution will survive. But if the left manages to survive and manages to stay in power, I do think Mark Levin's right. We're entering basically a Venezuelan, Zimbabwean, East German style banana republic in which the law doesn't matter. What matters is power. What matters is favoritism. What matters is whether your team is paying off the right people. And that would be a very sick and tragic end to the American dream.
Zimbabwe's a cool mention.
Don't you believe?
Shout out to Zimbabwe. That's a cool mention. That's not really ever something you hear from the Republicans. So
to explain why they authorized the raiding of a former president's house? Don't we deserve some explanation?
No, I don't. No. I think they owe the American people resigning. I don't need to be told by two liars the latest lie. The fact is, they authorized something that is clearly outside the bounds of the American system. They authorized something which has never, ever happened in American history. And the idea that they innocently, we didn't.
Conservatives are so awesome because they will be like, we need to defend the Constitution. But then the moment that like laws are used against them, they're like, throw it out. It's a piece of paper. Who cares? I wipe my ass with it. We need to literally assassinate the heads of the FBI. You know what I mean? Like the moment that someone like sneezes in their direction, they're like, okay, we need to jail everyone in the FBI immediately. Like it's awesome. It's so funny to watch where they're like, Constitution is nothing but a piece of paper, and the founding fathers were actually slavers, so they should go to jail too if they believe that Donald Trump should be investigated. It's great.
Have notice of this raid and referred us to the Justice Department for any additional information. Sources familiar tell Fox News this.
Yeah, my sources are telling me that Google is down. Alert, alert. This is not a joke. That Google is down. Trust the process. Hashtag Dark Brandon. Hashtag calling all patriots. Yeah, no, it's over. Google is down, folks. Google is down. Is it back up again? Hold on. It was down for a second. Let's see if it's back up again. Nope. It says 500. That's an error. The server you encountered an error and could not complete your request. No, like literally, Google is fucking down. That's a you problem and works fine for me. No, it's down for the United States of America, the only country that matters.
Explanation as to why they didn't just try to cooperate or get the president and his staff to cooperate and go through the boxes in a partnership in case maybe something inadvertently that was classified was put in those boxes? Because I'd bet a lot of money that Donald Trump did not pack his own boxes, Mike Emanuel.
Very scarce detail, Sean. Interesting points you are making there. What we know is they're thinking that some documents remained at Mar-a-Lago, but there are no indications that there was any kind of cooperation or outreach by the FBI to officials connected to the former president. And so We know the raid happened today. The former president was in New York City. He went back to Mar-a-Lago, is our understanding, and we will see where the facts lead us.
All right, Mike Emanuel. My source is telling me, and Eric Trump confirming tonight, that in fact they were working if there were any classified documents, to get them to its proper place. All right, now former President Trump was at his home in New York City with his son Eric earlier today. When he learned of the raid, he released his statement. He was later...
This is precisely my thinking as well. If a president can unilaterally declassify anything without any process needed, which is the law, couldn't a president just say, I declassify this and walk with it? I think there are a lot of crimes you could lock Trump up for, but classified documents, that sets a precedent that could lock up most former senior White House aides. This is why I suspect the raid was actually about more than just the boxes, though related to the boxes. That's the suspicious part. Either the federal authorities are behaving in the most libbed up, awful way possible, and they're hitting the fucking Jim Comey style massive fuck up, okay? And you know, basically offering the fattest of fucking dubs to Donald Trump. Or there is something more to it that pertains to the information in those boxes that possibly has something to do with the January 6th committee. Because remember, they mentioned that Trump was under investigation last week. They wouldn't have done it without evidence. Exactly. That too.
A White House, it's probably chaotic.
My God.
Did you happen to witness at any point Donald Trump himself packing any boxes?
No, I didn't. You know, I wasn't involved in that process. As Eric Trump.
Sean Hannity's like, Kaylee, could you also say that you facilitated in a crime towards the microphone, please? Hey, you know how there's an FBI raid going on? Kaylee McEnany, could you say that you personally were involved in said crimes?
Day for Justice, which is supposed to be blind but looks overtly political here. You know, the Presidential Records Act, as Jonathan Turley noted, is not used criminally. We haven't seen this. But look back in time at what the FBI and the DOJ did, let's say with Paul Manafort, where Foreign Agent Registration Act was only used 7 times in 50 years until, oh wait, Paul Manafort, former Donald J. Trump campaign manager, comes along and his associate Robert Gates. Then it's used aggressively. The Logan Act, I talked about this all the time from the podium, about Michael Flynn. That this was a never before used act, never used to successfully prosecute anyone, but used as a pretext by the FBI to come in and entrap Michael Flynn right there in the West Wing, right near where my office was several years later. This is very scary. There's a trend. Never before used statutes used in a fashion to go after who? Political enemies. Donald Trump's national security advisor, Donald Trump's campaign manager, and then the president, former president of the United States himself. Wow. They say banana republic. I think it's an understatement because it really feels like we are there and beyond.
It seems like that to me. Governor, I want to get your take on this, but through the prism of this. In 2016,
they caught
we had
someone
Hillary's dirty
leaving with
dossier.
documents
we know
at the
it was
raid.
All full of lies. It's been totally debunked. It led to 4 FISA warrants that ruined Carter Page's life, and it was a...
Okay, it's starting to get fucking boring. I need to know something new to come out. Also, here's something new for you guys. Okay? Here's something new for you guys. The latest episode of Fear and is out. Okay? Latest episode of Fear and is out with Ludwig and my co-host Austin. We had to replace Will with Austin, so we were more gay-friendly on this episode. I want you guys to go and watch that, obviously.
I'm in the process of having Hasan convince me to post some other naughty photos, but they're a little too naughty and risky.
But just like we don't have to do a hostage negotiation every time you like want to post a photo.
Well, no, let's
he has seen most of my cock.
This is a different conversation, so we're gonna loop back.
No, it's relevant to the photo.
Okay.
You want to see it?
I wouldn't mind. Live reaction to Austin's cock.
Yeah. Well, it's not like my actual cock, but like there's definitely cock in there.
I'm in the... Yeah. Bring back Will Neff now. I mean, it's not my fault. Motherfucker's busy all the goddamn time. Such a funny defense. The president has never been charged with murder before, but just because the president kills a man, suddenly they want to do it. Yeah. Live cock reaction, and there's so much more on that. This is a good teaser. Good. But yeah, ending homophobia with Hassan, Ludwig, and Austin. Fox News seems like they prepare for this, like the BBC has the plan for when the Queen dies. No, this is like, I've never heard so many people say this is third world banana republic shit. I've never heard so many people say this is third world banana republic shit over and over again. Hillary Clinton, Hunter Biden, third world banana republic. They literally had so many different fucking guests on to say the exact same thing, which is wild. Especially because they didn't have this guest on. This brave patriot. That's right, folks. I'm hearing from people on the ground that Hank Pecker has infiltrated Mar-a-Lago, famous American domestic terrorist, right-wing lover, patriotic man, has infiltrated the Mar-a-Lago compound. He's locked himself into the room with the safe, got a bunch of weapons, and he's saying that he's going to be holding it down for Donald Trump. He's heavily armed. My sources are telling me that Hank Pecker, who claims to be a brave American patriot, linked back to another patriotic Trump supporter, Alex Jones, is in the building, heavily armed, fortified behind the Trump safety room with the safe in it, inside of Mar-a-Lago. Holding it down, folks. He's holding it down. This whole raid was staged to hype up the August 21st Hank Pecker stream. I knew it. Yep. Okay, let's get back to fucking libtard gloating for a second.
New one a day.
Okay, never mind. They got ads on right now.
Of Congress by the GOP is going to save this country.
I am betting they will have a flimsy argument by tomorrow, and they're probably trying to craft a...
Dog, what do you mean? They got a fucking federal warrant. Like, what are you talking about? A flimsy argument? You can't just, like, pull off a federal warrant inside of a fucking safe for an ex-president. Like, these guys live in a world of their own concoction to a degree where they literally think some fucking lib judge is going to actually operate as an activist judge. You know what I mean? Like, sure, there are liberal judges, right? But, I mean, I don't know. I just, like, facilitating that would be ridiculous. It would be fucking suicide. It would be gift wrapping another dub for the fucking midterms and possibly the election as well to Donald Trump. They would never let that go. Oh my God, this is the live view of Mar-a-Lago after Trump said FBI agents raided his Florida home. The hogs are already out there. How does having all this content the same day you'll do the Hank Pecker? I mean, I said I was going to do Hank Pecker on August 21st. A holy day on this broadcast.
I know. That's the same thing I told my husband too. He's like, just be safe. Just be safe.
Like,
thank you.
here's the thing. How do you think she's taking it?
Yo, I'm about to have a panic attack.
Probably real pissed off right now. This is what all the haters think your house is like. Who's to say my house isn't like that, though? The right acts like they haven't ruined thousands of lives themselves with the women's rights stance. What? Being a hog looks so fun. Thinking you're saving dear leader by marching around with flags and other Q wine moms. Yeah, no, literally. They are, though. They are saving them. They're saving the country. They're preserving the constitutional republic, dude. Whenever I watch stuff like this, I'm reminded once again that America simply does not have walkable cities, okay? Just look, not a single fucking inch of sidewalk on there. People are forced to literally walk on the street. How fucked up is that? We have no public transit. We have no social safety nets, and we certainly do not have walkable cities. How fucking messed up is that? If you want to get a bunch of your wine moms together and wear comically large hats and all your goofy ass fucking Trump merch, and then you go around and you know, save Donald Trump. If you want to go and save Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, you can't even do it without being constantly fearful that you might get killed by a fucking pickup truck. It's like being at the top of the hour and being fearful that the ad break is coming, and knowing full well that the ad break actually is coming, and not being prepared for said ad break, like by subscribing for $5 or for free. With a Twitch Prime, that is. Because if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, that's all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? T-Rex, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour ad break. The ad break is coming now. I ain't money man, money bags, my guy. Money guy. Ray Donnell, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
President Trump is investigated because they're scared that he's running, and he will win again. And Democrats they're desperate at this point, and they will do anything to stop our president from running again, which they will not succeed.
What do you think will happen tonight?
I hope a lot of Democrats will wake up and see that this is unheard of. This is unprecedented. It never has happened before, and it needs to stop. The corruption has to stop. The weaponization of the FBI has to stop.
Comrade Caitlin, thank you for the 5-tier and gift this sub.
Wake up and see that this is wrong. It has never.
Man, Trump's most loyal fucking fan base always has like fresh off the boat ass motherfuckers, like from the weirdest places too. You'll have like Dutch Trump supporters and like German Trump supporters and shit. It's so weird. Like, I get why fucking the Latino population has like a severe QAnon problem, especially in fucking Florida, where you got like the Cuba QAnon Andes, right?
Thank you.
It's like, where the fuck did she come from?
You hit stop?
Also, another really funny part is that like they look like goofballs, and they know they look like goofballs, and it's like they think they're making a serious point about like defending the Constitution or whatever, while they simultaneously look like fucking goofballs. Like, no one with a comical hat like that is genuinely doing something good, okay? Like, you're just a fan. Like, you're like sports fans. When they dress up like that, they're having fun. Okay? They're not there to like literally save the republic or anything. By the way, Preposterous Panda, thank you for the 5 gifted, and Comrade Caitlin, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's just like, I don't know. Bruh, COVID didn't do his job. Why the fuck are there still people like this out there? Dude, it didn't kill everybody. You know what I mean?
Only people that are... Listen to me. All pedophiles. Whoever don't like Trump is a pedophile. Believe me.
Hey! We got a fucking based Italian.
There's no side of my story. Self-explanatory. Okay. Never happened to a sitting president yet. Okay.
He fucking destroyed him in the marketplace of ideas over here. Hey!
You want to live off of us? Free money, free housing. Listen, free checks. Let us please let the working man pay for you. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Work for
Oh my God, what a king. What a king. He said, I'm walking here. Get the fuck out of here.
Ay, mija, no me ve, te voy a dar en la cabeza. No importa, pégame en la Ay, no, a mí no me gusta. A mí no me gusta hablar. No,
What is this?
a mí no me gusta hablar.
Jorge Masvidal? Who the fuck is this guy? He's Cuban American? Oh, God.
Ah, qué bueno que está en vivo.
Yo, what is up with fucking Cuban Americans over the age of 30, brother? Like, I feel like no matter what happens, like, their brains break or some shit. Sad day in the USA today. These are the tactics of Cuba and Venezuela. Cuba and Venezuela. No matter what side of the aisle you are on, this ain't right. Hashtag love USA. What the fuck? Hey, why am I catching strays here? Bro, I don't know what the fuck it is, but I guess it's just they just like stayed in America does something. Why would Cuba do this? Yeah, that is pretty funny. But I mean, this is the same as like whenever America does something, people are like, wow, this is just like the Taliban. Wow, Islamic fundamentalism has arrived at America. It's like, no, bitch, this is Christian fundamentalism. This is America shit. Also, secondly, yeah, what the fuck is going on here? You're upset that like a former president is like actually being held accountable for once? That's crazy. Imagine Barack Obama doing this to fucking George W. Bush, and then Donald Trump doing this to Barack Obama. That would have been fire. And then Joe Brandon did it to Donald Trump. I, for one, am a fan of this. Okay, investigate and prosecute all prior presidents, straight up. This opens up a lot of doors for prosecution. Yeah, see if I care. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's crazy. Problem is, Trump would have prosecuted Obama for being a Muslim from Kenya and not bailing out the bankers. True. And then when he found out that there was no proof for it, he'd be like, well, it's good that I prosecuted. Had to investigate him. Also, he's still gay. I know it. You know it. We all know it. They should storm Mar-a-Lago and stop the raid. Content would be crazy. I think it's over. Like, or I guess they're still going. Dude, this is awesome. Like, I know this is like kind of a right-wing take, but like these motherfuckers are so jobless, bro. Why is it that people constantly complain like nobody wants to work anymore? It's like, what are these guys doing? It's a Monday night. They got no fucking jobs. They got no jobs. They're all fucking small business owners who don't have to fucking work early in the morning, okay? They're all motherfucking small business tyrants. There's a lot of HVAC repairs that aren't going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. God, Florida is such a fucking weird state, dude. I am fully on board.
This is the worst attack on this republic in modern history. Period.
Mark Levin, what a cuck. Is this live Hogwatch? What's happening? Yes. Look at how ugly their fucking cars are. Ugh. Thank you, Hippie Matt, for the 550 subs. Yeah, boss, I'm gonna have to call in sick today. I had a late one last night defending the fucking country from a tyrannical government. Yeah, no, none of these guys have bosses. These guys are the bosses, brother. You have to understand. These guys are 100% like small business owners, independent contractors, people who own their own fucking HVAC business. Every single one of these are petty bourgeois dickheads who don't even make that much money and don't even, probably some of them have employees that they fucking abuse aggressively, and most of them don't even have that, and they treat every fucking waiter like a slave, or every Uber Eats driver like their own personal slave that they can abuse for the brief moment of interaction that they have with them. These are those guys, okay? Nobody wants to work anymore. Trump is doing a tele-rally for Palin right now. Another day in paradise. This was a strange day, Trump said. God, this is like so weird. I mean, this is straight up a fucking cult. It's such a it's a cult. It's like kind of interesting and fascinating to watch, but it's also the wackest. Oh my God. Yeah, play some top 40. It's kind of wild that they have so much free time, but it's also kind of wild that they can always turn in like every political action into a rally. Like everything turns into a tailgate for these fucking guys, you know? It's a good way. It's a fun way to live.
Stop at nothing, and
he told them to be peaceful.
I hate to interrupt you, sir. You're absolutely right. And your former police commissioner, he said their next move will be assassination if they don't take him down after this. He posted that to Twitter, Bernie Carrick. Mr. Mayor, so great to have you with us this evening. We do have.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Newsmax is on fire.
Leave it there and move on. We thank you.
We'll just cover it up.
All right. Thank you, Sir Rudy. They will stop.
Oh my God. That's awesome. Oh, Big Hat Lady is back.
We will not allow you guys to talk trash about our president in not a second. It's enough. Enough of these liars, is what you guys are. You are responsible for the demise of America, for reporting fake news. Sick of it. Sick of these lies.
Like, how can you take yourself seriously wearing that fucking hat? Like, you are doing the demise of America. You look at your hat, dumbass. What do you mean? Like, you can't be serious right now. What the fuck? You can't wear a comically sized hat and try to make serious statements about the fall of the American empire.
What do you want to know? We're from Reuters. Oh, go on. Just tell us why you came out. Because I'm fed up with all the fake news people, in particular CNN.
and all the 99.9% of the TV people are against Trump. Is that for me to hold?
Yeah, no, that's just just to
and all the all the media are against Trump, and I'm fed up with it.
Can you give me your name?
Jim Whalen, West Palm Beach.
Whalen,
Whelan.
Your age?
59.
59. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an advertising guy.
Advertising. And did you come out tonight after the news happened?
Yeah.
And what do you think of what's happening now?
I think it's great that the people are here. I think it's great that the people are standing in the background of all the TV people, showing them how they feel. I think it's great that the public is showing their support in a public place, and nobody's invading anybody's space, which is important.
And what do you think of this? I think there's a raid on the Mar-a-Lago residence.
I'm just like, everything I say will be ableist, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Everything I say, with respect to what this guy is saying, will be ableist, so I'm just not going to say anything.
And same with the January 6th. Because Trump didn't do anything wrong with January 6th because he ordered the National Guard, and Nancy Pelosi denied it. And there's a guy on Newsmax that spoke about that he was there in the room with Trump. That's where I get that information from.
Great. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for... Good night, sir. She's great at changing Kamala Harris is great at changing Joe Biden's diapers. And she spanks him for being bad and then puts a nipple back in his mouth after she cleans him up.
Oh, you fucking got him, ad man. Bro, this is the Don Draper of this generation. Why aren't people... I bet this guy's marketing agency pops off, dude.
Everybody else.
We like to think so.
Yeah.
That's why I like working for them.
Yeah, I appreciate what you guys
Born to ride. Donald J. Trump, baby. Celebrating the raid? I'm celebrating it, but they're not. They're upset. They look jovial because they like being around other like-minded people with the same kind of like intellectual disabilities that they have. So like they get together and they're like, oh, this is sick. Like a gathering of like-minded hogs, right? But that's the reason why they're jovial. They're also happy because they don't really know what's going on. You know what I mean? So they're just kind of tailgating, you know? They're like, oh, I don't know what's happening. But it's cool. A gathering of the Magalos, like the Juggalos. Oh, that's great.
Stream it free on the CW app at CWTV.com and keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000 spending cash. See you there.
Brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to the network with more 5G bars in more places so you can experience your music.
What? What? I don't know if Spectator Index is legit. What the fuck? Reports of explosion to Google data center in Iowa? What? That's why the Googling went down? That's why Google went down? Three people in critical condition after Google data center electrical incident. 3 electricians were critically injured and transported to a local hospital after an electrical incident at a Google data center in Council Bluffs, Iowa. According to the Council Bluffs Police Department and Google, the incident occurred at 11:59 a.m. local time on Monday, the Council Bluffs Police Department told SF Gate. 3 electricians were working. One person was taken by helicopter to the Nebraska Medical Center, while 2 or more were transported by ambulance. Google spokesperson Devon Smiley. Okay, that's not real. You have a PR person whose last name is Smiley? Really? Come on. Stop it. Sent the following statement to SFGate. We are aware of an electrical incident that took place at Google's data center in Council Bluffs, Iowa, injuring 3 people on site who are now being treated. The health and safety of our workers is our absolute top priority, and we are working closely with partners and local authorities to thoroughly investigate the situation and provide assistance as needed. Okay. All right, wait, let's get back to the hogs.
They're dirty people. The socialists, they're just horrible people. They have the devil in them, and they're all going to burn in hell one day.
Yeah, she's right. Facts, mama. Slay, mama. Slay, big slay. Big slay, mama. Y'all are just mad. She's spitting the truth.
If you don't trust any politicians, where are the signs for the
We don't want any
cameras?
I'm not protesting politics. We all appreciate that you're there for him.
Wait, is he wearing a fuck Trump suit? What the fuck? My mom said Obama and the Democrats executed Trump last February, and the man they're searching is a body clone. Love that. Man, Reuters is popping off big time. Bro, we should go to this and I'll be your cameraman. Brother, I'm in Los Angeles, unfortunately. God, I missed this. You don't get this kind of brain rot from the left? No, that's the problem. The left don't know how to fuck you. Are you serious? Dude. These people are not going to be another one of the 700 already this year because they're not Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt was a patriot. Start your own rally in LA. Sometimes I do, like, because they have so much fucking fun. Sometimes I'm just like, maybe. This is madness. This is Jason Miller. Wayne Root, this is now officially Nazi Germany, Gestapo meets Soviet Union KGB, but it will backfire spectacularly. The federal security state has declared war on Donald J. Trump and his supporters. Laura Loomer, the FBI just stormed Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. We live in a police state. The FBI is the personal Gestapo hit. Oh, there's another live from Mar-a-Lago.
Talking to me as I don't like Trump. Yeah, and that's all I'm out here for.
That's how you feel, then God bless.
Because guess what? Politics gonna do this the rest of our life. This ain't gonna change. Matter of fact, it might get worse.
Remember what I told you guys about, like, stalkers? Like, you know, I have some stalkers, and now I, like, and the only way to defeat stalkers is, like, counter stalkers. I feel like the only way to defeat brain diseased hogs is by having, like, the left equivalent of a brain diseased hog. This is like a white hat hog. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is just as insane as everyone else there, but basically on the other side of the political spectrum, which I'm fully on board. You know, he's got, like, a weird ass outfit on. You got to admit, though, if it says something different, it'd be pretty drippy. I mean, probably not. Just make them uncomfortable and uneasy and make them fold. It's funny because, like, he's wearing camouflage, right? So if he wasn't wearing a shirt that said, like, fuck Trump or whatever, I feel as though because of his outfit being so outlandish and so ridiculous, I think the other insane people see him and approach him positively because he's like, oh, this is one of our own. This must be one of our own. Only we dress like this.
We had a nice conversation. Me and you had. There's some nice people in this world, both sides. And that's why I say, man, you having this good conversation. I got total respect. You say I ain't talking to you crazy or saying nothing. I ain't even showing my signs. I'm talking to you like a nice person. And
This is your right.
Yeah. And that's it.
But you want to know the sad thing today? That if I had signs like that about Biden, the FBI would probably.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Well, when Trump was president, I had it. I used to go to Washington, D.C. Trump was a different president. And guess what? I done been here. I done been to his house probably more than some people that live in this area. Guess what?
Chat, we need to hear the audio that's not out of a tin can, man. I'm sorry. Like, this guy's really interesting, but like this is like impossible. I feel like it's like a dog whistle. It's like penetrating my brain, you know?
If y'all come play for his football team, he never gave them the money. It's sad. Yeah, the New Jersey Generals. The New Jersey Generals, they folded in the first year. I love this.
And you, God bless, you do your thing.
What's your name?
Terry.
Rich. What's wrong
Bro, this is the worst. Like, I'll just say it like this. I don't even understand how the audio is so bad. Like, I literally don't understand. I didn't realize that, like, any phone that is still in operation in 2022 could possibly have audio this bad. Like, genuinely shocking to me.
I wanted to show more of the crowds here. More cars showing up with support.
Want more news? This stream is giving me Havana syndrome. Reuters' stream is back up. Let's fucking go, dude. Wait, does anyone have the link to the Reuters stream again? No, that's the old one. When I'm fucked up, that's the old me. Yeah, no, it's the old one. Chat, the Reuters is the old one. You're linking me the old one. It's done. This ended. See? Look. This is exactly where the live stream ended. Close the tab or 3, my dude? No. See what the fuck Fox News is up to.
Madam Attorney General, when did you learn of this?
I learned of it when the rest of the public learned about it, Laura, and it is an unprecedented move. I think so many of us
Come on, Laura,
have
give us something
watched
good.
as the credibility
Give us something
of
good,
our
Laura.
FBI has been chipped away at over the years. We're just waiting for this institution to be rebuilt into that institution of respect and independence and faith. And today is a very shocking day, not just for me, but for many Floridians and Americans.
Well, people are gathering outside of Mar-a-Lago in support of President Trump. This never happened in the history of the Republic. We have never arrived at this point where a succeeding administration has sought to criminally investigate a previous administration of a president who's probably going to run
Okay,
for
so this is significant, actually. So this is the Florida Attorney General, and this is Ron DeSantis' Attorney General, and basically she's saying that, like, she was not informed of the raid prior, so that Ron DeSantis can cover his ass and basically claim that he had no involvement in this process. Okay. Once again, stealing your thunder. Swear to God. Was raided. What?
Donald Trump.
No, I told him to make this. He probably already uploaded this to TikTok.
Trump said tonight his Mar-a-Lago home is under siege by.
I suspect he's already uploaded this to TikTok and then he posted it on his own Twitter. Let me see. Okay, he hasn't uploaded on the TikTok yet, but he will. Uploading right now. See? Told you. This is chat. We're moving. We're moving. Real G's move in silence like lasagna. Okay. I'm not even going to watch this yet until it's uploaded to TikTok. I want to watch it on TikTok. Bro, we get a different shirt, same shirt every day. What?
And I think for the integrity of this institution, there needs to be immediate transparency.
Yeah, well, considering it, they're supposedly so worried about threats to democracy, they want to short circuit democracy by taking someone off the field. That's it. To just people watching this tonight, that's what it looks like. So while they grandstand about democracy and preserving democracy, what's this? This is not what we expect from the United States of America. But your boss, Governor DeSantis, sent out this tweet writing, the raid of Mar-a-Lago is another escalation of the weaponization of federal agencies against the regime's political opponents. While people like Hunter Biden get treated with kid gloves, now the regime is getting another 87,000 IRS agents to wield against its adversaries. Banana Republic. Well, I think he captured that right. The next move is auditing of Americans who disagree. Final thoughts here.
Well, Governor DeSantis used to be a federal prosecutor as well. We share that in common. And you would expect there to be subpoenas if there was any suspect of classified
I love the idea that, like, Brandon's IRS is exclusively going to audit Republicans. Like, that's what they think is happening.
Unusual. And I tell you what, the charges, if there are any, the allegations, this better be a rock-solid case to wreck whatever respect there is right now for the FBI.
Well, I think people across this country are wanting full transparency, but I wouldn't hold your breath. Madam Attorney General, thank you. Now, the raid on Mar-a-Lago is the culmination of a years-long effort to target...
to be fair, that would be sick. Like, if they fucking literally use the IRS exclusively, like, if they weaponize the IRS exclusively against, like, right-wing business owners, that would be absolutely fucking fire. Okay? No meme, no joke. That would be fire completely. It would be the sickest thing. Why I think they should do it. I hope they do it.
Early morning raids with the shields and all that. Now, the latter was so over the top that agents swept into the house from the road and the water. Steve Bannon, of course, arrested on contempt charges. John Eastman and his cell phone taken by federal agents. And most recently, former Justice official Jeffrey Clark was raided by the feds in his underwear. Here now to discuss all this, Lee Smith, author of The Plot Against the President, and Russ Vought, president of the Center for Renewing America. Lee, you wrote an entire book about this, but does this shock even you at this point?
Yeah,
the IRS is coming after anyone who ain't gay.
That this is the way they had to go. They were unhappy. They were never able to. This is the point of the Mueller prosecution, and so they feel that they have outstanding debt with President Donald Trump, and so they were going to have to go after him. By the way, I think that what they were probably looking for, what they probably are looking for, is January 6th related material. I know how it's being described, but I believe the real place.
Today's been one of the most fun news days in a long time, but you know what's going to be more fun? Tomorrow and the days following this? Yes. Especially when they, like, get better talking points and stuff, and then, like, the hogs start getting really riled up, dude. That will be sick. God, I love content so much. I mean, look, the inevitable decline of the American empire was happening no matter what. At least it's happening in, like, a fun way. You know what I mean? In a way that is very watchable. I'm in it. I'm in it for the content, baby. Tell people to follow the channel. Yeah, follow the channel, subscribe, ring the bell, do all of that.
Actually think.
And also follow my YouTube, obviously, for all the highlights.
But I think it's really important that, independents, Democrats, and hopefully some Republicans will look at the facts and see that this has been a slow road, but it's a road that will hopefully strengthen our American democracy, which has been very fragile these last few years in a post-Trump presidency.
Russ, for what they call a fragile democracy, raiding one of the homes of the former president and likely future opponent of this administration or this president, that's going to make things all hunky-dory?
Yeah, it's sad, Laura. The democracy is not in jeopardy. Their oligarchy is in jeopardy. And the reality is that they are tearing the Band-Aid off in a very distinct and clear way and showing not just the American people that has known this for quite some time, as they've been called domestic terrorists for showing up at a school board meeting to protest what's going on.
Bro, they called themselves domestic terrorists. They quite literally at CPAC called themselves domestic terrorists. There was a sign that said, "We are all domestic terrorists." I don't understand why he's like, oh, they called us domestic terrorists. Is a motherfucker, you call yourself domestic terrorist.
To dismantle the FBI into 1,000 bits.
Yeah, Lee, over on MSNBC tonight, they were bemoaning this idea of Republicans after this raid saying they're going to really hold the FBI accountable. Like, can you believe they're saying they're going to defund these agencies and they're going to hold hearings? They're actually shocked that Republicans would wield the gavel in an effective way if they get power back in November. They're terrified of that.
Well, I mean, the important thing is that there are Republicans who are active, and hopefully they're gathering evidence now, and hopefully they've woken up to the different issues, because we saw, Laura, you covered this so well, but when Congressman Devin Nunes started on this, he didn't have a lot of support. So what we'd like to see right now is Republicans all on board realize what the issue is. It's a historic day insofar as Americans now understand what we are up against. Our children, our children's children will be looking to how we respond. This is how we are tested. They see it as a campaign of desecration and demoralization that started with Russiagate. It went through Kavanaugh, it went through impeachment, it went through the COVID lockdowns, it went through George Floyd. It's a campaign of demoralization.
It's so crazy. Republicans have been through so much, like the murder of George Floyd.
How we respond to this. That's what will be looked at in the future, because as you said, it's not just about Donald J. Trump. It's about the American public, too. It's about the oligarchy, the regime saying, you don't have a choice. You can't do anything about it. We govern your lives. We fill every part of you. That's why we really are a totalitarian regime. We can shape your children's gender. We can do whatever we want. So it's time for all of us, not just Republicans on the Hill. As Russ is always talking about, it's up to the American people to lead. Let in some ways the Republican officials follow our lead.
Yeah, Russ, this is an intimidation campaign, a vendetta, but I think it's wrong to look at this just as focused on Trump. Trump was the vessel, was the individual who finally pulled back the curtain on the corrupt bipartisan establishment that had driven our middle class into the ground. And they want to take our children from us as well. They want it. He's exactly right what Lee said. The propagandizing against our country that's happening in government schools is part of this whole thing. And Trump was taking it all on. And if he had a second term, he would have really done some damage to what they had done. They're afraid of him coming back. I think this is a clear sign. They know he'll probably be successful in running for president again. I think if they weren't threatened by him, why would they do this? They're clearly threatened by him as a political force.
They wouldn't. And I love talking to people that think that somehow Donald Trump running for president is not going to be a successful political campaign. The left doesn't think that. The left is pulling out every stop because they know that they have no more options when it comes to winning policy debates. All they can do is brute force, and they can only do that if they can spook the Republican Party and somehow being fearful. And now is the time to stand forward and be courageous and say, look, we're not backing down. The American people showing up didn't back down when they're trying to protest against critical race theory. We're not backing down in the same way that President Trump has not backed down. That's what's called for in this moment. moment.
Everybody
And
knows the FBI is leftist. After all, you know, they infiltrated all the leftist groups, and they did that because they were already a part of it, because they were aligned ideologically with all the leftist groups that they infiltrated and tried to subvert.
They came out and they voted for that stupid infrastructure bill, saying that was going to stop the.
Why would you get mad? What the fuck? Why?
I thought we were going to do that tonight. We'll do it tomorrow, but. These are the brainiacs that allowed this to happen to the American people. I know they've done some good things on the courts and stuff, and they're not all bad. But on
I fucking hate the woke FBI,
for the
man.
people of this country, they've been woefully inadequate.
She said these dumbass bridges that they want to fund, like you need a fucking bridge. Get out of here.
People step into the breach because they're obviously not up to it, or they don't want to do it. I don't know which, but they're not interested in taking up the populist fight for the people of this country. They're just not interested.
No, you're absolutely right. I think it's possible to bracket some of the political stuff, the stuff that gets us frustrated and angry, but just realize that we live in a meaningful time. We're getting to fight for our country now. The American people, we've woken up. We understand what's happening. And God willing, our political officials will follow our lead. As Russ has spoken about so well, I love hearing Russ talk about it, how courage is contagious.
Yeah, and when we say fight, we obviously say use every legal means and constitutional means at our disposal, and that means we got to win. We got to win big.
I broke in.
The IRS now is going to be a part of the new Democrat Party, militia, economic, financial militia against regular people. And yet the senators are coming out today, the Democrats saying, "Oh no, don't worry, this is all going to be, to help the people." Watch.
Millions of Americans aren't going to be impacted by that other than getting better service from the IRS, having their telephone answered, getting the questions they need in order to comply with our tax laws. The auditing is going to be focused on those of high income, the large corporations, et cetera. So there's no reason to be fearful. And if you paid your taxes and if you comply with our laws, you should want to make sure everyone else does that.
Russ, don't worry, be happy that we have a new that we have a new squadron of IRS agents, almost 90,000.
Yeah, they've never faced an audit.
Bro, they're gonna cause some fucking right-wing nut job to go kill an IRS agent or some shit at this point. You know what I mean? What the fuck does this have to do with the IRS, brother? They're still tying it back to shitting on the IRS.
Businesses, they're now going to have to justify to the regime, the same regime that is raiding on a former president representing 75 million Americans. They're going to have to justify and prove their innocence to IRS agents that have all the resources in the world. And that's the reality of what these members are voting on when they come back in town Thursday and Friday to vote on the Senate's package.
Yeah, they are aligning against the people who pay their salaries, the people they're supposed to be working for. They're working against Lee.
Oh my God, I thought those two were the same guy. Oh my God. What the fuck? Laura Ingraham finding two of the same guy.
To breaking the law. That way they can crack down on everyone who disagrees
That's crazy.
with them. Remember, they think that all pro-Trump Republicans are the new fascists, as that warmonger Max Boot wrote in the Washington Post over the weekend. But all of us, we can be righteously indignant, we can be angry and furious even, but we got to demand our legal rights.
Bro, we haven't stopped watching Fox News. When the fuck did Jim Jordan go on?
What needs to happen, but even before that, this Friday, we're going back to vote on this stupid bill that the Democrats passed out of the Senate yesterday. So we will be there all day Friday. I'll be in Thursday night. Merrick Garland, Chris Wray.
What the fuck are you going to do about it, Jim? Huh? What? Look the other way when rapes happen under your watchful eye again? What are you going to do? Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, what will I do? What I know how to do best, which is what? Overlook rape happening under your reign? Is that what you're going to do again? What can he do? Oh, we got a stupid bill coming in. Oh, suck me.
Come to the House Judiciary Committee this Friday and answer our questions about this action today, which has never happened in American history. What was on the warrant? What were you really doing? What were you looking for? Why not talk to President Trump and have him give the information you're after? This is unbelievable. And understand the history here. 1 year ago, it was the Merrick Garland using the Patriot Act against parents.
I don't think that, I don't think they could do anything about it. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that they like. I don't think the Civil War narrative is like overblown, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, sometimes I don't get things right, but I don't think these fucking diabetic hogs are gonna do anything other than like get together and do like tailgates and shit. Someone has to direct them. And if that someone is Donald Trump and he has no way of like communicating with them, unless someone steps up to the mantle and is like guiding them in a similar capacity like January 6th, like good luck. You literally look like a diabetic hog? Me? That's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, you're right. So right. Listen, these are the same people who think Donald Trump is hot, okay?
One day ago, it was 87,000 agents in a bill the Democrats passed to go harass Americans from the IRS. And today, we have the raid of a former president's home in America. So heck, we deserve answers now, and this Friday would be a good time. Jerry Nadler, call up Christopher Wray, call up Merrick Garland, bring him in front of the House Judiciary Committee so we can ask him the questions that the American people deserve answers to. What needs to happen. But even before that, this Friday, we're going back to vote on this stupid bill that the Democrats.
They're so mad they got to do work. Trump supporters are really excited about the idea of a civil war. Some of the responses to today's FBI raid: I already bought my ammo. Civil war, pack up arms, people. Civil War 2.0 just kicked off. Let's do the war. One step closer to a kinetic civil war. One step closer to a kinetic civil war, baby. Yeah, dude. Anyone that posts like fucking burn notice memes on Twitter is not, they're dying, okay? Anyone that posts burn notice memes about how they're going to do the Civil War is literally dying in the funniest way possible. Like, on the way out, they shoved their fucking Glock in their pants, okay? On their way out, while they're trying to rush down the stairs to get into their pickup truck to do the Civil War, they fall and shoot themselves directly in the cock. And then it's over. You know what I mean? They bleed out because they have no immediate family members or anyone that cares about them and no life alert. So there's just no shot. Yeah, Civil War is happening. Yee, baby. Yeah, half of you motherfuckers are going to die. Go ahead. Even the strongest Hillary supporters wouldn't do this. Trump supporters are a different breed. Yeah, I mean, we already covered this, but yeah. I mean, it's pretty awesome. I love them. Honestly, keep up the good work. Trump has started fundraising off of this. Wait, I didn't get that message. What the fuck? Wait, I'm subscribed to his messages. I literally did not get this one. That's kind of fucked up. Last one I got was President Trump 5,000% more. As my top supporter, I've texted you 5,000% more than anyone else. Want to stay number one? Claim my number one text status. I didn't get this one, which is kind of a bummer, honestly. MX Murray, 88. Man, the FBI is going to pay for this raid, lol. Trump's going to come back with a vengeance. Oh, I want to know what this person by that. Please elaborate. Please explain, MX Murray, 88. What do you mean by vengeance? I cannot wait to see the fucking vengeance that Donald Trump brings back. Florida is the best place for Mar-a-Lago to exist, low-key, high-key. And it's got. Bro, every fucking time I click on CNN, they have a fucking ad. Crazy. Anyway, I'm really tired, and you know, I'll obviously keep up with whatever the fuck's going on with the Trump stuff, but I think I gotta go. I think I'm done. I'm clocking out. Sorry, boys, girls, MBs. You know, we've been doing the Trump pack watch all day, and my face is starting to get warm. But you know, I will be following this closely offline. And of course, we will be live early tomorrow. Did the TikTok get uploaded? Hold on. Before I leave, I'll look at the TikTok real quick. If it got uploaded already. It did. Let's go. Okay, here it is. My latest TikTok is up. Dude, Austin Ox is so fucking fast with it. So nice with it. Go juice this. Let's watch this. Mar-a-Lago was raided? What?
Donald Trump said tonight his Mar-a-Lago home is under siege by FBI.
Trump in statement says Mar-a-Lago's under siege, raided and occupied by a large group of FBI agents. Wait, what?
Eric Trump spoke to our own Brian Kilmeade and told him as many as 30 agents raided the former president's Palm Beach home.
No way. What is happening?
Searching the premises of the president's residence is absolutely unprecedented.
You can't just literally open up a safe even during a regular raid. Not just on the premises, remember. Inside of his safe, okay? That's actually huge. This is a pretty fucking big deal. Yes, dude. Are you insane? Yes, chatter. When the former president is under federal investigation and then the FBI raids his home, yes, that is a pretty big fucking deal. Yes! Yes! Chopper footage!
We were told that the FBI wasn't going to get involved in any politically charged search warrants, investigations, announcements, indictments before an election. We were told that.
They're not supposed to do that to us. They gave us assurances. The White House did not get a heads up, by the way. The White House did not get a heads up.
Let me say it again. Third world bullshit. I mean every word of that. I was a federal agent.
Give me more!
My right hand.
Give me
more!
I
protect Constitution of the United States. And I love this country.
I'm
this
smoking
is
on it.
Freaking disgrace. This is freaking embarrassing. I am begging you to vote in 2022.
They're like, please just vote. Vote harder. Mar-a-Lago was, bro, this is a fire one, dude. Holy shit. Okay, this one's great. It got busted. Mar-a-Lago. It popped off so hard it got busted a little bit raided during the process, but anyway, be sure to archive it, like it, subscribe to the TikTok, follow my TikTok. The lag is a usual glitch. Anyway, yeah, that's right. And also like, subscribe, follow the YouTube page. We reached 1 million. We reached 1 million fucking million subs on YouTube. Okay. And that's it. That's all I got. Here, I'll fucking do the outro music now. Good shit, Austin Ox. That's a fire. That's a banger. Can you upload the fish jam emote for us, please? Yes, I will upload the fish jam emote. Oh my god, please stop asking me that. I will do it. Okay, I will do it when I get to it, when I remember. Only 8.5 hours? Yeah, man, I don't have the stamina that I used to back in the day. I'm no longer the savage I used to be, pulling fucking 16-hour streams. This old body can only do 8.5 hours, 9 hours.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun.
Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully with some more good news, just like this, okay? What a wonderful fucking day. Hit 1 million subs. Donald Trump got raided. I mean, gifts keep on coming. The biggest gift of all, having a wonderful community to get back to every day. All right. Good night.
discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many